Every day is a fight. Every moment is a race against the best. Beat the clock. Be on top of your abilities before the rest. Every face-off will be bigger than the last one. Every knock will count. Time will stand still in the wake of the storm. And that's why the sun never sets on this battleground. This is where champions will gather to etch their names on the highway to glory. Welcome to the Coliseum. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League Season 3.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League Season 3 South Asia. This is the moment that every team across the regions had been waiting for, and it is finally time. It has finally started, and with that, it is all thanks to, of course, Oppo F19 Pro. Wook up your game. It is a big thanks to Oppo for, of course, sponsoring the PMPL events. I'm going to be your host, Blotto. Joining me on the analyst desk, it is going to be none other than these two handsome personalities that, of course, you already know. It is none other than Super Johnny and Ocean Sharma.
Thank you very much, Blotter. And yes, booking up your game, and you have to just, be on the toes with everything, because this festival is starting up right now.
Yeah, exactly. And along with the festival, it's just the first checkpoint in a long journey that we have planned out for these players and for you guys as well.
Yeah.
But as we said, it is just a checkpoint because it is going to be moving further up.
Exactly, and when you talk about that moving further up, of course, the journey will start getting a bit more intense, a bit more crazy as you move on along, because again, you talk about that format, of course, that format is going to include moving on along with just 2 days of league plays. That will happen right off the start about now, and move on along. It will move towards the Super Weekend, the 3-day affair, for which only 16 teams off of the 20 that are going to be playing right now will get selected. But it will all, of course, be focused on, well, what 16 teams are going to be there.
Exactly. Your game shows up out here, and it makes you, stand away from the crowd. And that's the most important thing. You have to be in the top 16 if you want to make everything count till the end.
Exactly. I mean, this was a pretty cutthroat format that was introduced a while ago, and this has carried forward till here as well. From 2016, move forward to the Super Weekend, and after the 3 Super Weekends are done, only 16 teams will move forward to the finals. And from there, we have teams moving forward to the regional finals as well.
Exactly. That is, of course, going to be the journey. But again, talking about the entirety of the day, we are looking at a wonderful turnover event where, of course, 20 teams are going to get started off there. Indeed, as we just discussed, league plays is where they start things off with, and for which 20 teams are subdivided in 5 individual groups. Right off the bat, we are looking at League Play 1 and League Play 2 day number 2, but whatever team will, of course, move on along and be in the top 16 off of these 2 days, 10 games in total, will be a part of that Super Weekend awesomeness, and that'll be a 3-day affair. And of course, all the points that they do end up collecting in those Super Weekends will work in their favor.
Yeah, it's only the points for the Super Weekend are going to be counted. The League Play day standings will be reset every single week. So that is one thing that you have to worry about, that your performance in the Super Weekend is the best that you can do.
Exactly. I call it the action calendar, as per se, right?
Absolutely. It is certainly the action calendar, because again, you talk about that action, that high intense awesomeness that's about to get started. We are going to be, of course, moving on along and having a look at the prize pool itself, where $300,000 on the line. $300,000 on the line is an incredible feat indeed. But from that, $150,000 are already segregated for, of course, South Asia finals as of now. And along with that, of course, Johnny, let's talk a little bit about the MVPs and those league plays.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is one thing that I always find interesting, and I love money that you can get for yourself that is going to be guaranteed. So, league play attendance fees. If you play all your matches for the league play, you get $2,500 for your team. MVP, the man who is going to be the most valuable player in the finals, is going to get $1,000 for that one individual. And, well, every single chicken dinner in the Super Weekends that we have is going to give the team $1,000 as well.
Exactly. I mean, it changes the way, you are earning your way through victory. You're also getting every single game, and you're getting every single, every amount that you actually own for that game.
Absolutely. And for that, of course, when it comes to those points, when it comes to those kills, it is all going to matter. It is all going to factor in, because again, you talk about the point structure, you certainly do get that, still get that 1 kill per point, but alongside that, that first position holder will get 15 points. Move on along, of course, you're looking at second position holder with 12 points and third position holder 10 on and so on forth. But the crazy thing is, 13th to 16th position will get none.
Yeah, I mean, we are down to PMPL road right now, but once we were, traveling that road in PMCO, we have seen a few things like, one team getting 1 placement point and 11 kill point. They already are in top 5 in that particular match standings, but then there are other teams that have like a 10 placement point and no kill point. They go down.
Ouch. Certainly not the affair that you want to get started off right off the bat, of course, Johnny.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, kill points do account for a lot, especially when, as Ocean so wonderfully explained, if you get a lot of kills, that pushes you up. I mean, the moment you get your first kill in the game, you are basically above the teams that are finishing 13 to 16, so that is going to matter a lot. But take this thing to the Super Weekends, that 15-point chicken dinner is also worth $1,000 over there.
Exactly, and talking about 13-16, of course, that is the saga that will move on. Top 16 will move on into the Super Weekend, but of course, we've got 20 teams in total. So let's have a look at those groups, the 5 groups as we just mentioned earlier. Let's have a look at Group A indeed, where of course you've got teams chiming in from Nepal, PMCO, Bangladesh, and of course, we've got the wildcard team Z3us Esports joining in as well.
Yeah, definitely. Group A, right off the bat, we are going to hit strong with Z3us Esports coming in from the PUBG Mobile Global Championship Season 0. They finished 3rd in the finals. I want to focus on that. This team is impressive. They're amazing and they are going to be deadly. But to deal with this threat, we have Skylight Esports, INES, and Carnage Esports team made with mixtures of veteran players and the young players who are hungry for those kills.
Exactly, and those are just the 4 teams. Let's move on to Group B, where of course you're going to be looking at StalwartFlex joining us from the Pakistan PMC. Moving on down towards Z3us Esports. Ocean, I know you had so many things to say about these 2 teams.
Exactly. Talking about StalwartFlex, an incredible team when we talk about the way this team plays. But we move forward to Z3us Esports, well, they have been an impressive team as well, because obviously their own regions and they are one of the most impressive invited teams. Future Station, another invited team, and hey, Skylight Gaming. Well, Leon, Joker, Chari, Heaven, we know these players. We know what they are capable of doing because they did that in PMGC when they were showcasing their own dominance. So now, Skylight Gaming, that's what it is.
Absolutely. Move on. Of course, these are just the 8 teams that we've looked at. Let's move on towards Group C, where once again you start right off the bat with the team joining us from PMPCO Pakistan. That's going to be Team F4. And of course, with that, we've got 2 invited teams and another XP Blood Legion. I mean, this is just wonderful aggression coming in from this team.
Yeah, I find the mixture of teams in Group C quite interesting because you have Team F4 and A1 Esports team that rely heavily on their rotation patterns and rely on those survival points. And then you have 2 teams, Train to Kill and XP Blood Legion. Teams that are blood hungry, they are kill hungry, and majority of their points come through their kills.
Exactly.
Absolutely. With that, let's of course have a look at Group D, and there indeed you start off with R3D Esports, another team that joined us from PMCO Pakistan. But alongside that, of course, we do have 2 invited teams in this group as well, which is going to be Venom Legends and DRS, followed of course with High Voltage.
Yeah, talking about High Voltage, if you just talk about the gameplay, they got 74 kills in PMCO, right? When we talk about their performance, they got 2 chicken dinners. Let's see if they can just, topple that number even more, even better right out in the PMPL format. Talking about R3D, well, they got 2 chicken dinners as well, but DRS, I mean, Marfin Ninja, Nima, AJ Galzin, Mr. Boro's from PNQ, and obviously he has been joining this team right now. So I would love to see how the team just gels up with this new player and how they make up those synergistic gameplays.
Exactly, and again, I mean, I'm getting so excited. We've only had a look at 16 teams. Let's move on towards Group E, which is of course going to comprise of 4 final teams, Johnny.
Yeah, definitely. C-Line, 1952 PN Crew, and the veterans of PMPL, that is going to be Deadeyes Guys. The reason I call them the veterans is because this is their 3rd time in this PUBG Mobile Pro League thing that we have going on, and that should allow this team definitely an advantage in terms of dealing with the pressure that falls on them every single time. But they have to make sure that this time, since there are more teams moving forward to the regional finals, they make it to the next stage of the tournament.
Exactly.
Absolutely, and again, you talk about that team, Deadeyes Guys, right there. That's a team that has, of course, been so very wonderful with their performances throughout when you talk about PMPL. And again, here they are to dominate. Again, the question is going to be, will they be able to do so or not? But that is the journey that is about to get started right about now. But alongside that, let's move all the way back to PMCO itself. Of course, we had 4 individual regions that chimed in. We had Bangladesh, Pakistan, Nepal, as well as, of course, Mongolia. But these teams that have gotten selected, let's look at the teams to watch out for right off the bat. It has to be XP Blood Legion that Ocean just mentioned with 5 chicken dinners, dude.
Exactly. Talking about XP Blood Legion, you can look at the players. Like Rayan had 46 kills, and he was the top fragger in the entire Bangladesh region out there. Then talking about Gyro had 45 kills, Leo 18, and obviously Dominic was out there with 38 kills. And talking about the way these players were playing their gameplay, they got 147 kills, 5 chicken dinners, 288 total points. That was the highest in the competition out in that one. So I would say they are ready to dominate the competition again for sure. And hey, the maximum kill chicken dinner game in all of the matches, it was 23 kill game. Just think about that.
Yeah, I mean, XP Blood Legion, they are always impressive to see, and the numbers that we just saw were from the PMCO that they qualified from. And one thing that was there from this team is, even though we do see 2 players having 45, 46 kills to their name, it was the other 2 lads, the support players, providing the damage as well. And it's going to be really, really important for us to see how this group of young players participating in this PMPL, how are they going to fare up against the rest of the competitions, against the veterans of their own regions and the different regions that are participating.
Exactly, because again, I mean, you talk about the way this team was able to just synergize themselves together throughout the PMCO in the region itself. I mean, they walked away with 5 chicken dinners, and not only that, of course, they had 288 points. The second team following them was so far behind with only 216.
Exactly.
So that difference is just so incredible, and that is what we're talking about when it comes to this team. But again, that was the carnage that this team showcased. With that, of course, let's move on to another team to look out for from the PMCO. It is going to be none other than, of course, Carnage Esports, another team that, of course, did get 5 chicken dinners.
Yeah, Carnage Esports, I mean, Praveen, talk about Manish, Snipe and Jiggle, like they are a synergistic force to be reckoned with. When we talk about, you know, a team like a difference, let's call it, between Blood Legion and Carnage, there are some differences and some similarities. Both are kill hungry, both want to dominate, both want to show that they are the best. But talking about this one, 259 points in PMCO, 112 kills and 5 chicken dinners, well, that's one thing. Both of them want to stop at the top. So I want to see what Carnage does right now, because it's going to be a new start, a new event. The points are going to be, you know, just resetting to 0, obviously. So you got to make your, even the first game, you got to make it your best.
I think one major difference between Carnage and XP Blood Legion is picking and choosing their fights carefully. That is what Carnage are good at. They don't see a team and instantly go for those kills. They try and wait their position out and then try and pick those fights.
Yeah. And talking about the player, like, you know, Malik, he is in Carnage right now. He played for Wife previously in the PMCO. And talking about that one, he was one of the top fraggers in group stage, 28 kills for that individual. And in finals, he got 24 kills. So I would love to see, you know, a new player just chiming in, it's good. But how do you just carry forward the synergy? That's the most important thing.
That is so very true, Ocean, because again, I mean, you want to be able to create those synergistic performances together. And talk about synergy, Team F4 coming in from the Pakistan region of PMCO was just so graceful to be able to witness, because the way this team played, even though they only had 2 chicken dinners, the performance just speaks for itself.
Yeah, exactly. 250 points, 110 kills. And Wilry, I mean, you and I were casting that particular match, right? 1v3 with an AWM in the final circle. I mean, I can never forget that. And Khan, in maps like Miramar and all, he has one of the best rotation strategies. I mean, I remember when they were rotating from around the hills, outside the circle, 6 circles, still they are making it inside the circle. That's brilliant.
Exactly. This is a team of veterans. These players have been playing together for a really long time. And Khan is one of the most decorated IGLs in Pakistan. A veteran in terms of leading his team. And he is really dynamic. I mean, has always been with different bunch of players, but he always manages to lead the players and sort of mold them into his own play style. And that is something that we have seen from him really, like, going as far as back as the first tournament that was there in Pakistan. But this time, considering how the team has played throughout the PMCO, Voltrex in an amazing form, Destroyer also in an amazing form. So that is definitely something that F4 is going to look up to.
Absolutely, and again, with that, we are looking at 11 teams that have, of course, joined us from PMCO, but altogether, of course, there are going to be 20 teams, and when it comes to the gameplay itself, we're going to be starting off with Erangel. So let's have a look at the schedule itself and have a look at when it comes to the maps. What are the maps that, of course, will be a part of League play? Week 1, Day 1.
Exactly. When we talk about week 1, day 1, we can see that Group A, B, C, and D are going to be playing the first 2 matches, which is going to be Erangel and Sanhok. So I would love to see what Group E does when they come back.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're going to be coming back from match 3 onwards. That is when Group D will set out. And for the last game of the day, Group C is going to be the group that's going to be sitting out of the match. But it is going to be quite fun because week 1 league play, we have Erangel and Sanhok only. Miramar is going to be coming in the next week.
Yep.
But this week, these are the 2 maps that the teams will have to stay focused on. And that, I think, works out in the team's favor. You don't have to worry about the rotations of one extra map, Miramar, that I think they would have to study on. This time it's just 2 maps, so they can focus on those 2 maps and they can make the recovery a little bit faster.
Exactly. You've got 10 games in total, day 1 and day 2 of the league play combined. And again, you've only got to look at these 2 maps. So when it comes to the synergistic play, when it comes to just finding out what your opponents are about, you have all the opportunities to be able to do so in these 10 games. But with that, guys, I need to ask you, when it comes to the, of course, predictions, you guys sitting back at home, do not forget to, of course, let us know your prediction when it comes to who is going to be getting this first chicken dinner in game number 1. But with that, let's move on to the analysts as well. And fine, of course, Johnny, what do you think, mate?
I think the team that is coming in from the Global Championship is going to try and hit it really hard right off the bat. So Z3us Esports, they're going to do really well in this first game.
That makes the 2 of us.
Well, indeed,
Safely.
with that. Absolutely. With that, of course, we're looking at the analysts who have already confirmed that Zeus is the team that they want to be supporting. Z3us Esports is the one that they think is going to be getting the chicken dinner. You guys sitting back at home, again, hashtag PMCO Season 3 and let us know what team do you think is going to be getting that first winner. With that, let's move on to our wonderful casters, the dynamic duo. It is going to be none other than, of course, XP joined in with play.
Thank you for that, Plotter. Listen, I've been waiting to ask you this. I want to ask you this in front of everyone.
Okay.
It's been a couple of months, like 2 or 3 months since we've been together, you know, doing an event, and you look great.
Like, I do?
Like, what are you doing? Like, what have you been on?
I wasn't expecting that, but yeah, I kind of have lost a little bit of weight. It's just that, you know, I've been withering away, I've been wasting away since I haven't been on this stage, and well, I think I'm back now again. As always, it is a privilege and a pleasure to be alongside you, and well, I cannot get excited for all this action to start today, Blake.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, day 1, I mean, I'm getting a few day 1 jitters as well, and if you look at the teams, I mean, we were listening to the analysts as well, and they were talking about 20 teams playing the league stage, and even though there's not too much on the line, you don't want to be a part of those 4 teams at the bottom who won't get a chance to play during the Super Weekend. So there is still got to be quite a bit of pressure here.
The pressure is going to be mounting, and you know, I kind of like this format. It is only 2 days, basically 10 games, 5 games a day for them to make it or break it to the Super Weekend, and well, we all know that is where all the points are going to matter. But again, I am going to be expecting a lot of fast-paced action. I definitely think the action should be breaking out a lot quicker than usual, and well, I'm sure all of you watching at home are going to be waiting and hoping, in fact, for the same. But looks like, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 is finally going to be underway as we have a look at all our beautiful participants on our screenplay.
There we go, and you know what I love about this? You have so many teams who we already know we've had the opportunity to cast in the past as well. I mean, you look at teams like A1 Esports, you have teams like, for example, Z3us Esports, who are, for me personally, a newer name, but everyone's like, they're a team you have to be keeping an eye out for. But then you have teams like, you know, Deadeyes Guys, for example, a team who we have had the pleasure of casting multiple times. But we're going to be jumping straight on in, wasting no more time, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Erangel to start things off. And looking at the plane path, it's going to be a bit of a curious one. It's going to be starting right north of Zaki and heading straight towards Milta Power. Now, looking at the plane path here, I'm just going to throw this one your way. I'm sure you have an inkling as to where a few of these teams might be heading towards early on.
Well, you know, of course, a lot of teams have their preferred drop spots, is something that I would like to say, but these are subject to change, basically, depending on how the other teams are going to be performing. For example, if we have a look at Z3us Esports now, technically, time in and time out, these guys go for the bunker split, so you can kind of see them heading a bit down south towards the hospital area, where they are going to be splitting up sooner than later. Now, what I am interested to see is what is going to happen in Rozhok, because pretty much the plane path is going to be right over it, and well, we do have a hot contestation down there with XP Blood Legion going up against, well, one of the crowd favorites, the Deadeyes Guys. Now the question is, are we going to see an early clash in Rozhok, or are people going to play just a little safe, since it is game 1, of course? You don't want to basically have all your cards on the table, but again, action is something that is going to be on our screen shortly, and looks like INES's Salu T is already having a look at the enemies nearby, and it is none other than Z3us Esports.
Okay, all right. You were talking about a slow start of the game here, Rex. It looks like we're going to be seeing something a little bit hectic. Salu just pushing on in. He realizes he's not able to run them over, considering they are on the bike. And Z3us Esports, a team who are esteemed analysts, did let us know are a team everyone's going to be looking out for, because they are the favorites, at least, it seems like, in map number 1. We can take a very quick look, as we should have a small bit of a lull in the action here at the circle. And that is hilarious, and I love it.
Wow, I mean, talk about being unpredictable. This is what this game is all about, and the first circle is going to be with Ferry Pair, I beg your pardon, pretty much at the epicenter, which means means that, we might see some military action, we might see some bridge action after a very, very long time. And I'm pretty sure we are going to see a few boats being blown up left, right, and center, as all the players are now going to be traversing further south. Now, quickly, since we do have the map up on our screens, have a look at R3D Esports. They are going to be all the way to the northeast near Stalbur and Kameshki, which, of course, while looting is not going to be an issue, they are going to be, even Steven. It's going to be really, really calm for them. But when they have to traverse, when they have to migrate down south to the zone, oh boy, Blade, that's when things get just a little bit sticky.
I mean, that's what hunters do, right? They try to catch migratory birds flying down south during the winter, and hopefully, I want to find out who's going to be the hunter and who is indeed going to be the hunted. Like you did point out earlier, most of these teams, they have their usual drop locations and whatnot. I'm sure they scrim with each other as well. But at the same time, when it comes down to actually playing in the, playing a tournament where everything is going to be on the line, you're going to be seeing some nerves come into play. You're going to be seeing a couple of teams who are just going to be looking at each other while dropping down from the plane. They're going to be like, wait, are you going to Rozhok? Well, I'm going to be going to Rozhok. And sometimes one of them is going to blink and fade away. But one thing I did notice in some of the wildcard events recently was how certain teams, they just throw caution to the winds and they're like, you know what, this is our territory, we're going to fight for it. And that's something which, I don't know, I want to see early on, but like you pointed out, I feel like it's going to be a bit of a tepid start to the game, a little bit of a slower approach for most of these teams.
You just mentioned a few of the older tournaments. Of course, the Global Championships was something that went by. We, of course, had a few wildcard events as well. And I really wasn't, I didn't really get a chance to talk about these teams at that time. So I'm looking forward to the teams, especially from Mongolia. Now, you did mention Z3us Esports. Now, let me just say one thing. I thought they'd be channeling the great Khan himself, but looks like the Greek mythology is right up par over there with, Zeus, the god of thunder, of course, is going to be leading the charge. I want to see if some thunderbolts, if some sparks are indeed going to fly today. And just as I say that, I like the fact that there is one person on the Z3us Esports team who is godless. Ouch.
Well, he's godless at the same time. He is from Zeus. I mean, mythology, religion, that's something I really don't want to get into, honestly.
You don't know it was a true story, right? I mean, there was a guy sitting up on top of a mountain back in the day throwing thunderbolts down on the...
Oh, it was a true story?
Absolutely.
All right.
Did you know that?
I did not know that. I thought it was a fable, but now that you've told me, it obviously has to be true. We do take a look at a few of these teams. Again, it's an interesting circle as we saw earlier on, but we saw some very early rotations taking place, right? We have a couple of teams already who have headed towards a military circle. We have Future Station over there. We have another team right next to them who are going to be looting up towards a military base, and of course Novo, but it's out of Future Station. VNM, they're still sticking around towards military power. Again, early in the game. Circle's still going to take a while to encroach upon where they are right now, and even when it does, it's going to take, it's not going to be dealing too much damage. The problem here is because so many teams are outside of the circle, when they do migrate, it can be messy. It can get ugly.
Oh, yeah.
And we can see a lot of teams just fall by the wayside before we're even in the fourth circle, for example.
And, forget the fourth circle. Like you did kind of mention the whole migration patterns and all that. Now, since the circle was already formed as a few teams were still dropping down to the earth towards the end of the playing path, I did kind of see a team like, for example, A1 Esports. Now, they are most comfortable dropping down in Yasnaya. But they made that right decision to, let's just get in some vehicles and we'll go all the way down towards the center near Ferry Pair, which looks like a lot of other teams have the same idea, because now we do have a little bit of a cluster of teams converging in on that fabled Ferry Pair. Of course, it is a very scenic place, but soon there are going to be some bullets flying, some bodies dropping, and, well, it is going to be quite grotesque in some time.
Grotesque. Lovely word. I have there's one thing I've always found curious, and, you having played at the highest levels in the past, you can probably let me know here. Whenever you see a circle towards what we see at the moment, like you pointed out, there are a lot of teams who do like heading towards the Ferry Pier. No one heads towards Primorsk. Why?
Well, I mean, I think you can answer that question better yourself, because you are one of those gentlemen who would actually go the other end of where the circle is. And you'll be like, all right, I'll probably come in a little bit later. People don't expect anyone through the blue zone. And talking about that, we already have our first blood, and it's going to be Jax, who is going to walking away. And look at that. I really love the new animations. I love the fact that I mean, talk about death being cold. That is definitely frigid. That is going to be a frozen crate over there, as Sinister is going to make sure he gets the best of the loot. But with that, we do have the first casualty in the game. And, well, A1 Esports seem to have made the right decision to make sure that they are the ones that made it to Ferry Pair first. Because now they can be in a bit of a position to kind of, you know, cement themselves in. They can fortify themselves in not just one, but a lot of buildings, making sure they have as many angles and as many flanks as possible. And, well, let's see if they can hold on against an onslaught of attacks that are going to be coming their way very shortly.
The first player to drop there, of course, the first casualty in the server was Jiggle from Carnage Esports, and unfortunately he was a little too early to the action. I feel like you can see his teammates. You know, we have our separate monitors showing the map as well, and we can see his teammates were quite a distance behind him. So maybe he was kind of like the reconnaissance guy going ahead of everyone else, but unfortunately the messenger getting shot very early on. So early casualties for Carnage Esports, not going to be very happy with that. But then, like you pointed out, XP, there are a multitude of teams who have headed towards the Ferry Pier. Zeus, though, they've taken a more scenic route. They've gone south of Gatka, and they are going to be heading towards Primorsk. There we go. We finally have a team heading towards Primorsk.
Now, I'll tell you a little something about Primorsk. The thing is, well, first of all, let's have a look. There is something enticing, something that is calling them towards Primorsk. It is that little airdrop. It is a bit out in the water, pretty much in no man's land right now. It is going to be a little risky. But the thing with Primorsk, in my opinion, is that you kind of put yourself up against a wall if you think about it. Because now, if you don't have any boats or if you don't have any amphibious vehicles to make your escape and, you know, go down south and then come back up, it's going to be really tricky if people are already aware of your position. Because mind you, if you are heading to Ferry Pair from Primorsk, you have these mountains. And if somebody's atop the mountains, well, it is going to be a lot easier to spot some movement down below.
Indeed it is. And there's a man I know. There's a man I know. Chari. Playing under a new banner, at least from the last time I've had the opportunity to cast his games. He's going to be, of course, representing Skylight Esports this time around. As you take a look at the next circle, and it's going to kind of collapse in itself. Ferry Pier is, as you pointed out, it was the epicenter in the first one. It looks like it's going to be pretty much the same. What's interesting for me is, though, the military base island, it's still kind of in the play zone. There is a potential, there is a possibility that a circle could drastically shift towards maybe potentially a military island final circle, maybe even a bridge fight. So the fact that Flex have crossed on over towards on the western bridge, like, would you rather have them just cap the bridge and just kind of have control of that, or are they just going for the safer approach here?
Now the thing is, if they do kind of think about camping the bridge, I would not be opposed to it because of a very big reason. Now, over the course of the scrims, in fact, I kind of noticed that Seal Esports, they love dropping down either at the military base or at the bridge just north to it near Ferry Pair. This time, however, these guys are way up to the north. In fact, they are going to be coming down just west of Gatka. They are still not in the zone. They are going to make their way to the second circle. I beg your pardon. So, if the team is going to be, you know, keeping an eye out for things like this, whether there's any movement on the bridge or whether, you know, the same old rotations are being followed by other teams, it is not going to be a good idea. But since no one's there, I think it's theirs for the taking. But it does look like no one is going to go for that whole bridge play just yet. At this stage, exposing yourself is a little bit tricky.
I know, and I'm very surprised. Like, you can see Zul, he's in the water. And now, look, if the circle favors him, he can stick on around them for a while. But yeah, that beach this early, I'm not too sure what he's thinking. Now, A1, they don't really want to give away their fortification either. And it's not really worth the hunt, at least in my opinion, just going for that one kill, exposing yourself, especially with a multitude of teams in the vicinity. And as I say that, Dante has spotted out a member from the side of StalwartFlex who wear the team towards military base. They've managed to somehow sneak their way into its Ferry Pier without really facing off against any opposition. So all these teams, all these players are being very, very placid, very trepidant at the moment, not really looking to make the first move.
I'm glad you said placid because my mind heard something else. But right now, I love the fact that you did say that because, Blade over there almost getting knocked out of his buggy, taking a few shots to the noggin over there as Dante is going to keep watch. Looks like he does have an idea where Johnny Boy is going to be moving around, as they are going to make sure that their vehicles are in a safe spot. Again, another big important thing. These vehicles, I mean, they can be lifesavers at the end of the game. And of course, you want to make sure that you have as many as possible till the end. Now, what's happening over here is Stalwart are going to be flexing just a little bit as to their prowess of, the tactical prowess.
I
as
saw
an
what he did
AUG A3 is going to drop in the second airdrop. Now, this is what I think. You saw that little rocky terrain right next to the beach. They are going to try and flank on the left as far as A1 Esports Esports is concerned, trying to get them off guard, but have a look at what's happening from the water like great amphibious predators. We have XP Blood Legion coming in, and well, if you have a name like Blood Legion,
it's a cool name. It's a really cool name.
Gives it a very Roman feel. They are out for blood.
It's almost like a very gladiatorial feel, you know, like the Blood Legion are coming. Oh, yeah. That does sound a bit terrifying. We have DRS Gaming. They were all the way towards Stalba, if I'm not mistaken, and they finally managed to make their way into the circle as well. So they're just gonna play the periphery of the circle. They are aware that Seal Esports are nearby. Ooh. A little bit of sound being made. Seal are aware as well.
We have a little bit of drama that's going to be on our screens in just a few seconds as the zone has finally taken a little bit of a drastic shift. It has taken a shift in a place that we actually want to witness. We want to see some bridge action. There you have it on the top right of your screens. That means
no one south of the bridge.
No one south of the bridge, which means a few teams might actually consider that. But again, you want to make sure that the fifth circle is going to be favorable to you as well. A1 Esports are still going to be content with their position, with their fortification. However, it is going to be hotly contested property as all the teams are now going to be converging in on one another. Now, we were talking about Z3us Esports. Have a look at how quickly they already rotated from Primorsk past Fairy Pair, taking up this, one of these ridges. And let me tell you one thing, Blair. As a player, these ridges are probably the most dangerous in this map.
Oh, absolutely. You can get shot from multiple directions, and I did see a self-knock coming out. I think it was from Blood Legion. Thankfully, no one there to finish off the job. And here we go. Finally, bullets being rattled off. It is going to be the Chari. And it's going to be whiffing quite a few of his shots. The vehicle is, however, smoking. And Zyol is a very brave man running around that little compound, daring Chari to take a shot. He does take a bullet to his ankles, but he's going to be fine. The problem right now is he is kind of in no man's land. No one nearby for his team to, help provide any covering fire and whatnot. But F4 are coming under fire. They have a knock already, and Chari is just taking pot shots, and he's going to have a very comfortable time keeping them pinned down. In the meantime, you can see on your kill feed a couple of knocks taking place, but no final kills yet. No one has dropped so far, apart from Jiggle from CNE early in the game.
This is what I'm kind of anticipating is happening over here. So now, yes, we did see the member from Z3us go behind that little bit of a cabin and, take some refuge behind it. However, he would have been in a predicament because F4 were in a beautiful position to lay down some shots and potentially end his life. However, I think Chari and his teammates kind of thought that, they belong to the same team. A little bit of fire went out, and, well, Z3us is going to be lucky to be alive. However, I see his teammate is going to be putting the fear in the opponents, as it looks like 7C Esports are already going to be losing one member, the second casualty of the game, as Turu Love crawls away to safety in the nick of time as a grenade probably deafened him on the right side.
Our desk did build up Z3us Esports to be a team we all should be keeping an eye out for, and I certainly am. And it's interesting, right? You see these three members from Z3us over there right now just crawling around. Interesting how we're already seeing teams and players just crawling this early, right? It's only the third circle. We still have, 4 or 5 circles remaining, and already you can see the lack of cover in some of these areas. HV, though, they're in a very good spot, smack in the center of the circle. But circle number 4, the plays on the fourth plays on what's going to dictate what's going to happen over here. It's going to be still towards Fairy Pier. It's going to be towards the island. Never mind. It's going to be a battle breaking out. A1, they didn't want to take the fight to anyone, but the fight is going to be coming towards them. And it is going to be INES Clutch inside of the same house as Boy. And Newt is right outside, providing eyes for his teammate. Clutch, he's kind of in a rough spot. He's trapped. Newt taking a bit of damage as well, just healing himself up, popping a couple of painkillers. And A1, this house is there for the time being, but for how long can they hold off the onslaught?
Well, that is a question that we definitely want to answer. And just another thing to reiterate, INES kind of followed the same migration pattern that Z3us Esports did. Ooh, Newt, you could be in trouble. That grenade, ooh, luckily it's just a smoke grenade. Of course, some cover to make sure that they have a little bit of maneuvering space, while Khan from F4 is going to put Rayan from Blood Legion on his knees. And, well, there's a retaliation as he took a Car 98 to the head. I mean, I want to see some sniping action. I want to see some headshots. But right now, it is going to be A1 Esports up against INES. Now, INES are in a little bit of a pickle because they need to dedicate themselves to one side because they have F4 and Blood Region towards their back and, well, A1 Esports right up front. So they got to make their moves right now or they are going to be decimated.
I know there's a battle happening right now, but the next circle is going to be brutal indeed.
Wow.
We do have INES getting eliminated. They
There you
didn't even
go.
get a single kill, and that's a rough start to the tournament here for the side of INES. Can you take a quick look at the circle though? In the meantime, never mind. Hold on. Voltric's going to come running on in. The man is a madman. He's a lunatic. He's going to get a knock. He's trying to finish off the job here, and I do believe it's Blood Legion, and they are in a rough spot indeed.
That's it?
And that is going to be it. That's Blood Legion. They're
That
gonna-
is the aggression we were talking about.
I love it. F4 not allowing Blood Legion to catch their breath, catching them out in the open. And if you take a look at the circle very, very quickly, it is on the bridge. It is going to be on the bridge. So these teams, there we go. We can see the circle. It's on the bridge. You can see these teams, they need to battle their way out from Fairy Pier. It is going to be brutal. And look at Carnage Esports. They suffered the first casualty, but they're thinking way ahead of everyone else. They're going to be heading straight to the bridge, avoiding everyone, using, as you pointed out, a more amphibious route.
That is exactly what they're doing, and it's the right decision that is being made on their part. But again, INES, I kind of feel for them because they kind of put themselves up in a little bit of a wall over there. I like the fact that Steel Shot, that's the name first of all. Second, he had an M24 and he actually put a bullet in someone's head as he's going to try and finish him off. The last bullet in the chamber, and now he's going to have to go for a quick reload as DRS Gaming can now go for the revives. But it looks like AJ does not have an idea of where the bullets are coming from, and had that connected, that would have been amazing judgment. He was like on the right line, except the fact that there was a tree, and well, we did miss that shot as we're now going to join the boys from Seal Esports as they are picking the fight against the enemy. Remember, they did lose Zaki early on, but Barra, Killer and Wally are heavy hitters, and well, we expect a lot from them elsewhere. Blade from StalwartFlex is going to be flexing with all his might as he picks one from A1 Esports.
A1 Esports, they've been just been pinned down in the building for quite a while. They only had Sinisters outside, but now he's been spotted out by Blade. And Blade, he's they are in the play zone right now, on the periphery of the play zone, so they don't really have to budge for the time being. But these two teams right now duking it out. It is going to be 7C coming under heavy fire. The nade's going to find one, and they're going to push on in. Turalov, he's going to try and get a trade and maybe help his teammate out, but he seems to be all alone. Totter is far away in the neighboring building, and there's nothing he can do. Turalov down on the ground, he's going to be done for, and it's all down to Totter. He's going to somehow try and keep the hopes of his team alive, but he's already being hunted down. You can see them running on up, wasting no time, and Totter, he needs to do everything in his power to somehow stave off what is looking like the inevitable, as F4 in the meantime getting eliminated. They did get a team wipe, so they do get 5 points to their name, and Todd now getting pushed by Anubis. He's going to get the knock, but that's all he's going to find, and with that, that's going to be 7C, who will be sent on a Viking funeral.
Well, they're going to be out to the sea in the 13th position with just that one kill, as Baron is going to be trying a little bit of a risky move, going not between one, not two, but three teams, and well, he has driven past all of them and has now gone in the water. He is going to be at the very depths down below, obviously patching himself in, and I love the fact that all the teams are again congregating again on one another's position, and it is going to be absolute pandemonium, absolute chaos down here under the bridge. Talk about being trolled under the bridge, Play.
Under the bridge? Well, it's a great song. But I love Zeol's position there. No one knows he's there, and he's providing so much information, and he's going to get the kill from the water like a great white shark indeed. He's going to find not just the kills, it's the information is gathering for the rest of his teammates who are trying to head in his direction, but they're going to get blown up, and that's not looking good here. It is a battle. It is a three-way fight breaking out here between Seal, and of course we have Team R3, we have Zeus as well, and this beach, it's a graveyard of corpses at the moment.
Graveyard of corpses and metal, because the amount of cars over here is just phenomenal. But now Assassin, the man on a rampage, is still not done as he just pops that door open and guns down yet another couple of opponents. And with that, Rafford goes down, Steel Shot goes down, which means, well, this guy is going to be on a massive rampage. I think that's 6 kills to his name already, as Venom Legends are going to be eliminated in the 11th position, which means now we are down to the final 10 teams. And have a look at the circle. That is pretty chill. It's going to be chaotic. Talking about being bad neighbors.
Zeol is on 4 kills. I do believe he is also the lone man standing for his team, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir.
And that is a lot of pressure on this man's shoulders. And right now, no one's going to take the fight because you can see T2K's position here. It is fantastic. It is in the zone. They have the high ground advantage. You have all the cover as well. So yes, they might not have too many kills at the moment, but they get a chicken dinner. I mean, they're in the best position right now because everyone's battling each other. Everyone's going to whittle away the competition, and they can swoop on in from above and close out the game.
Plus, you got to remember, 16 teams are going to go on forward to the Super Weekend, and every single game, every single chicken dinner counts. It does not matter about the kills, but it looks like Zeol might be spotted not just from one person, but from two different teams as Train to Kills Utsarga thought he saw some movement down by the beach as Joker is going to scum to his scared off the play zone. However, it isn't the play zone that's going to take the kill. It was Assassin who was trying. Ooh, he was just one bullet too late. Otherwise, he would have racked up 6 kills to his name. The play zone is finally going to get Joker. He gets the last laugh as A1 Esports are going to be eliminated in the 10th position. But Blade, did you just have a look at how many kills they got?
8 kills. That's tremendous, right? And again, every single point matters. You might not get the chicken dinner, but if you get those kill points, you're going to definitely do yourselves a favor. Down to the final 9 teams, 17 alive. That's less than an average of 2 players a team. That's how close this is going to get. And look at the circle. 80% of that is in the water. And it's kind of skirting the edge of the bridge as well. Seal will also hit the ground. 8 teams remaining, 16 alive. And T2K, they're just going to be feeling very, very, very happy at the moment. They don't have to move at all. There's no one, as long as they don't pop their heads, as long as they don't get too overeager, they have this one in the bag.
They need to make sure that they have all their exits and entrance points covered because although it is going to be a little difficult to push up on their position, you know, a little bit of an onslaught, a little bit of forceful, retaliation against them could be devastating as we have a look at how many people are still alive. And it looks like T2K and High Voltage are the only 2 teams with all 4 members still intact. R3D and SGX, they have 2 members apiece as Zeus, Carnage, FS and DRS are all going to be survived by one lone warrior.
Capshi in the water behind the rock. And now I don't know if he's found some footing there.
Do you remember that rock?
I remember the rock.
You remember that rock? We've seen some action around that rock in previous games. Do you think we might have a similar circle?
I don't know. I would love to see that happen. Imagine the sheer madness if that actually takes place. We do have High Voltage. They have all 4 alive. They have 8 points to their name as well. And T2K, while they were looking comfortable, inevitably they were going to be pushed, right? And High Voltage, they have 4 alive, and they're going to go for this fight. But nades are just being thrown in the direction of High Voltage. It's not going to be an easy hill to take. They have an uphill battle, as it is going to be Zeus getting taken down by the play zone. They get eliminated in 8th place, but they do get 6 points because of Zeol's heroics. And now Jane from atop the roof, he's got the bird's eye view as to where High Voltage might be coming in from, but he's paranoid because there's so many teams still alive, even though, like you pointed out, it's only 1 or 2 members remaining for them. But all you need is 1 player to play small support. As Voltage, he can hear that vehicle. He knows there's someone nearby. As Assassin's going to find the gear, and there's 1 player standing here.
I think Edgar's already taken out. He was already taken out. It was a quick knock and a finish. And Assassin, let me tell you one thing. This man is living up to his name. 5 kills already. Make that 6 because Joker does just went boom. And with that, well, looks like R3D Esports are going to have to say bye-bye in this first game.
Is it R3D or red? I'm just going to call it red. It's red. Come on, it has to be red. All right, 5 points. 5 points. Look at Capshi. Okay, Capshi. Let's paint the picture here. He's on the rock and a circle.
Oh, that's a good grenade!
Oh, that's a massive nade, but it's on him! The circle's on him! I don't believe it. It's actually going to be on him. And now everyone's going to head on towards this area where he has a foothold. He could maybe pull this one off.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask you a question watching at home. Do you remember something similar that happened in another tournament just a few months ago?
I've only seen this once before.
Well, 1 is more than enough, and looks like we are going to have a little bit of a repeat of what happened. Now, talking about that drastic circle shift, you know what that means, right? T2K are going to be jumping in the water at some point. However, they've got to be careful because have a look at what lies right below. And I don't mean under the surface of the water, I mean right above it, because DRS Gaming is going to be still in the picture with Mr. Boro. Now, we do know Mr. Boro can deal out quite a lot of damage, but Snipe YT, the last surviving member for Carnage, is going to be lurking just besides him. High Voltage have a good position as well. Also, the fact that they have all 4 members alive.
I have a question. How many nades do T2K have? How many nades do T2K have? Because they could just rain down hellfire on High Voltage without having to fire a single bullet. They could make their lives miserable right now. But they're waiting the time. They're just biding the time. But look at how many players there are. There are like 3 teams in the water, high voltage right on the beach, and T2K from above, and it's still waiting for the circle. They're still waiting for circle numbers 8.
You know, you're talking about, raining down death on your opponents. I want some more action. I want it to be like a proper Hollywood movie. I want them to jump, rappel down, and just shoot everyone as they go down. Doesn't matter if they get knocked out as soon as they hit the ground. I want to see some action. But have a look at this. Jane obviously has an idea of where the opponents are. And looks like Chari is going to be spotted. In fact, a foot was just in the vision. It looks like that angle was just a bit too much. Now, you did kind of say that T2K are taking their time in coming down. That grenade isn't going to do much, Assassin. You need to be throwing it a lot harder, or maybe hit the gym and get that little extra power. But it looks like we are going to have some shots fired as T2K finally are going to open up on the opponents down below.
Feel kind of sad for Future Station there. If only Circle headed in his direction, but unfortunately, it's going to be ending right at the top where T2K are. Like you pointed out, they're just it's virtually like shooting fish in a barrel, right? That nade's going to find both Assassin and Cooney.
Oh yeah,
that's going to be He's cooked it, and it's a little too far away. It's a weird angle. It's a rough angle, right? As long as T2K don't feel like kamikazing their way downhill, they're good. This one's a done deal.
Do it.
No.
I mean, is the chicken dinner really that important?
I don't know, man. Like, you can ask these guys. I feel like it is. And even though high voltage, what do you think? Like, do you think it would have been a better idea for high voltage to have gone for that fight, the Battle of the Hill, rather than head on down? That would have maybe given them a chance to potentially at least win this duel against T2K.
That's a good point that you bring up. But right now, Assassin, who was the highest fragger from high voltage, remember I just said he just got completely wiped out. Again, a little bit of overstepping over there, because he did kind of get an idea that Snipe YT is right beside him in the water. And of course, when you have, like you said, shooting fish in a barrel, you want to go and do that. But again, a little bit of a mistake over there, as he did expose himself to T2K up high. Now, Aussie Extreme and Cooney definitely have the right idea. It is, in fact, Hug a Rock Day, and they are going to make sure their bodies are one with nature. Kapshi, of course, is still there, but have a look at who's swimming in around him. This could get problematic later on. He does know that someone's there. He knows someone there, though.
He's not shooting, though. Oh, he maybe can't spot Chari.
Or maybe doesn't want to give his position away.
This position, look, I still feel it's going to be very hard for him to pull this one off, considering how many members of T2K. Oh, the nade! High voltage are aware, and they're trying to find him, and Kapshi's got to make a move, but from above it's going to be, actually it's going to be Chari's going to get the knock onto him, but a quick trade from Utsarga, and T2K's going to finish him off, and now we're down to the final 5 teams, and Kapshi's going to be done for. The circle is very brutal this late in the game, and T2K, they're just nade fishing.
Beautiful.
They're just nade fishing. They're just tossing and lobbing the nades, and I did ask you earlier how many nades do these guys have. It looks like they have all the nades they need. We're down to the final 3 teams. T2K have all 4 players alive, and ladies and gentlemen, this just feels like a formality. And for DRS and Carnage Esports, they were the team who lost a player, the first team to lose a player in the server. They have 0 points to the name, but hey, a top 3 placing is a top 3 placing.
They are going to be walking away with a minimum of 10 points, and well, that is something that they want. It looks like the opponents are like, hey, what's up? How you doing?
Oh, no.
Like, how you doing? But looks like Snipe Whitey was in a friendly position, and looks like another grenade is going to be coming off. That does damage Snipe Whitey. However, it's going to be the play zone that is going to steal the kill for itself. With that, Carnage Esports out in 3rd position.
Oh,
and there you have it. That's 1. That's 2. That is what all she wrote. That is how the cookie crumbles. And with that, Team T2K, they are definitely trained to kill, because, well, they have won the first game in this PMPL Season 3.
I mean, there was a world there. There was a moment where I'm like, Boro could maybe
get
clutch
one,
it out.
get 2, get the other. I mean,
But credit to T2K, they didn't waste any time. They went in for the kill there, and didn't all go in together. They dropped it as a duo, even like a little bit of gunfire while in the air as well. And T2K, the Nepali team, coming out on top with a very, very convincing win, working that circle perfectly in their favor.
I mean, you might want to add luck as a bit of a factor, but it isn't really luck, right? I mean, that's something that the ones who don't win came up with, right? I mean, that's what I've heard. But anyway, it was beautifully played out by T2K, and they did win the game. And you know what we'll do? We'll just take a little bit of a quick breather. Why don't you take a little break as well while we wrap our brains around all the action we just saw right now. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season number 3. Game 1 just finished off, and that was a high, intense moment throughout the entirety of the game. And again, I mean, guys, as we were just discussing the entirety of the game,
Yeah.
you were on point, Ocean. Once again, when it comes to that circle, every single nook and corner was on point. But alongside that, of course, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 for making all of this happen. Whoop up your game. With that, let's get into the analysis of this game. It was, of course, a high-octane match that was won with the game working in favor of T2K right off the bat.
Yeah, an impressive performance by the lads. And I mean, they definitely do feel like Obi-Wan Kenobi, right? They're having the high ground in their favor and just dropping those grenades on the opponents below them.
Yeah.
But it was the thing that impressed me the most was the circle.
Exactly. I mean, right off the bat, first game itself you're looking at, and the circle just pulls such a curveball towards you and pushes you down into the water region itself, for which, of course, T2K is highly commendable because the way they approached that situation was beautiful to see. With that, let's have a look at the most valuable player coming in from this game, and that goes down towards Assassin.
Wow. 6 kills coming from this individual lad, 851 damage, 26 plus minutes of survival time. Given the fact that, you know, you had to survive, obviously, if you're on a lower ground, and he did that to perfection. 4 assists as well.
The best moment from this team was the fact when they realized that, all right, it's just a 1v4 situation, they just started dropping down from that mountain to get that one guy.
I mean, yeah, the way the players were just, you know, moving forward from T2K, that was brilliant.
Yeah.
But, you know, the thing that I'm the most happy about, you
Right.
know it, right?
I mean, it has to be the circle, right?
The way
call.
I was sitting with Lakshan, I was like,
Wow.
You know, the zone's going to go there. And the zone did go there.
I guess now we just got to work on our predictions about the teams.
Well,
'Cause
again,
we
I mean,
were way
talk about
off.
top,
We'll-
let's talk
we'll-
about
we'll
top
figure that out.
analysis coming in for the map, the predictions coming in from the map. It is going to be none other than, of course, Ocean itself. But talking about the top players from this game, let's have a look at the top players that, of course, do include, well, wow. 3
Okay.
players from T2K.
Well, that's brilliant. I'm talking about Jane, G.I. Jane, talking about
Yeah.
the Saga and obviously blah, blah, blah. And the most important thing is that all the 3 players from T2K, they have had different roles assigned to them. You can see the player badges right next to them. One was a scout, one was given assaulter duty. So that was one thing. But Assassin from High Voltage, well, he obviously was incredible. That's why he was the MVP out there.
Yeah, definitely. And high voltage, they had the voltage in their favor, but it was just the altitude. They were stuck below that cliff, and
Yep.
T2K knew exactly where they were because high voltage was shooting in every single direction, taking on multiple teams at the same time. Not just teams, I mean multiple individual players that were left behind, and just picking them off, getting all those kills for themselves. And T2K, they just waited for the right time. They waited for the opportunity to come, and when it came, they made sure that they capitalized it.
They certainly did. That was just the perfect way to summarize it. With that, let's also have a look at the match summary from game number 1 indeed. And in that, once again, you do have the name of Assassin coming in twice, or rather thrice actually.
Well, Assassin, obviously, he did good for his team. But talking about, you know, Jane, highest damage, like almost touching 1,000, not exactly, but 936, I would take that. Aussie. So this is the most utilities used, ladies and gentlemen. This gets a constitution of, you would say, grenades and obviously smoke grenades, and that is 14. That's decent number if you want to go for the first game. Because, you know, you might need smokes for the path, you might need grenade for opening, so that is good when we look about it.
Absolutely, because again, I mean, the way the utilities were working in their favor at the end moment, rather, is the point to bring up, because T2K was on top of that ridge, working perfectly in their favor, that ridge, but eventually, talk about the other lads who were stuck underneath that, and that was just disastrous to see.
Exactly. Talk about disasters. I want to move a little bit earlier on in the matchup during the mid-game stages when we saw those teams line up on that beach shore. It is an open area, and it was Zeus who tried to go in. We saw Zeol put up an amazing play just by being in the vehicle, taking some shots on the players that were trying to hide on the shoreline, picking them off, then moving up, trying to get a few more kills, but he was taken out, unfortunately. And we saw a lot of teams getting taken out right along the shoreline as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely, because again, I mean, it was Stalwart that was brought down from there. But talk about the initial part of the game itself, right? That was just perfect approach coming in. But of course, with that, move on the conversation towards the zones as well. Because again, when you talk about these teams, they did bring in their best. It was, of course, 4 groups going against each other. Group E, as of now, was not part of this. But talk about the zone, mate. Ocean.
So talking about the circles like this, right? The first circle should always be constituting of a normal shift. Like it was a central shift, no hard shifts coming out on the first circle. That was decent. The second circle obviously had to move up north. You could not expect a bridge circle as of now, but the way it just moves down, right? You know, it kind of plays with the mind of the players because they are like, we were ready to stay at the north. No one was ready to move south, but then F4 comes out, you know, in the rotation. I remember the Voltrex domination.
Yeah.
That was brilliant from F4. But now as the circle shifts again, as you know, the circle has to leave water somehow, but it sticks with it. It sticks with that rule and that the swoop that circle does. I mean, all the players with the movement, they obviously had to be on their toes. Right now, everyone was like, Kapchi would be really happy with this circle because there was no one behind him. He would be just standing at that particular area, just trying to take all the fights. But the thing is, the players still started moving, and then it was GG for T2K, obviously.
It absolutely was. With that, let's move on towards the match ranking itself. Because again, we know for a fact that when it comes to train to kill, they were just dominating with those kill departments. Again, with the placement that they had in the game. But following them very closely was High Voltage.
Yeah, High Voltage is not too far behind in terms of the total number of points that they have too. They named 17 points coming in. But this is something that we were talking about before this match even started. How you want to distribute your points. Because look at DRS Gaming. They finished on the second position. Carnage Esports right behind them. 1 kill to DRS. Carnage Esports not getting those kills for themselves. 10 points coming to their name. But right below them is A1 Esports, a team with just single placement points, but they had 8 kills, and that brings them inside of the top 5.
Yeah, and we did talk about this one, right? 1 placement point, but more kill points can actually just, you know, change your fate altogether. Team F4, no placement point and 5 kill points.
Yeah.
Future Station with more placement points than the kill points, obviously just out here. And we're talking about the other teams. You know, 7C, XB Blood Legion, and INES. You remember how XB Blood Legion went down when F4 Voltrex was the one just, you know, dominating in a force.
I think that was a fight that neither of the teams expected to actually happen, because we did see XB Blood Legion try to fall back, try to disengage, but that was a mistake. You had to fight your way through it. But whoever survived was destined to be taken out when they tried to get into the circle, because as that fight was happening, both the teams were getting delayed and the teams were getting lined up already for the next circle.
You know, I'll tell you one thing. So this happens always. This is the thing. You plan something that never gets executed most probably, and that's the RNG of the game always.
It always is, because again, I mean, you guys are pointing out such perfect moments, but with that, of course, there were so many moments that were, of course, witnessed throughout this entirety of the game. Let's move on to the open moments and have a look at right off the bat. It ought to be the first.
Yeah, and the first one is going to be the bloody one. As we did see Voltrex, as Ocean mentioned, the domination coming in, picking off the players of XB Blood Legions right out of the air. And then, as we move forward, this is exactly what I was talking about. This shoreline right here, it was absolutely brutal to every single team and every single player that tried to approach that position.
Yeah, I mean, that shoreline kind of just, you know, limits out your play as well, because you're thinking how you're going to be just, you know, moving forward, because you only have one area to look forward to. And if you're out in the shoreline, you know you are making mistakes.
Exactly. Funnily enough, the only people that survived were the ones that came in from the northern side and moved over to the side of the lighthouse already.
I mean, look at this. Now it's going to be one thing: skydiving from the upper area to a scuba diving inside the water. Like that's the way it just.
Here comes my favorite moment of the game: T2K players going after Mr. Boro.
that was. I would say that was much more adrenaline, just one jump as compared to just, you know, all the other circles combined.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no two ways about it. I mean, that's exactly how you want to get started off with this day, of course. There's day number 1 of League Plays, and in that, we've, of course, gotten our first team to get a chicken dinner, and that is none other than T2K. But talk about the entirety of the saga. There was just domination coming in from all the teams. I mean, we saw Zeus, even though they were knocked off in 14th position, they did bring in a lot of kills for them. 6 kills for this team. So with that, talking about the damage, let's have a look at the damage histograph itself and find out, when it comes to all the teams, where exactly did they rack up to be?
See, one thing that you would notice straight off the bat is everyone got a chance to take those fights. DRS Gaming and Carnage Esports, they managed to bring themselves inside of the circle and get those placement points. But apart from that, we saw an early exit for XB Blood Legions, INES, F4. All of them went through those complete team fights that broke out in the early stages of the match.
Exactly, but if we talk about Skylight Gaming, high voltage and obviously T2K, they had some of the highest bars in this one as compared to the damage marker. But the kill marker, look at A1 Esports, they got 8 kills, but they could not just convert the placement point department in their area. But obviously they did get a good placement in the standings as we were just watching. Had it been even better, obviously they could have been in like top 5, top 7 for sure in this one as well, and obviously that number could have just increased even better. But right now we just talk about FS as well. Just look at that. 0 kills. So there was Carnage, there was FS with 0 kills, Extreme Blood Legion and INES as well. So in the upcoming games, obviously they'll have to just turn things around probably.
We were just talking about this while watching the matchup as well, as we saw the last player of Future Station trying to survive on that piece of rock. It felt like a scene out of movie Jaws. The man just sitting there waiting for all the sharks that are spilling the blood in the water and just waiting for waiting to hunt him down.
Exactly, that's what was witnessed. Because again, you talk about Future Station, they had a really good start. They were all by themselves, along with Stalwart, very close to them in the military base. But eventually, the wait fizzled out was certain thing that they had not anticipated, of course. But that's absolutely fine, because it's only first game, right? It's only game number 1 done. Let's move on and have a look at the schedule once again, where indeed we've just finished our first game on day number 1 of the league plays. That was on Erangel, and Train to Kill, of course, is the winner. But as you move on along, it's going to be Sanhok coming up.
Exactly, it's going to be Sanhok coming up. We're talking about the thing only again, Group E not playing. So the teams are already in the momentum, but the change of map kind of just, tricks you, because in the previous map as well, we saw some early skirmishes happening. You remember INES and Zeus, they both dropped down at Georgia Pole area, almost got into an early skirmish. So chances of that increase in a map like Sanhok.
Yeah, definitely a much smaller map. Even while dropping down, you are going to be able to spot the opponents and know exactly where they are. And one thing that happens quite frequently in this map, more than the other ones, is individual players get caught out by entire teams and you lose out on that one player earlier on in the game. So you have to watch out for that specifically.
Well, that's why we're here. We want to be able to see that early aggression. We want to be able to get into that dominating plays. Once again, though, of course, last time it was a different thing you predicted. What team do you think is going to be able to get this Sanhok map? Of course, you guys sitting back at home, do not forget to hashtag it in chat as well. But of course, Johnny, what prediction do you think?
This is going to be a tough one. I think I'm going to skip this one entirely.
DRS for me, I would say.
Once again, alright, well with that, let's move on to the commentators who today are going to be taking us through this moist, wonderful map of Sanhok. It is going to be none other than Necro, joined in with Fixes.
Well, thank you so much, Lakshay, and what a cracker of a start it has been. And hello, Necro. So how are you feeling? A big event coming up, your first game. So what is on your mind right now?
Well, to be honest, kind of thrilled as well, but again, now this is a big stage, and this is where everything goes down. This is where even players might be a little, the adrenaline might be rushing as well. Now, it's going to be interesting to see how these guys are panning things out on Sanhok, but we did see, some legendary moments coming out as well in the Erangel map. Now, of course, F4 War Trucks 1v3 a squad like Blood Legions. Now, that's a massive statement right there.
It certainly is, but the tell-to-tell story over here, 4 Nepali teams making it to the top 4 in the first game of Erangel. And we know, in those games where you need those macro rotations going out, they are so good at that. But coming down to the rainforest of Sanhok, where we witnessed that bloodbath right from the get-go, who do you think is going to come out on the top?
Well, exactly how our analysis said, like Johnny, as he mentioned, it's going to be so difficult to actually, crack the code and tell which will be coming out on top. So maybe I will just, skip it as well.
Skipping it already?
Yep.
My money is on Zeus this time around, because we've seen them in the scrimmages.
We did
so well.
I mean, in the previous match, Zeus got eliminated on the 8th position, which is not bad still, but they actually did secure 6 kill points. Now, that is a big kill points as well in the segment, but again, Zeus, maybe they'll be able to do good, but I mean, still, only time can tell, and only it can answer on it.
Exactly, time is definitely going to answer all our cues, as we have all the players gearing up for the second match of the evening, and you can see all those faces out there completely nervous, but also a tinge of excitement being there to just drop in and get those kills going in their favor. And of course, it's been a central meta all along going through, and here we have the flight path trajectory, ladies and gentlemen, heading all the way from the north towards the Mang area. Now, a map like Sanhok completely depends on where the first circle forms, because if it's going towards the western island, I think teams like HV definitely do have an advantage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we have seen in the past as well, like Sanhok is a map which is more kind of like the zone favorite map, wherever the zone shifts, and if you are going to be inside the zone, then maybe you are having a real good day and a lucky day. But again, now, these teams, of course, maybe they will be changing their strategy. We have seen in scrims as well, fixes, like maybe these guys were not using their initial drop spots that they were using, but how are they going to be playing things out? Are they going to be doing the same strategies that they used in the scrim, or are they going to be, you know, completely throwing a curveball?
I mean, it's completely going to change, mark my words, because the kind of an approach that you had, your opponents have definitely read it out. But here we have the fights breaking out right from the very start. XB Blood Legion going against A1 Esports over here. And if you talk about how they've positioned themselves, I really like the positioning coming out from the lads from A1, because they've got a majority of the compounds going in for themselves. They've got the map control over here, whereas Blood Legion just have that one side going in their favor. So they really need to stick it up amongst themselves, you know, wait for the fights to happen, and once it does, isolate the players of A1 Esports and maybe then go for a push.
But take a look at the minimap, you know, there's still one guy in the backlines of Blood Legions, and maybe he can, you know, create a little bit of trouble for the players of A1 Esports. But again, Blood Legion, of course, being one of the teams that actually got 1v3'd by War Trucks. Now, that is a sad news right there. We certainly did not expect those kind of things happening, but maybe this is the chance. This is the match where they actually get the redemptions. But for now, I see spotting out player. Certainly going to be connecting a little bit of shots, but the knockdown isn't going to be coming through.
It certainly won't be. You know, before the fights really go on, you know, we need to take our viewers a trip down the memory lane. You know, the first map of the PMPL Season 2, the map of Erangel, and that's where legends were forged. That's where the terminology, you know, G.I. Jane was formed, and they, of course, did not go on to win that match. That match was won by the players of Future Station, if my memory serves me right. But in that match, the number of kills that they garnered for themselves, you know, they were the underdogs, you know, the first time they're coming in, and they racked up so many kills. And after that, you know, we were all but praises about, you know, the likes of Frankie and Jane. Now, currently, if you're talking about this particular roster, you've got the likes of Rated coming in, and you've also got Utsaga. So it's a completely star-studded lineup. So I really want to see as to what they have to offer, as they have dropped on towards the northeastern side, you know, quite a split drop. As Blood Legion, they're still waiting for a good start, and here comes the first shots being taken, and well, Jax did manage to evade them as Dominic is going in for a push.
Yep, Jax barely managed to escape his route, but again, the fight is breaking down, and this might be happening as Leo almost connected with Jax there, taking a little bit of shots, but again, Jax is going to be safe for a while, as Leo is going to be in the bottom stairs, of course. And Blood Legions don't really seem like they are forcing the fight over here. They are taking their sweet little time, as A1 Esports, they are moving all over the place, if you can take a look. They are giving so much sound cues. Maybe sometimes it's actually a good thing to keep a team engaged, as Sinister is coming from the backlines, and maybe he can catch one player of Blood Legions off guard.
He certainly can. I mean, right now, all that they are doing is try to form different angles. But Sinister certainly has been spotted out there. The Molotov going in, you know, kind of being a decider as to where his position is, completely compromised. And he needs to find a different angle to engage. So the lurking part cannot be done over here right now. But we can see 6ix9ine also, you know, joining Sinister. So they're kind of maintaining that 2-2 split amongst themselves. But with Blood Legion, right now, what they can really do is go aggressive. They can go ham, but Sinister getting that first knock onto his nuclear. This certainly spells trouble for Blood Legion.
That's going to be opening so many things, as there might be a little bit more breathing space for A1 Esports, as Sinister is going to be continuing the domination. He is closing out the distance, getting real up close and personal, as Dante is going to be doing the same thing. Now, Dominic, of course, isn't really giving a lot of sound cues, but again, he is going to be making the sound, as he has been spotted. Sinister taking a lot of damage from Leo. And Leo certainly not able to take him down, as Leo has been compromised by Dante, but the trades are happening back and forth, and A1 Esports coming out on top in that fight. Beautiful performance from Sinister there.
But you know, now the fight is not yet done, because we do see the players of Skylight Gaming in the nearby vicinity. Now it's completely to their own call if they really want to engage in this particular fight, or just head towards the center of the circle, which apparently here is the Paradise Resort itself. But there you have Edgar from R3D coming in and joining the battle, taking down Sinister really right from the very start. So this is not, you know, the troubles, the worries, the woes are not yet over for the players of A1 Esports, because they need to recollect collect themselves and head into cover, which they already have done. But look at Chari. He's already making a move. Now, this is completely anticipated. They're completely in the oblivion regarding Chari's push.
But does Chari know the exact position of Blood Legions, though? I mean, A1 Esports, though. That's going to be a massive, deciding factor. Because, of course, if Chari is not well aware of each and every single player's position, then he might get caught off guard. He might be the one to be in the trouble. Because, of course, he is all away from his teammates. And that might be a massive... chance that he might get caught off guard. But again, taking a look at the circle, a lot of teams are making the rotation inside, as Carnage is going to be the stepping it up, and they are going to be making the rotation inside as well, as there are a lot of gunshots happening, and of course the fight will be breaking down between R3D and SG, and seems like SG are having a real good time as they have already completely taken out one of their players from R3D. But again, the trades are happening back and forth as Joker has been compromised.
The trifecta of death, as we call it. 3 teams in contention over here, ladies and gentlemen, in the Paradise Resort. And, Leon has certainly gone down. He is waiting for the revival to come in, and he's struggling to get into safe cover, but he certainly has managed to do so. As the boys from Skylight Gaming, they are somehow trying to get their players online, but no, that's not going to happen for Leon, as he's been taken out of the equation right now. Because, this had to be, right? If you're talking about the epicenter of the circle, this is Paradise Resort. The team that has the control of it has the best chance of winning. You are increasing your odds right from the very start. But as we take a look at the map feed over here, quite a lot of traffic from the certain side. A lot of teams are trying to move all the way up north.
No, I mean, if you still take a look at High Voltage now, they are still taking their sweet little time looting and even rotating inside the circle. Now, of course, it does make sense sometimes, but we have seen how things can turn out if you're going to be making those late game rotations. You might get caught off guard while you're rotating inside. This is the exact same thing that happens with Blood Legions in the previous game. But again, now there are so many teams accumulated in the same process. Again, Z3us, DRS, TDK being right next to each other, and in the nearby vicinity, of course, StalwartFlex is going to be joining the party as well.
They certainly are. And now, currently we are witnessing a lot of fights, and that has to be happening. Because initially when I came down with my preparations, I really thought that we were going to witness a slow game, because these teams have a limited number of games. That's just 8. And if you tend to go off, get an early exit, then that's going to spell a lot of trouble. So, and that's the case with Blood Legion, 2 early exits. So the pressure has certainly, surmounted over them, and they really, really need to make a comeback in the remainder of the games that they have.
Exactly. I mean, taking a look at Carnage, of course, in the previous game, they actually did manage to secure the 3rd position. But again, weren't really able to, get up top with those kill points. But again, they did get a decent amount of points in that first game. Now, that's going to be a massive factor. Are Carnage going to be able to do the same thing? In the overall PMCO that we cast for Nepal region, we did see Carnage taking that aggressive step, but this time they are being so passive, and this is exactly what we're saying. Like, a lot of teams are changing so many strats, and this is actually so interesting to witness, as a lot of things are coming in new inside this game, as there have been elimination happen already in the nearby vicinities of DRS, and it's going to be a massive casualty.
Yeah, it certainly will be, because Mr. Boro, you're losing out on him. This is one of those players, that survived till the very end in the first game. So DRS engaging against Z3us, that's certainly not a fight that you would want to take in those early game stages. But it's just not Z3us and DRS nearby. It's T2K also joining the party anytime soon.
Exactly. And TDK, of course, the winner of the previous game. Are they going to be able to, contest the zone as well? Are they going to be able to predict where the zone is going to be moving? Of course, that is going to be a deciding factor which team will be coming out on top inside this game as well. But there are a lot of kills happening, as DRS Mafia Ninja has been compromised and taken down, as IC is going to get the res onto Godless. Of course, Godless, he is such an incredible player.
Yeah, he certainly is. We have seen Godless right from the last PMCO when he was playing from the team of No Chance. And then, after all, the kind of havoc that he causes throughout the entire lobby, even in the GC, we did get to witness. He's a player that came in as a substitute towards the team Z3us, rather playing for them. And he's been there ever since, and getting the invited slot into PMPL. He's got a lot of things to prove, and he certainly is living up to his name. So now, right now, what we are witnessing is DRS and Z3us. Any single moment, they might just go for a push. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got some technical glitches going around, and we will certainly be fixing it, and we will be right back with all the action coming in for you guys.
Exactly. And now, it seems like Z3us are going to be having a little bit of a rotation change over here. But again, INES, of course, they are still inside that Lakavi area. They're trying their best to make inside their way as well. But Carnage, look at them. They have changed their position all the way around. But there is a fight breaking down as DRS AJ is going to be the man to actually get compromised by the entire squad of Zeus. And they seem like they want to have that blood as Icy has went down in the process. And again, AJ has been traded out instantly.
Slight hiccup, we are back. You've got Zyol getting 3 kills right off the bat, and Zeus, they've collected 5 kills for themselves, and I believe they did wipe out the entirety of DRS. One of those teams considered as stalwarts entering inside the PMPL. They also made all the way inside the GC, and seems like they've had a rather shaky start in the rainforests of Sanhok.
Of course, I mean, AJ was the last man standing for DRS, and of course, if you're going to be going up against a squad which is going to be as bloodthirsty as Zeus, then it's going to be hard to, outstand their overall aggression. But again, it seems like Jane is going to be spotting some players off StalwartFlex this time, but Crypto still seems his position is not compromised that easily. Of course, Jane being one of the best players that TDK has to offer, and the previous game is going to be, a definition of his gameplay.
Well, the second airdrop coming in, and that's the big crane cannon that we are talking about. And, as a lot of people might love it, it's not the choice of a weapon that you would want for yourself in Sanhok.
I mean,
but
I would still use it.
Yeah, you still can use it. It completely is a personal choice. So, I mean, if you're going for it, why not? But, if you talk about the bread and butter weapons of Sanhok, we've seen the players, rather going in for those M4s, might have a dual stacked M4 for themselves. But T2K, again, having control over the higher areas, the hilly areas of, Camp Bravo, just towards the western side of it. But if you talk about the epicenter of the circle, that's where A1 Esports really shines. Taking a good decision rather to just back off. And the circle certainly has favored them as it takes a curveball. Now, this is where the trouble starts, charring up for all these players. Because now we've seen a lot of teams on the southern side. Now, they're moving in. And this is where the fights shall begin. And now Team Zeus, considering their position, they are on the edges. Now, any single moment, they're going to spot out, the pass buyers. And they're going to take them down. But Prabeen getting his hands on the M249. This weapon does make a lot of noise. But here we have Jack getting a beautiful knock onto his ammo and eliminating him before he even realizes what did hit him.
Exactly. Jack's declaring a war. And again, how is he going to be standing out on top? That's going to be a massive deciding factor to witness as A1 Esports are trying their best to get a full rotation, being safe at the same time. But again, if you're going to be running inside open ground, then there's like hardly any chance that you are going to be safe. Of course, you might get compromised from those squads up top. But again, now they are pretty lucky as there is not going to be that many squads in the nearby vicinity. Of course, Venom Legends being on top of the hill, but I don't really feel like they have any clue what A1 Esports is doing or where they are going exactly. But now, if we take a look at the entire zone, as we did mention, high voltage, they do seem like they are taking a real passive and slow approach, which sometimes might pay you out in those later game phases. But of course, if you get caught off guard in those rotation phases, then that might be a massive factor, or actually this is where your team might start colliding down. But now, again, a fight breaking down between Seal, and it seems like F4 Destroyer is going to be the one to open things up.
Yeah, he certainly will, as Killa has fallen down on his knees, but it's Wally, the big man himself, spotting out Destroyer and eliminating him over there, as F4 have finally decided to take the fight. Khan being the one providing that quintessential cover fire, but now this is where, Team Seal are playing it smart. They know that they've got the better of the circle. They know that F4 needs to make a push on towards them. They're repositioning themselves time and again, and then again getting inside the engagement, and Zaki trying to apply that extra bit of a pressure. Now, in maps like Sanhok, you do not really have a lot of grenades to, just lob it around, get those knocks going in for you. And that's the beauty of Sanhok. But we have Khan getting a beautiful knock onto its Byron, who was trying to push, and Killer will, of course, get the trade-off onto its Khan as the fight still continues. But look at Wally getting those few kills here and there, and it's an absolute bloodbath happening between these two teams.
Oh no, the last man of F4 getting eliminated by the zone. This is a massive disappointment as a big name has went down. And of course, that is going to be a massive casualty as we keep off speaking. But again, Carnage, we did see they were trying to break fights between them and T2K. But of course, the fight never happened. But maybe this time it will happen as Rated Sir is going to be hiding right inside the compound, trying his best not to give his position away. But again, he might get compromised by Probeen. And of course, seems like he has been spotted. But no. Wait, what is happening? Oh no, Rated Sir, he might find Snipey. Of course he will. That's going to be opening so many things up as there is still a backup fire provided for him. And Rated Sir is in an absolute great position as Carnage, their world is crumbling down on their knees.
They certainly are, but now what T2K needs to do is push in tandem, but that's not the case over here as Rated has finally fallen down. Probeen holding the fortress, and he is holding it strong. Does have that M249, and it's doing the magic over here as they finally managed to get those 3 kills, but at the cost of what they did manage to lose out, and that is certainly not acceptable. Losing out on Jiggle and Snipe right from the early start. And we are, of course, heading towards our late mid-game over here as the circle, as we can see, has shifted. And look at the positioning coming here from the boys of High Voltage. I mean, they did drop off towards the western side. They crossed the island, and they have managed to have that center position. And this is where things are going to get really interesting. Now, if they have the control over the compound, I think they're going to have a good time, but it's Venom Legends that are also contesting for it. Now, this is where things are going to get spiced up.
Exactly. But again, one thing we need to focus on is that the winners of the previous game has been taken down by Carnage. Now, of course, Carnage being one of the most lethal squad that Nepali region has to offer, they are certainly proving their grounds as they are going to be the one to take down T2K. Now, of course, a lot of gunshots are happening as Venom Legends High Voltage might get inside a fight, and of course, this will be happening. Extreme being their recent addition from Jan Mara, of course, he was the IGL for them, and now Extreme is inside High Voltage. Now, of course, Extreme, I really feel like he is one of the best players that they have. And High Voltage, there is a massive chance that High Voltage might actually come out on top because Rafat has went down. There's no way they can actually get the rotation near Rafat because the rest of his teammates are far away, but Frypan still somehow managed to get the rotation there, and Rafat will be back on his knees.
I mean, that's going to be a risky call over there because they're completely exposed from their behinds, right? You need to watch your 6 as, they say it. But right now, Team Zeus, they're enjoying themselves. However, they've lost out on Abeliamo. They've still managed to get 7 kills going in their favor. Now they've spotted down the players of 7C on the far off vicinity over there. But Fear getting a beautiful, beautiful grind going on towards the 2 players of A1 Esports and just knocking them out of their heads.
Exactly. Zeus is just causing an absolute mayhem in those late game circle, and of course barely surviving as well, making it back to cover. But now this is a very disadvantageous situation for Dante there. He is going to be the one man to be inside a little shack, and while there is an entire squad right in front of him, how is he going to be compromising them? How is he going to be taking them down? Because of course that is going to be such a tough thing to do because you don't have much of room to work around with, not a lot of breathing space, and of course that is going to be a massive factor to get inside. And of course repositioning is going to be a main factor to win any kind of fights, and that's where maybe he will fall down. But again, now 7C are trying their best to even close down the distance as the rotations are going to be happening. Those late game rotations are panning it out, but of course these guys are trying their best to close out the distance as fast as they can, and they are getting shot at while they're doing it.
Yeah, they certainly are. But let's take a look at the circle over here, going completely towards the northern side. And R3D, they certainly have a good time, trying to complete their rotation. And if they do it safe and sound, then that's going to really help them. Another team that I really want to bring to the attention of our viewers, that's Team INES, dropping down at the area of Kampong. They They've made such a sneaky rotation. They have avoided every single fight going in. But now, this is the fight that we are taking a look at for quite some time over here. But we've got the players of Venom Legends going after R3D, so that's certainly trouble in paradise for them, as they cannot afford to do that. But look at Oddsy, you know, they've already got 4 of their players going in. They've all are just kicking off, and they've got those knocks coming in, spotting out the players of 7C Fair. They're being taken down right from the very start over here. It's going to be so much troublesome for Totter and True Love to try and come inside the zone, and Totter goes down. But Rig, can he do something? Can he get a knock at all? Yes, he does.
Exactly, he does, but also get traded out instantly by Rig. And Rig is trying his best to even take down Assassin, as Assassin's position has been compromised, but Assassin might get shot off guard from the backlines as he is taking heavy fire. And Assassin might get taken down, but no, a beautiful drop shot coming in from Assassin is going to be completely destroying Rig there. Take a look at True Love. He's actually doing that medkit game.
Yeah, he certainly is going for the heal battle, which is quite smart, to be honest, considering the situation he is in. 12 first aid is what he has to work it out around. But now, the fight that we are talking about, Cooney being that murderous killer that we have seen him in the past, and well, going against Venom Legends, the numbers are definitely not in their favor, but they certainly can pull this one off if they play their cards right. As Extreme, he is watching it inside the compound, as the push is finally going to be online any single moment, as Steel Shot has been taken down, and Cooney again cooking up a beautiful grenade. If this kind of connects, the entire squad is definitely gonna get blown away, as Frypan also falls short, but Cooney getting another kill, and that's a beautiful squad wipe going out there.
What a marvelous play from Cooney there, absolutely eliminating the entire existence of Venom Legends, and that is a massive statement that he has made over there, right over there, high voltage, proving their grounds. What an incredible play. That nade did it. That nade was actually the nade like once in a million there. Like that nade actually changed the entire course of the game for them.
Exactly, but right now they need to make it inside the circle. But look at what we have. INES avoiding every single fight, you know, playing in for the position, have managed to secure the best position inside the circle. Now we've just got 4 teams, and majority of the players are already resorting to the heal battle.
Exactly, and take a look at Extreme as well, as he's doing the same thing. He's going to be healing himself outside the zone, as the fight are still going to be progressing forward. It's going to be INES and StalwartFlex. Of course, Saluite, it has his sights locked down on the Blade, but Blade isn't really going to be giving his peek away that easily. And INES, of course, being one of those silent assassin people, they are not, they didn't really, you know, they have been silent throughout the game, and now this is where they might actually come out on top, and they might actually shine out. As again, Clutch going to be taking a little bit of shots on the Blade. He does know that there are 2 people. Crypto might take him down, and of course he will. No, barely surviving.
I mean, the highest fragger of the PMC of Pakistan, he's got a lot to prove right now. But any single moment, anything can possibly change, because now this is where StalwartFlex are finally making a move, and this is where INES need to start shooting, as they have spotted the players out, and Blade is way too out in the open, as Salu gets a beautiful lock onto him, as Crypto needs to resort for the healing battle, but no, that's not the case, as INES have successfully wiped them and managed to secure themselves a chicken dinner. And if you're talking about the last player, it's of course Extreme going in for the med battle, but he certainly is not going to win it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's only 3 first aids left.
Yeah.
How long is he going to be able to stay alive? Of course, he's already used one. Now he's using the second one as well, and the next one is going to be his last one. This is where all his hopes comes down to, and INES are going to be the winners for this game. For sure, without a doubt, because Extreme, how long is he going to be able to stay alive? Of course, he is way out in the zone. There's no way he can make a comeback inside as well. Now he's popping that medkit, but of course, that's not going to be in time. And there it is, INES coming out on top, and what an incredible and brilliant play coming from INES. The way they actually rotated inside the circle as well, and they actually took those late routes as we were talking, and it actually worked in their favor.
Certainly, you know, composure, persistence, perseverance can take you places. It certainly can earn you that coveted chicken dinner over here, ladies and gentlemen, as the team coming in from Bangladesh has managed to get one in their bags. But this is not just it. This is still the second game. You know, the way the actions are really panning out. We really thought right from the start that maybe Zeus can do it, but no, that's not the case. In Sanhok, it's going to be really bitter for all those teams. They need to understand the fact that you need to focus on your rotations. And you need to create those extra bit of spaces. We did see those fights happening right off the bat, but it was the boys from Bangladesh managing to get this one home.
Exactly, and now taking a look at High Voltage as well. They were taking the same ground. They were being so passive in the start. Of course, they dropped that at hot 10, and now they actually rotated inside the circle all the way from up top, and then they actually came down to the middle part of the zone, and they took their sweet little time rotating.
Yes, they certainly did. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, we need to catch a breather. We are going to head out for a short little break. We will be right back. You don't go anywhere.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League. This is South Asia Season number 3. Game number 2 just came to an end, and in that intense action-paced Sanhok map, it was a beautiful turnover win, something that was not expected. But once again, that is what was the approach. That, of course, had to be the approach because a few of these teams are not going to be moving on along. With that, let's move on to our analyst and get into a conversation and find out what do they think about this entirety of the game.
I mean, this was a game that punished over-aggression from almost every single team. Everyone was trying to take those fights. Everyone was trying to get those kills. But in doing so, they ended up sacrificing a lot more.
Ouch. Yes, that is so true. With that, let's have a look at the most valuable player coming in from the second game that just took place on Sanhok, and that is going to be none other than Z3us.
Well, Zeus is coming back onto the tracks right now. As we can see, Zeol just out here, 6 kills, 737 damage, 18 minutes of survival time. Given the fact the game did go down to 23-24 minute marker, 1 assist and 165 healing done. Well, talking about healing, there's a new meta of Sanhok that just focuses more on heal battles, and that's one thing that we saw. I mean, me and Ansh were also talking about this one, and we were talking about it. Like, we have seen in scrims and all, we have seen players using like 30 first aids, 28 first aids. Right now, it was not that big of a number, as Saluwaiti also had like 13 first aids for himself, and Extreme, well, he had like 16, 17, 18 first aids. So the numbers are surely increasing slowly and slowly.
Absolutely, because again, I mean, you talk about that final approach into those final 3 teams that were remaining. High Voltage final player was there, and he had exactly, I mean, 13, 14 healings on himself, and he was just very far away from the circle. He had already taken that decision that, all right, that is going to be my gameplay.
Yeah, we have seen this happen since the Global Championship itself. During the league stages, it started happening, wherein teams would just abandon all hope, abandon ship entirely about moving inside the circle, trying to take those fights, and they would totally focus on trying to get those placement points.
Exactly, and that is what top players always do. With that, let's have a look at the top players coming in from this game on Sanhok, and in that, we've got 2 players coming in from Zeus.
Well, Rig is here, and I wanted to see this player, just perform out here. He's in the top list right now. He might as well just, contest for the MVP in the next or the upcoming matches or something like that, because Rig knows his business. 431 damage and 3 kills from this individual lad. And even Esports, you can see RX Jax out here, 3 kills for that individual lad as well. But Godless, well, Godless... I mean, if it's Zeus coming out, Godless's name should be there. We know it, right?
Godless is going to find his way in the list of top players somehow if his team is doing well. And that is something that is always impressive from this player. But Zeol, his teammate right next to him, even in the battle right there, was what kept this team alive. And I want to see how Zeus actually progresses through the tournament. Because right now, the performance that's coming from their side is totally focused on those kills.
Exactly. For now, they're just working on getting those kill points. But as they move on along, the aggression is certainly on point. The only question is how exactly is that aggression, that momentum going to turn around in their favor or not is something that only time will tell. With that, let's have a look at the match ranking. Of course, we know for a fact when it came to the chicken dinner winner, it was INES.
So this is where the kill points kind of matter a lot, because obviously it was not a high fragging game except for Z3us Esports, as they had 9 kills against the competition. As you can see, 7C with 6. If we talk about the kill numbers, A1 Esports had 5 kills for themselves. Then talking about High Voltage as well, 5 kills for themselves as well. But INES, the chicken second, and the team got down to 4 kills, making them 19 points. I would love to see whether it just, takes down to the overalls or something.
Yeah, definitely, and it's going to be quite important because INES needed this game. They were eliminated quite earlier on in the previous matchup, and this game was really, really important for them in order to balance things out. They have managed to do that, but this time DRS Gaming, they failed to perform, and it's going to be quite detrimental to their standing in the future because now they're going to be sitting out of the next match.
Exactly, and that is exactly what I was wanting to talk about as well, because now as you move on along from game number 1 done, game number 2 done, as you move on to the third game, we're going to be looking at a different group that will of course be chiming in, and one group that will of course have to take a back seat for this one, and that is a conversation where you talk about DRS not having had a good game, but talk about high voltage.
And talk about XP Blood Legions. I mean, we had high expectations from that team, right? We obviously talked about the team in the pre-segment when we were just, looking forward to all the stats that the team was discussing with themselves as well. 147 kills in the previous stage, obviously showcasing one of the best performances, 5 chicken dinners. But this is the big leagues now, obviously, and it comes up with a lot of pressure. One game goes bad, things kind of start changing, but it's 2 games right now for them.
Exactly, and with that, let's talk about the zones itself. As you were just talking about it, we saw A1 and XB just join into that Paradise Resort, and right off the bat it was Blood Legions that was sent back into the lobby, the first team to get eliminated.
Yeah, early aggression is definitely not something that you look forward to, but it's something that you can't avoid in this matchup. And especially, I mean, if the circle is going to be such a surprising one, we don't get to see those Mongna circles that often, the circle taking again and again shifting towards the northeastern side of the map, but it happened this time, and due to the fact that high voltage were present in that location, they were able to get an easy entry for themselves. But I want to focus on the winners of this game. Look at where INES were, and they still managed to find themselves in a perfect position, in such a position that the game ended right on them, and it was the fact that they were rotating along with the edges of the circle.
Exactly, they were rotating from the backside, which was a really, really good thing. Plus, the second good thing was the final circle, as it was just moving forward, was on them. So they were the zone magnet at that particular moment. But before that, Mongnai was the most important area to just look forward to. I mean,
one more thing that INES did really well while rotating is they managed to avoid every single fight that happened around them. And they were totally focused on just trying to find a way inside the circle, finding a safe position for themselves, and then fighting from that safety.
Exactly, I mean, those are just moments, one of few moments that we saw come in from this team. But as you move along, there were so many moments. Of course, right off the bat, we're talking about Blood Legions being the first team to be sent back into the lobby with that early aggression against A1. Let's combine all those things together. Let's move on with the moments and have a look at all the wonderful things that we just witnessed.
Well, the initial fights, as we were just talking about in the zone as well, the Paradise Resort skirmish that happened, Dante did go down, and we were talking about it right as well. Dante was making a bit of a mistake just overcommitting that area, but well, he did survive later on. But this fight, I mean, if we talk about R3D, yeah, they always try to go over aggressive, but somehow it was not an open area. Still, few mistakes were made.
Yeah, talk about mistakes getting made. We're going to see a lot of players being caught out of position, especially during those fights coming in. And it was quite an interesting stance how the teams actually managed to take those fights in their favor. Because talk about this. T2K, I thought Carnage Esports, they were going to wipe out the players quite easily, take them off one by one. But blah, blah, blah managed to get himself in a really comfortable position from where he was able to provide cover fire for his teammate. It did keep them alive for a few extra seconds, but that's it. They were taken out.
So this game was less about the fights as well. I mean, there were fights, but this game was less about the fights and more about moving with the zone, because the zone was always, if a team was onto the southern side or maybe on the center side of the zone was always moving against
This was
them.
impressive from Cooney.
Yeah, I mean, Cooney's one with that was just, no one was looking forward to it. Like, how will that change the momentum? But as soon as it just happened, like, everyone was like, that was a GG gameplay altogether.
Again, I mean, you bring that entirely and sum it up, right? You're talking about high voltage, bringing in that high volatile action throughout these games that we witnessed. And with that, they are looking really comfortable when it comes to the overall standings, right? They're looking really, really beautiful when it comes to the entirety of how they leave today, because that group will not be playing. But alongside that, one final thing to, of course, witness from this team, and along with that, all the other teams, is going to be the damage that they showcase throughout this moist map of Sanhok. Let's have a look at the damage histograph.
Well, oh man, it is absolutely insane what Z3us Esports were able to accomplish in this game for the time that they were alive. But that is the thing. Over aggression, I mean, they were constantly jumping into those fights, and after a certain point, you will have to give up. And they were caught off guard while trying to move in, as Ocean mentioned. As much as this game was about taking those fights, it was also about keep moving towards the circle, and that is where most of these teams were caught off guard.
So here's the thing about T2K's damage. You see them, right? right? Previous game was a chicken in the game for them.
Right.
And in this game, they started off with good fights, 800 damage. That means that they were, indulging in each and every fight that they could find. But they only got 2 kills. That is where, the circle and the good fights and the bad fights just come down to them. Because they thought it was a fight worth taking. They only got 2 kills. Rest is the crates that were forming up.
Exactly. And while all this was happening, while all the teams were busy fighting amongst themselves, INES, they managed to sneak their way inside the circle every single time. And in the end, it was their circle. It was destined to be their win.
Absolutely, and with that, again, another team to talk about alongside the conversation that you just brought up, Ocean, is going to be DRS Gaming. Now, of course, DRS Gaming did have almost about 495 damage, but none of those, you always talk about it, good fights and bad fights, that turned out to be a really bad fight for the team, because again, they were not able to get even a single confirmed kill, thus bringing them down to a 0 kill and only 495 damage. With that, this is a team that joined in from group number D, and with that sort of information that they've showcased throughout these 2 games, it is going to be a bit more tricky for them to, climb up. But again, it's just day number 1. It's absolutely fair and square. As you move on along, of course, you're looking at not only your gameplay, but other teams' gameplays as well.
Exactly. And, well, the one thing that you have to focus on right now, today and tomorrow, is you just have to qualify for the Super Weekend. You have to stay in the top 16.
Exactly. You have to stay in the top 16. And if you are the last group playing, because after that, obviously, it's going to be some groups will be moving forward, just taking rest for 1 or 2 games or something like that. Then you'll have to, just do enough homework. You'll have to do enough work out there so that if a team that's behind you just goes up, there's not much of a loss in the top 16. Your position should not be a lot volatile.
Absolutely, absolutely. Again,
it's important.
It's very, very, very crucial indeed. No question about it. And of course, with that, it is time to step into the 3rd game. With that, of course, let's have the schedule on our screens. We've just seen 2 games that, of course, took place with Erangel right off the bat, where Train to Kill got a wonderful chicken dinner for themselves. Move on to Sanhok. It was INES just getting that perfect placement working in their favor. And with that, as we were just having the conversation with the analysts, it is now going to be Group A, B, C, and E. That coming in, we're looking at Seal9, 1952, PN Crew, and Deadeyes Guys chiming in now, guys.
Yeah, they're going to be coming in, and R3D, Venom Legends, High Voltage, and along with that, DRS are going to be sitting out of this matchup. So, I mean, for the teams from Group E, they're going to be starting already from a little bit of back foot. Let's see how they perform, because they're going to be under pressure right away.
Well, with that, it is time to get busy with this game. The 3rd game that's going to be coming right up, which is, of course, going to be on Erangel. And for that, we're joined in with the commentators, the, of course, dynamic duo, the incredible personalities that you, of course, already ought to know. They're going to be none other than Blay, joined in with XP.
Thank you for that, Blotter. And listen, if we're the dynamic duo, who's Batman here, right? Do I get to be Batman?
I mean, do we need to talk about that? Because I thought Batman was a bit, I don't know. You are wearing the right color to be the sidekick as well.
Fair enough.
Just add a bit of yellow over here, and we have Robin, ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, it is going to be game 3, and it's all right. It's all right.
You know what? I like Robin. You know what? I like Robin. Depends on which Robin you're talking about.
Robin, ladies and gentlemen,
Tim
in fact,
Drake
has all the weapons. In fact, all the guns are on this side of the dynamic duo.
Check those guns
I mean,
out. Anyway, let's talk about the game here. Let's talk about what we witnessed on Sanhok. We were obviously on the sidelines, looking at what was really taking place in the server there. But INES with a pretty impressive win, considering they had a pretty rough time earlier in the first map.
They did have a rough time earlier, but I like one thing that the analyst desk actually kind of brushed up upon, the fact that they were able to, circumnavigate their way against all the fighting that was taking place around them. They knew that, all right, we got to make it to the zone. We got to make sure that we have a position that we can kind of defend and fortify. That is exactly what they did. They did pick the fights in the end. It did go up to a little bit of a heel battle, but again, they got the job done by hook or by crook.
I do.
Winning is winning.
Winning is winning, but I do hear that we need to go to a very quick break. A few technical difficulties, but we'll be right back on the other side of the break.
Yeah. Ready? Strap up. Yeah. Free-corner hand that's ready for what I'm pitching. Nothing but heaters is in the pick 'em off from a distance like. About to get the drop on. Roll up with the squad on. How you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide or run. Try to stall, but your time will come. We gon' ride it together better than riding alone. Stuck us out of the zone, but before we head home, I don't wipe with my scope, and there ain't nowhere to go. Yeah, if I miss, I don't quit, so let's stay on this zone. Yeah, coming at you like I got nothing to lose. Clearly, I might be missing a couple rules. Call me the handyman, cause I'm known for carrying tools. Ain't a problem that I can't fix, please don't get it confused. 6 million ways to try, which will you choose? Many hope to stop our team, but we refuse. Act like you want it, bet y'all get it. Winner, chicken dinner, it's about to get barbaric. Can't call me, so I embrace pain and walk it on. Meanwhile, these cowards are praying, we call it off. Never not at all. In it to win it, we'll keep trying. While the zone's closing in and we're watching the time's flying. Look loud sirens coming to save you, you better force it. Artists with the shotty, I paint a picture that's haunted. Pretty ugly, this ain't funny, but they nearly struck me too. They must be feeling lucky, spraying anybody that move. About to hit these dummies, get them ready for they getting you. Revenge is coming, so one of us will take out your crew. Bring it back. Enemies ahead, about to put her in the next chapter. Survival of the fittest, the only mission that matters. My sharp as a dagger, my mama ain't raised a snacker. Coming in hot and heavy to break them and make them scatter. They made a pattern that's ready for what I'm pitching. The ember heaters is in the pick 'em off from a distance. And listen, got the drop on them. Yeah, roll up with the squad on them. Hey, how you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide or run. Yeah, try and stall, but your time will come. Yeah, we got the drop on them. Yeah, roll up with the squad on them, and we going hard. You survive the night we ride. You tried to hide and run. Couldn't call, dog, your time is done.
Welcome back, everyone. I do apologize for a little bit of a break, but we are back and we're ready to rumble, ready to rock and roll. It is going to be the third game of the day. Oh, the second game for us, and it of course going to be Erangel once more. Now, we did see a very slow start to the first game of the day. Their teams are kind of trying to feel each other out. They didn't exactly go to some of the drop locations you expect them to be heading towards. But now, second game here, we even have a new group joining in. We got Seal9, we got 1952, PN Crew, and Deadeyes Guys. Names that we both, and I'm sure a lot of people out there watching right now, are very, very familiar with.
Very familiar indeed, and well, this is what I was talking about earlier. Of course, I did kind of brush up on this on game one. I'll come back to the point, but a very similar playing path as to what we saw a little earlier on in game number one. Now, this, of course, is going to be a bit more inclined to the northern aspect of this map. We are going to be flying just south of Zarki, all the way over Rozok once again, which is where now this time, since Deadeyes Guys are in this gameplay, I want to see that clash between Deadeyes and Blood Legion. And talking about Blood Legion, sitting at the very bottom right now. They haven't really lived up to their name, but maybe they're slow starters. Maybe like me, they're a late bloomer.
Maybe they're a late bloomer. I still haven't bloomed yet, XP. I mean, it's been a while right now. But anyway, yeah, they've had a rough start so far. 2 games back-to-back. Now, bearing in mind, it's 2 days of group action, as our analyst desk is so very well broken down. You know, you get each team, each group, they get 8 opportunities. They get 8 maps to play over the course of 2 days, and all you have to do is not be in the bottom 4. And that is what these teams are going to be battling it out for. Zeol, not the back-to-back MVP, but this guy has racked up a number of kills already. I do believe he's on 11 kills, if I'm not mistaken, 11 or 12 kills
I think
already.
6 plus 5, 11. Yep.
Yeah, in 2 games. I mean, this guy's here to play.
I mean, he is definitely making sure that he's leading the charge for Z3us Esports, as it does kind of look like Godless is finally getting in his element as well, as he did manage to get those 2 kills in the last game. But now, this is going to be a sight that I'm pretty sure if you have been keeping up with the scrims, you are going to be used to, because Future Station are going to be taking on Z3us Esports, and looks like, ooh, Dante, is he going to be going back to his Inferno, as Wally is trying to run him over, but the fact... Oh, I thought that was maybe him shooting. It is Zaki who's in fact laying down some lead in his direction.
And that's because if you look at the map on the top right corner of your screen, there is backup arriving to form his teammates. So it got a little scary there. Wally, he went all in. He got a little overeager, but then he will fall on back. We do have an early knock. It is going to be Snipe and an early end for Leon. He will not be a king this time around on this particular map.
I mean, are you in my brain right now? Because you just said that. I was like, all right, the king hath fallen. And he's like, he's not playing king today.
Well,
right.
you know, Snipe is taking a few pot shots with the PP Bison, though. And Carnage Esports, right, they suffered the first casualty in the first game, and here they're the ones who's going to be answering back. The problem is he is in a bit of a pickle, and Chari is going to get the knock, and he's going to finish him off as well, and that is going to be Snipe. He gets a kill, but he in turn will be traded, and SG, they're not going to let their teammate die and not be avenged.
I love the fact that I heard that sound after a long, long time. It is, of course, the AKM, and it makes a really peculiar sound. It goes ratatatata, and that is what happened right now. The Pew Pew Bison, as I like calling it. You get that? Pew Pew. But anyway, the PP Bison is not going to be, you know, up there as far as the damage is concerned. But right now, Machine from Future Station is going to put Zeol down on his knees. However, Godless and ABDE are right next door. Ooh, that grenade just goes over the mark.
Oh!
And, well, it almost knocked another person.
Yeah, this is, okay. Z3us, they're a team who do enjoy taking the fights, and right now they are getting bullied by these by the nades being tossed in here, but they will get the res on. Zeol, a player I am 100% going to be keeping an eye out for in Future Station. They have, I don't know how many nades they have, but they are making life a bit miserable here for the side of Z3us. Not able to reply back. They need to heal up as well, and Zeol is taking a sweet time. Doesn't feel like he's even got a med kit. So it's going to take a while to bandage up the wounds inflicted from those bullets and nades. But don't see the 4th member of Z3us anywhere in the vicinity.
Also, I've kind of got to give props to Future Station over here. Now, when you get a knock on, especially one of the top fraggers from an opponent team, you know, chances are you're going to push up on their position. But because of the fact that they aren't really aware of where the other players are, they're making the right choice as to not to overextend and, you know, basically get shot up themselves instead. But it does look like Zeol is going to have Godless with him for company, as Abel is going to be just on the right flank over here. And yes, you are right. The last member from Z3us Esports is nowhere to be seen. And of course, we are going to be talking about ICE. Now, ICE, there you have it. Just as we said, ICE is going to try and make it towards his teammates. But Badrev from Future Station has spotted him out, laying down a few shots with that M4.
Interesting how Z3us, they like sending, last time was Zeol on the first Erangel, the first map of the day, and now it's ICE, you know, who's kind of like either late or too early. They like to play this 3-1 sort of split, at least from what we've seen so far in the limited games we have witnessed on day 1. And right now, yeah, bit of a standoff here. Badrev giving away his position as well. With his bullets, he rattled off towards ICE. And taking a look at the circle, we can probably take a look at the circle right now, and it is going to be, I wouldn't say as similar as the first one. It is more reasonable, a big chunk of the main island in the play zone. But there is the likelihood that it could potentially make things very, very rough for a lot of these teams if it does head on down towards the south.
Absolutely, and also, well, before we go on to the next point, looks like Machine has been taken down, and of course Zeol is the man who is going to be laying down all that punishment. But the fact that Machine is actually behind a low wall is something that is going to work in his favor, as it does look like Capshi is going to come in for that revive. Now, Godless is getting a little fidgety. He does want to make sure that, you know, they capitalize on that knock and they eliminate as many players from Future Station as they can. But I do love that position of one of the gentlemen, and I do believe Evil Eye, well, talk about that. He is keeping an eye on the enemy right now, making sure that any hint of movement, those calls are going to be going out, as Capshi is going to go in for that revive behind that wonderful cover of smoke. And let's just quickly have a look at what we missed earlier as the King of Leon finally went down. But there you have it, the Ratata coming in and doing the job, although it was Demon who got the kill with the M16. But right now we are still at their stalemate, and well, talk about having an enemy on the other side of the road, and that was a bit of a flashbang over here. They're just trying to play around with them, as Icy finally is going to be joining his teammates.
He went all the way around just so he didn't have to deal with Future Station, and now he's going to be joining up with his teammates to bolster their ranks, as they would be looking to duke it out here with Future Station. Future Station opting to evacuate the premises. They know who they're facing off against, and again, bear in mind here, whether you get top 5, top 6, 7, or even like top place in overall standings over the course of the next 2 days, it doesn't really matter too much. What matters is you don't wind up in the bottom 4. And that, I feel, is something a lot of these teams are going to be keeping in mind. S9. That's Seal 9. They spot out. They can hear 1952. Both these two teams are from Group E, who are playing for the very first time here today. And they're not going to take even a single shot.
See, that is something that I was actually trying to bring up just a little while ago before Machine got knocked out. Now, you did kind of mention that it is pretty much a circle that people come to expect from Erangel, right? I mean, Erangel is the map that everyone starts off on. Now, yes, if you do go down south, it could be tricky for people who are migrating down south. However, even at this stage play, because you have a look at the map on our screens right now, most of the teams, barring maybe the 4 or 5 in the center, teams like Z3us Esports, teams like Future Station, they're going to opt to stay around the edge. Now, here's what happens. Of course, they're going to be like, please, fingers crossed, hopefully the next zone comes our way. Now, what I'm afraid of is I don't want any of these teams to become complacent. I don't want them to be comfortable in their fortification right now, just hoping that the zone's going to come, because as soon as it shifts, not in their favor, I don't want that panic to set in.
Well, that is something where, you know, even though you might be very experienced, when nerves come to play, when you're battling for survival, it could be problematic. And 7C, who had an early exit and on Erangel, they're going to be taking a few shots into 1952. 1952 taking a bit of damage, but the Mini 14 won't really land too many shots here. They're going to be able to heal on up, you know, pop a few painkillers and heal themselves as they wait it out. They're going to be waiting out for what should be the next zone. You can take a look at the standings. And right now, all I care about is, you know, way at the bottom over there. Circle's going to collapse kind of on itself, put Chinky smack in the center. Teams like F4, for example, right? Like, these are the teams who have already had 2 games, and this is something, right? It is a slippery slope where you're like, we got 6 more games, we got 5 more games, and next thing you know, you have 2 or 3 games, and you're still sitting at the bottom. That is a spot you don't want to be on.
I mean, you basically have to have your best foot forward at all times because, like we said, just 2 days. And I think between 10 games, every team is going to end up playing 8 games. And within those 8 games, you got to make sure that you secure yourself, as you mentioned before, one of those top 16 positions for the Super Weekend. But it does look like 7Cs are going to try and turn their luck a bit over from the last game. I do believe they went out in 13th position with just that 1 kill to their name. They definitely want to make sure they do a lot better this time around. But now, we are going to see a couple of stalemates across the map as, like we said, all the teams see. They're going to be comfortable in their positions, hoping the zone is going to be favoring them. So I want to see if that complacency is going to be an issue later on. But it looks like Demon has other ideas as INES, the winners of the last game in Sanhok, are coming under fire.
And of course, it is going to be oh, look at the coordinated nades!
Oh my
Barrage
goodness!
Of nades.
Talk about being under fire.
That was beautiful to witness. And yeah, there's nothing INES can do. There's nothing Clutch and Newt can do to save their teammates. The coordination and the timing on those 3 nades, there was no escape. The moment it struck, it was an artillery barrage. And INES just left just chomping at the bit, furious that there was nothing they could do.
You can see it in Newt's face. Oh, you can see that anger.
He's seething. I mean, okay, the timing.
Oh. Boom, boom, boom.
There's nothing you can do. There's absolutely nothing you can do. And Skylight Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, they are here to play. That was so well done, not taking any chances. And INES, Newt, And Clutch left to just, hold their fortification for the time being. Now F4, they have struggled a bit in the past couple of games, and now they're coming under fire. And the team, they will have to face off against this Tura Love 7C. The nade could have been good, but it does fall a bit short of his position.
A bit short indeed, as now it does kind of look like the teams are going to have to move around, but it's 7C's Fair who returns a grenade off his own, and with that, Waltrox has been brought down to his knees as now desperate smoke grenades are going to be deployed to make sure they have that cover. Elsewhere, Carnage Esports Jiggle is going to get a knock on, I do believe, one of the members from Deadeyes Guys, but again, that's another fight taking place in another place. Right now, 7C versus F4. They are one man short. Can they capitalize on that? As there you have it. They're picking fights on multiple fronts, play. This could come to bite them in the backside later on.
Maybe, but oh, Totter is so lucky. A sliver of health is all he's got, but he will manage to escape Fear. However, down on his knees. Now, he's got to be rezzed up. Toto can't go for it. He's going to deploy the smoke. And 7C went in for the kill. They wanted to take down F4, and I can respect that, right? But F4 just tossing in the nades, and a couple of them finding the mark, as Fear is going to go crawling back to find some cover, but they do have another member off the side. He is going to be providing him a little bit of covering fire and trying to ensure that 7Cs don't lose any members early on, but it's not going to happen. A player will fall. Before he's able to make his way to safety, the nade will be found. The nade will find its mark, and Khan's going to get a kill in 7C. It looks like they're just going to call it a day and just run for the hills. And looking at the circle, ladies and gentlemen, that is
there you go.
That is brutal. It's going to be towards Rozok and School, and a majority of the teams and the players are nowhere inside of the play zone. This is going to be a brutal migration for a lot of these teams.
That is absolutely correct, but one of the crowd favorites, the team that is playing the first match today, Deadeyes Guys, they are dead smack center of the new zone, just a little west, a little southwest, in fact, of the school. In fact, they are going to be moving in towards the school, possibly capitalizing on that hill right next to it as well. Of course, you want to make sure you have as much area in your grasp, and wait a second.
What is this?
We are recreating Mad Max over here, as all the teams are now in vehicles, and well, they are going to be just driving past one another. Carnage can have a field day right now. They can literally have a little bit of a Carnage just shooting everybody down.
I really don't think they got enough bullets for it. I don't think they've got enough bullets for it. It's 1952. They have, however, been caught in this cascading hail of bullets from every direction, and they're looking like they are pinned down. They've lost a couple of members already, but two of them seems to have made it to safety, at least for the time being. And you did say Carnage, right? They are down to 3 members, losing Snipe early, who did get the first blood in the matchup. And right now, I guess they're just looking to play this one safe, right? Jane! Oh no! Unfinished off as well by Gyro. That is...
Well, there you have it. Blood Legion finally have blood on their hands.
They got a point. They got a point. They were in 0 all this while, but finally, Blood Legion, they get a point. There you have it. As you take a look at who's alive, INES, 952. They're down to 2 members. A1, T2K, 7C, F4, CNE, and SGX as well. That is, of course, Skylight Gaming, losing a member each, but no team down to just a 1-man, not that desperate yet. The question is, like I said, we saw the chaos where everyone just trying to migrate in all those vehicles, and no one really dropping by the side. We maybe saw a couple of casualties there, which in my opinion, that's a miracle. And I love how Skylight Gaming is like, yep, nope. We're not going to be a part of that. We're going to be heading all the way out into the blue, through the bridge, and going to be heading towards Rozok, where they might just swim across. There's no one in Rozok at the moment. The question is, do they know?
Well, I think Chari is going to be in a position to find out real soon. I'm pretty sure he's going to stop his vehicle just north of that river and scout out down below on that beautiful town to make sure he gets a hint or doesn't of any movement in Rozok. But right now, it does look like Monkey has an idea, but Badrev is, in fact, he does pop a shot in his direction, just missing by a whisker. But it's Badrev who, in fact, brings him down to half his HP. Now, Seal9, of course, they are playing their first game of the day, and I'm kind of excited to see what they bring to the table.
I want to see Seal9 go against Seal Esports.
Well, I mean...
And be like, who's the leopard seal here, right? Who's the big daddy? Who's the big daddy seal in the server? We're going to be probably seeing that later on as we take a look at where the zone is going to be shifting towards. Ladies and gentlemen, looks like it's going to be ending in school.
And, well, once again, Deadeyes Guys are like in prime position to get this match under their belt. But let's see if that's going to be the case, as Newt has fallen down. Looks like he's going to be brought down to his knees, as Clutch is going to be drastically trying to figure out whether he should go in for the revive or whether he should leave his friend behind and, well, go on to live a little bit longer. But looks like it's going to be problematic, as the blue zone is going to be doing a tremendous amount of damage as well.
PN crew,
they're caught.
they're screwed. INES, man. Chicken dinner and then also getting knocked on the first. They're having either... They either have a...
Wait a second!
No. It was close. There was a chance there. He could have got a double knock, but I don't think he would have had a chance to get the finish in the end. INES, they either go out the bottom 2 or 3, or they get a chicken dinner, and now they go out first, which is... I guess just
they go big or they go home. It's as simple as that.
They literally are living up to that. The epitome of going big or going home, as Dante is in a bit of a pickle. A1 taking the fight to 7C. And look at A1. Citizen just charging on in, looking to finish out the last member standing with the looks of it for 7C. It's all in Torture, and there's nothing Torture can do. He will be found out, and with that 7C are going to be joining INES. Rough start there, but A1 wasting no time. They do lose one member, but that's a team wipe they're going to be pretty happy with.
Pretty happy with indeed, as it looks like Chari. We were kind of mentioning that, he's going to be scouting out for his teammates. It does look like they went a little past Rozok as the circle has shifted further south, but have a look at Demon's position. I just saw that. He is going up against a 4-man Seal line with Inky down on his knees as smokes are being deployed for cover and possibly a tactical retreat, as Vol E, on the other hand, from the other Seal team, mind you, is going to get a couple of nade knocks, and looks like Stalwart Esports Flex have been obliterated. Their flexing days are over as far as Erangel is concerned. With that, they are going to be reduced. I do believe they're out.
They're out.
Well, let me just correct myself. They are out. They have been knocked out in the 14th position. There you have it, with just 2 kills. And now the retaliation comes from 1952 Sharp X's point of view. And just as I say that, oh my goodness, disgusting curse, he gets taken down by Sandesh.
You're really terrible for a few of these teams, XP. I've seen this in the past as well. Seal, though. Team Seal.
Getting hired again.
They do have 5 kills. They do have 5 kills in the name right now, as you can clearly see on the right-hand side. PN Crew looking good. They got the team wipe. Actually, I think they got a double kill there. They got a double kill on another team as well. Blood Legion, all 4 alive, so already looking pretty good for them, considering it's only the 3rd game here for these gentlemen. Future Station, though, in a bit of a rough spot. This is one spot in the map I don't want to hang around, because the cover is minimal. If you're kind of caught in the open, you're surrounded by teams in some of these compounds or amongst like a cluster of rocks, you're kind of screwed out in the open.
I mean, I kind of agree and disagree with you, because although, yes, it is a bit of a tricky position, I think maximum number of times people have actually found themselves in this particular circle, because like I said, Erangel is the most popular map in PUBG Mobile right now. So, more often than not, you find yourself in a similar situation. But I'll come back to that in a second. As Future Station, we did kind of see them run away earlier on when they did lose Machine, but now they are going to be caught out in the open. Just as you said, now if you're in this position, yes, it's going to be detrimental, because you have bullets coming in from every which direction, and this is kind of hopeful from Bad Rip. That's a long distance.
That is indeed. Seal 9, in the meantime, well, it looks like in this game at least, Seal 9 are going to be the ones to bow out earlier on compared to...
They have sealed their fate.
God damn it. It's too early. It's too early in the tournament for the puns, man. Let's keep it for later on. Speaking of seals, there are a few unsuspecting seals as well, and Prabin, he just scoped it. The trigger discipline finally is going to let loose a few bullets, and Seal are getting harangued from multiple directions by the looks of it, and 3 of them, they wonder where they're getting shot from. And Prabin finally looking to let loose. He does land a couple of shots.
All right.
And in fact, he does manage to get the knock on Zake. I guess that's how to pronounce his name. And Seal in a bit of a pickle. As we take a look at the circle. And the circle, ladies and gentlemen, it is sinister indeed. It is going to be smack on top of Future Station. And they were out in the open. It's going to be open fields. I can only see one compound in that play zone. And guess which team's lying in wait? It is Zeus.
Well, let's see if the gods of Olympus are going to do something, as Team F4 are going to find themselves eliminated in the 12th position with just that 1 kill to their name. And talking about the gods, Godless, in fact, is going to be opening up with his DP28 as he does get a knock on a member of the opposite team. And right now, looks like A1 Esports are going to be moving in for the zone as well. They're going to have a little bit of an issue, because I do see on the minimap on my other screen, they might just run head-on into Seal Esports, as both these teams are trying to make their way to the circle. But we were talking about the school, and there you have it. Deadeyes Guys are still in. T2K coming in, the winners, of course, of the first Erangel, but looks like they are in a bit of a pickle as the Sarga is down on his knees.
They need to make a bit of haste here, and they have lost a member already. Earlier on, he had made his way into the circle. I forgot to see who it was. And bullets flying past thick and fast. Sinister getting a little too overeager, and now A1 are down to just one man standing, and Jax needs to cross on over to the next building to try and res his teammate. A player will fall for Seal. Zake just might be the last man standing here for the side of Seal, and it does look like it is. And for the side of Blood Legion, they have 3 kills. They have all 4 players alive, and they are in the play zone as well. But the problem is, like we pointed out, there's not much cover for a lot of these teams. And if I'm Team Zeus right now, if I'm Zeus Gaming, I'm just sitting put where I am and taking shots at everyone. Seal, Esport, I take their name, and I've cursed them as well. It's going to be Zeus who's going to send down a bolt of lightning, finishes them off. And with that, we're down to final 10, 27 left alive in the circle! And that looked a little scary there. I thought it was there's an enemy there for a moment. I was like, how is he not aware? And it is going to be a member of Deadeyes Guy on his knees. The rest should be coming on in. Smokes have been deployed everywhere. But again, look at the left-hand side of the screen. Zeus, the only team with a compound to work with amongst everyone else in the play zone at the moment.
See, that's a give and take, to be honest with you, because yes, you have the only compound, but then again, people want to breach that compound, and it looks like 1952 are finally going to be knocked out in this game. Not a blast from the past as we were expecting, as Magnet finally falls down to the enemy, as Sinister does the same, this time courtesy of Gyro. Looks like Blood Legion just might move in, but Dante is going to be at hand to get in that revive. Have you noticed one thing? Future Station initially found themselves in a pickle, and now they're just biding their time. They're staying quiet.
Yeah, and the fact that they were able to hold off the onslaught from all these, they have a couple of small little ridges, right? A little bit of tropes and a little bit of ridges to work with, and I think they've done a pretty good job letting everyone else battle each other, not really committing to a fight. And like you said, right now they're in a good spot, but of course the team right now who's in the best spot is Zeus. And even though we have A1 taking control of another compound, eventually the circle's going to push them on out. They still have about 5 seconds before the circle eventually makes a move, and then that's going to decide who's going to fall by the wayside. Deadeyes Guys, they have 3 alive here. They're going to get into the car, and they're going to go for it. They're going to go for it, and they're going to shooting their opposition as well, and they're going to come out on top. They're going to knock out a team. SGX going to fall, and Deadeyes Guy, what a drive. What a risky maneuver, and it pays off, at least for the time being, as we have Zeus now taking shots at everyone who's pushing inside the circle. They're pushing into the compound, and Zeus are keeping everyone at bay.
They are keeping them at bay, as Suyog is going to go down courtesy of ICE, and ICE, in fact, is picking a fight with multiple teams, as Dominic from Blood Legion is going to be knocked out as well. Now, Evil Eye has his work cut out as PN crew are pushing up on their position. Legend is going to be the first in the line of sight, but it looks like Sandesh and Killer might just come around from the right flank for their point of view and gun this gentleman down. But Evil Eye is making sure he has a little bit of cover. Beautiful timing over there, going prone behind the buggy to make sure he doesn't get knocked out. But Sinister once again finding himself at the wrong end of Icy's weapon.
Zeus just holding on to this fort of theirs like there is no tomorrow, and he's rattling off bullets. A1 getting just perforated with his M4 bullets. And I like how he's going. He's going in every direction. Every direction. North, south, east, west. Doesn't matter. He's going to be rattling off bullets wherever he sees a single player. And look at Godless. Look at Godless. He's sneaking up from behind. No one's aware. No one is aware that there is a snake amongst their midst, and he can hear someone else approaching as well. A1 coming in from behind. The vehicle is going to apply a bandage as well. This is absolute pandemonium, and Godless, the guy, he's got cojones of steel. He's going to come above, and Blood Legion, they have no idea. They have no idea that they are being hunted.
I do believe one of them has an idea. Well, Deadeyes Guys are going to get taken down, because I did kind of see a Molotov being lobbed in this direction. A1 Esports out in the 7th position with the respectable 6 kills to their names. Carnage are going to be knocked out in the 6th, as Godless, again, living up to his name. He does not care about anything in this world. He's going out for it, and it looks like that's a good decision to back out just a little bit. Of course, this is a team game. You want to be a team player. You want to make sure that you can back up your teammates when the time is needed. Now, Blood Legion, again, they are going to be survived by 2 members. It is going to be Rayan and Dominic, who just might get spotted. Godlex is going to go around. I think Rayan has an idea. He gets spotted. He shoots. He connects, but is not quick enough, as Godless is going to be put down in the ground. The question is, are they going to be coming in? Yes, they are. The backup is just amazing. Z3us Esports, take a bow.
The credit to IC for, and credit to his teammate for just pushing in the right time, but Ryan with a perfect push! He gets a knock, but the reply nade from IC, the second before he got knocked to his knees, the nade sails on in, and with that Blood Legion will be knocked out. IC needs a res immediately, pronto, but Abel, is he going to go for this? Because the hunt is on. He can see him, and he's going to be taken down here. Abel's got to go for the bullets, and he's going to take the fight. He's going to find one, looking good to finish off, but he's getting shot from above as well by Sir from Deadeyes Guy, and Abel trying to finish off the job. He's down a sliver of HP. One bullet is all that Deadeyes Guys need, and with that, it's down to the final 2 teams left in the circle. It's a 4v2. It's PN Crew. The entire crew is alive, and for Deadeyes Guys, it's Wadu Sir and his teammate.
Let me just tell you one thing, PN Crew looking strong right now with 12 kills to their names. Of course, 2 of the members have 4 kills each, and then 3 and 1 is how we make up that number of 12. Now, PN Crew, they were really smart because they were actually behind Future Station just a couple of circles ago. They came in, completely decimated them from behind us, and Sanhok is going to go in, switches to the first-person view, wants to make sure he has all the agility, all the tactics to him, but it's not going to be enough as Suyog is going to act a bit quicker, putting him down on the ground, and now they are going to be moving in. But again, the number is what overwhelmed them. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, PN Crew, there you have it. Look at the gentlemen, smiles on their faces, a little fist bump. They have done it. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Game 3 goes PN Crew's way.
I gotta give it to PN Crew, right? It's a 4v2 there, right? They know they have a little bit of time for the circle, and they saw Deadeyes Guys had that warehouse to work with. They're like, we're not going to give you an opportunity to kind of regroup, heal yourself. They just pushed on in. And you know what they say, when you have your foot on the throat, just don't let up. Don't let up, just go for it. And PN Crew, opening game for them. 3rd game of the day, 1st game for these guys, and they get the win.
And they get the win, and well, that is one way of doing it. Let me just point something out. PN Crew wasn't really that active at the beginning, but the way they just made sure they were calm, they were composed, and they got the job done. And with that, that is an amazing end to game number 3 in Erangel. We do have 2 more games lined up for you. Do not go anywhere because we'll be back after this quick break.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season number 3. We just finished off the 3rd game on the map of Erangel once again, and indeed, in that we just started off with group number E. And dudes, I mean right off the bat, what a wonderful performance this was, coming in from, of course, PN Crew for now.
Yeah, definitely. An amazing performance we showcased by, I think, 2 teams from Group E.
True.
DE and PN Crew, obviously, they just arrived and they just demolished the competition for sure.
Exactly. I mean, you talk about the kills. You were looking at 13 kills coming in from this team. Just miraculous play coming in right off the bat from PN Crew. But with that, let's move on and have a look at the most valuable player, the valuable asset. Who is that team going to be?
Okay, it's Demon from Skylight Gaming, as we see 4 kills, 956 damage, 21 survival time, no assist. He wants his own kills, and healing done 264 out in this lobby. Given the fact that the lobby was quite open and he was a medic for the team.
Yeah, but still managed to secure those points for his team. I mean, that does put Skylight Gaming in a wonderful position. But this game in general was really interesting with the way the circles moved and how the teams were trying to get into those circles. Time and time again, getting caught off guard. I mean, the iconic moment is going to be when Z3us Esports were charging in with StalwartFlex and the players of 1952 along with them. And it sort of got really confusing over there. Where do you want to go? Do you want to try and go towards Z3us Esports? Do you want to try and pick them up, or do you want to stop and then take your shots and risk getting caught out by StalwartFlex? And that is exactly what happened right there.
Absolutely, and again, that was predicted based on the way those teams had approached that final moments of that game indeed. But move on along towards the top players. we are looking at PN Crew. Of course, this is just their first game for the league plays. They've got 2 of those players.
So we have all the badges out here. You see an assaulter, you see a dedicated sniper out here, and you see a scout as well, and a medic. We have all the player badges being shown. But Ayush, look at that. Highest skills in this top player list right now. 5 kills, 25 minutes of survival time. Obviously, the damage department was not on his favor, but well, the kills were, and the team had those 15 points for themselves of the placement.
And looking at the 2 players right there, that means most of the work, I mean not most of the work, but equal work was done by the other 2 lads from the side of PN Crew as well, because they were also dishing out the damage that did help these 2 lads secure those kills. And as our wonderful casters pointed out, PN Crew took this one slow and steady, and well, they won the race.
Absolutely did. And with that, you move on along to the match ranking itself, because again, first things first, of course, we are looking at PN Crew right off the bat getting that chicken dinner, followed by Deadeyes Guys, who of course are playing their first game as well. But Zeus, they have now moved on along, not just getting those damage, not just getting those kills, but also being in the top 3.
So Zeus is picking up the pace, and they know, right? You know, it's important for them. They know they are a team that obviously the other teams always look up to in the competition. They know that they have showcased immense and incredible gameplay, so they're looking good. But I'm happy for Blood Legion. I mean, they are picking up pace right now. It's like first 2 games were not that good, but now they are starting up really, really good. But hey, INES, previous game chicken dinner, this game 16 position. So yeah, it does put them in a weird spot right now to think about.
Yeah, they're gonna be in a weird position because not just that. I mean, first game was a bad one for them. Second game was theirs totally. The third one was bad as well. So if you follow the pattern, Erangels are basically not working out for them. But our sample size is just that of 3 games. So it is definitely not enough to study a team's playstyle. But I mean, I want to talk about those final few situations in this matchup, and it was quite interesting because there we saw what capitalizing on an opportunity that's being given to you means really, and it was through the perspective of Deadeyes Guys when Z3us Esports sort of messed up a little bit, ignoring the fact that XB Blood Legion was right next to them, and then XB Blood Legion took down 2 players. Deadeyes Guys, their first priority was to go for the revives.
Absolutely was. And with that, as you move on along into this final saga on Erangel, we of course, let's move on to the zones themselves, because again, the teams that started off right off the bat were looking very comfortable and confident, but by the end of it, it was a completely different affair for so many of them.
I told you one thing, and that was if the circle, you know, moves forward up north, it's gonna favor DE in a way. Well, it did. Obviously, they were in top 2, so that's one thing. But out in this one, the most important thing for DE was just, you know, they were at the school area, and after that, when they started moving, it was an open road, it was an open area, and that's where DE was in a bit of a mistake. I wouldn't say it was mistakes, but it was the way the rotation was happening that indeed was being they were being caught down from the other directions from the other teams as well, and that was one thing. But hey, you remember there was a compound that Team Zeus held impressively. The fights that were happening out there, those were some of the most amazing fights.
And look at how PN Crew actually managed to make their way inside every single circle from here on out. And it wasn't easy for them, because now you see the assault coming in on them by the players of Carnage Esports. They dealt with that. They dealt with the players of Future Station who were in and actually on the position that PN Crew wanted to take for themselves. They finished them off, and then they held on to it until the scuffle between DE, Zeus and XB Blood Legion was completely fizzled out, and then they went on to finish the last few players.
Exactly. I mean, you talk about XB Blood Legion and the way they were just sandwiched between the 2 teams was again really good to be able to see, and the way they were able to capitalize finally again was graciously awesome. But again, I mean, the way Zeus just moved on along with that flow, they had the information, they had the control. Of course, Deadeyes Guys, the rotation was out in the open, so kind of did falter out a little bit, but eventually again, as you look at the entirety of the map, everything worked out in favor of these teams because they were dominating, they were in control, they had the information, so they had to just capitalize that, and that is what resulted in them getting the best of the best points for them.
Exactly, and this was something that Deadeyes Guys and PN Crew, both these teams needed, because as we were talking about, this was their first game of the day. They were starting off from a back foot, and they needed the boost. Yeah, they needed the boost.
Both of them did, of course, and those were not just the moments. There were so many other moments that did take place throughout the game itself. So let's move on with the open moments and have a look at the entire saga on Erangel.
So let's look about the circles that was just, you know, in the formation. So many open fights were happening. That just means one thing, and that is you need to, you know, keep your eyes and ears open. But this grenade, I mean, this was a brilliant grenade that just, you know, went down, fizzled down against INES, and this is where, you know, INES's momentum just broke, at which they were continuing from the previous game. It happens, right, when you talk about the fights. But if you talk about the other areas, 1952 as well, and I remember the casters just, you know, going down, oh, what's gonna happen when PN Crew just was looking good for the fights. They had a good area right from the start, the backside of Ruins. to rotate, and they did use and utilize it in a brilliant way because they were clearing out the teams that were behind them first so that they don't have to worry about them later on.
Look at this, and DE. This was a gamble that they took. Rotating out in the open when you know the teams are present and you are going to be shot at. But that gamble paid off for them. Same can't be said for the players of Z3us Esports, because Godless, he was going aggressive on the players of DE, and then it was Ryan who was stuck with his teammate in the car that actually ended up being the reason for the demise of Z3us Esports.
I mean, after this, obviously, there's going to be one push that happened against DE. You remember the FPP mode of Ayush that he was using?
Sandesh.
So, oh yeah, sorry, Sandesh. So the thing that happens is, if you're going for FPP, you need to go, you need to move with your ears, right? Sound sense. That just matters.
It is so very crucial indeed, and that I think XP Blood Legion played it to perfection. They knew exactly what was happening as they were stuck in that small little corner, but they did not move. They did not give that information away for the longest time. But again, that grenade coming in from Zeus was just of a perfect time.
Talk about grenades, because the grenade was the reason that XP Blood Legion's position was compromised. We were watching the game and it was Ryan actually trying to cook a nade. The pin sound was heard by Godless and we saw him immediately back off.
Oof. Wow, what a play. What a wonderful play this has been. With that, of course, there was a lot of destruction throughout this game. Let's have a look at the destruction graph and find out who was the one dishing damage. And Zeus, once again, outdoing themselves.
1,442 in just 5 kills. Wait, are the kills wrong? Or what is, because the graph is...
It's just the gods of thunder bringing in the, well, thunder strike basically.
They have Godless.
Yeah, and they have Godless.
They have Godless. I mean, the lineup is pretty stacked, but look at this one. 14 kills from PN Crew, 1733. SG, look at that. I mean, 1587 by those lads. But if you're talking about a team, I would love to talk about 7C as well. They did not get killed, but look at 700 damage that they dished out.
I want to talk about A1 Esports as well. I mean, that is efficient. 662 damage for 6 kills. That means they were capitalizing on just players being caught off guard and unaware of those positions. Every single point of damage that they took was converted into a kill.
And that's what you want. I mean, you talk about consistency right off the bat on the first day of league plays itself. You want to be consistent in your play so as to be able to move on along with comfort, with ease into, of course, the Super Weekend, of course. And with that, this team that just started off with PN Crew's awesome glory was fabulous to be able to see. But with that, of course, let's move on to the overall standings and find out how this has resulted for the entirety of these 20 teams.
Wow, talking about, you can see a few plus signs, a few minus signs in the teams, and Z3us Esports, they got a 3 jump. Talking about A1 Esports and Carnage, they did the same as well, but INES and Stalwart, well, INES do have a chicken dinner, but they did go down, and that's one thing that they'll have to look forward to again.
But here is something that is absolutely fascinating, and I love it. PN Crew and Deadeyes Guys, they have 1 matches played each, but their performance in that one game was so good that we see PN Crew in the top 4 and we see Deadeyes Guys not too far behind them.
Exactly, but if we talk about a few teams, right, DRS Gaming, they got a loss of 6 placement points, 6 placement in numbers right now. 7C, they also went down 6 positions as they are on 11th, and talking about this is just one thing, but talking about Future Station, they also went down, but out here, 1952 and Seal 9, well, it was just the start. Let's see how far the journey just goes for these teams.
But here's where things get interesting. Right there, we do see Venom Legends and DRS taking the dip, right? And that was because the teams were not playing. So you need to make sure that you get so many points in the matches that you do play, that when you do not play, you don't drop down too far below, and especially not out of the top 16.
Exactly, the most important thing.
So very crucial it is going to be when you want to be working towards the, of course, high octane weekend that's going to be coming up. That's going to be the Super Weekend Awesomeness 3-day affair that will start off on Friday. But right now, of course, we're in the league plays. With that, we've already got 3 games done. Let's have a look at the schedule, which is, of course, going to move on along towards Sanhok. And once again, we're looking at Group A, B, C, and D. My apologies, E.
Exactly. Group D is not playing again. So I would say we might see PN Crew or DE just, step up to the competition once again, because that's the most important thing, right? Plus, the thing is, it's going to be Sanhok, fast-paced fights. And DE loves fast-paced fights. So this might just be, I would say this might be their game. This, like, previous game was second. This, they might just go for it.
They ought to be able to. Again, the way they're synergistically just moving on along, it is, of course, beautiful to be able to see. But once again, another question that I do want to have towards the analyst is going to be, well, this is going to be the final game for group number C. Of course, we've got Team F4 in there. We've got XP Blood Legions in there. What do you guys think is that group's entire saga going to run out to be?
I think XP Blood Legion, they're going to try and make a comeback in this one.
They ought to.
For sure. I would stick to it the DE only.
Well, with that, it is enough banter coming in from our side. Let's move on to our casters, who this time around are going to be none other than, of course, Necro and Fixes once again.
Well, thank you so much, Lakshay. And what an evening has it been, ladies and gentlemen. And Necro, I've got to put you on the spot again. Your prediction, sir, before the match gets started.
Well, I mean, one thing I want to say, what an way to make an entry. What a heroic entry over there from Deadeyes and PN Crew. Of course, we saw PN Crew in the scrims in the past days, and they weren't really able to do much, you know, especially taking a look at Killer YT. He wasn't really able to outshine. But now PN Crew, wow, patience paid.
You know, they certainly look to be settled in, and we've seen this team in the past. You know, they deliver. You know, the messenger of death, Sandesh, he's one of the players that we really need to eye out for. And for all our viewers out there, it's the question going back at you again. Who do you think is going to win this one out? Because all these teams going against each other, it's going to be absolute bloodshed in the map of Sanhok, in the rainforest rather. But considering, you know, a few statistics here and there, you know, you've got the players of Group E playing in, and what a start. I mean, Deadeyes getting the second position, PN Crew getting a beautiful, beautiful chicken dinner with so much kills going in the name. So considering Team C line is also joining the fray, so do you think they've got what it takes to win this one out?
I mean, of course, if they have made it this far, then they have what it takes. But of course, all it needs to do is getting that strategy right, getting your team synergy on point, and certainly somewhere down the line, a lot of teams struggle to do that, but all you need to do is give them a little bit of space to breathe, and maybe in the future they will actually come out on top.
Now, talking about breathing spaces, ladies and gentlemen, we will of course carry forward the conversation as the flight path trajectory heading all the way again from the northern side, this time towards Camp Charlie, as we see all the teams, you know, starting to take the plunge. And the beautiful part about Sanhok is that while you are inside the flight path, while you're inside the plane rather, you get to have an idea of where the zone is really going to form. So you can make certain adjustments into your rotations, and it has been a factor that you know, the team that is having the center always sort of manages to get the chicken dinner. Now, if we did have a look at the overall standings, right, the difference, the margin here is not too much. So we do not really have that segregation going in already. But this is a game where Team XB Blood Legion might want to continue their good performance from the last game, because they've been kind of silent in the first two games, and that's definitely not like how Blood Legion like to approach.
Exactly. Blood Legions, they are having a real good time as well, but in the past few games, weren't really able to show up, so maybe we just need to give them a little bit of time. We have seen them play real good inside the Bangladesh region again, but maybe they just need to get a little bit of time for themselves, as they will probably work on their strategies. Of course, now teams are going to be starting to loot, and look at the circle over here, Fixes. It's pretty much a default circle covering most of the ground, and this is definitely going to be so much more favorable for teams because there is a lot of cover inside the circle.
I mean, you call it default, I call it really tricky, because now, you know, every team is in their thoughts. You know, they're lost, right? Where is it going to head out? It can go towards the Western Island. It can also go towards the southern side, or maybe towards the eastern shores. So this is certainly going to favor teams like PN Crew that have taken that center. You know, you get that option. You know, if it goes towards the northwestern side, you are the first team to make your movement in, and then you would be the one gating the other teams trying to come in. But teams like F4 have not really had the kind of a start that they need to. And you know, as the saying goes, you really do not wake up at the right side of the bed every single morning. So certainly not a good day for them, but this is where they need to redeem themselves. This is where they need to get that chicken. This is the point where they need to come back inside the league. And yeah, these are those two days where you need to be in the top 16. So a lot of things are still online, and F4 not really having the kind of a start that they would have wanted. But getting back to the game, you know, Future Station already dropping off at boot camp, are sort of surrounded by a few teams here and there.
Exactly, and you did mention having one of the real good position inside the circle as well. Future Station does have a real good position as well. Now, of course, if you get outside the bootcamp area and maybe contest that hilly area for yourself, you are going to be putting yourself in a real good position and situating yourself for those late game situations as well. Again, PN Crew having a real good position inside the circle, and it seems like Legend might be getting in a fight real soon, because there is one of the players from F4 in those nearby faces. But doesn't really seem like the fight will be challenged anytime soon, as again. Now, we take a look at Khan over here. He's making a little bit of move as he does know that there might be someone in those nearby compounds, of course. But Khan, again, doesn't really want to challenge the fight. So maybe he'll just take the high ground and just, hold it down for himself.
No, really
Yep, he is.
interesting, split over here coming from the boys from F4 because you've got that 2-2 split going on. And mind you, they're surrounded right now. They've got PN crew right to the left side and they've got Zeus also coming in. So quite some engagement, quite some traffic right from the very start. And it has always been the thing with Sanhok, right? You need to have that center area for yourselves and whoever has it does win the game. But I see looks like he's a bit away from his flock and he needs to join his comrades. Otherwise, he might be in a whole world of trouble.
Yep, he is. But Khan don't really seem like he is in a hurry, So he's just probably going to be holding down his stone that he has a little bit of cover behind. And of course, Khan is hearing a lot of gun sounds happening in the nearby phrases. Of course, as you did mention, IC has been separated from his pack and he probably needs to make the rotation, and he will. Now, quite safe there. Khan spotting him out, but it doesn't really matter as he is not going to be taking a lot of damage in the process, so he will be quite safe for now.
He did, kind of get out from that sticky situation safely, so that's a good thing. But at the same time, this is a lot of information already being given out to Future Station that you, my friends, are definitely not safe. There are already 2 squads that have calmed down and just on a certain side. So a lot of information have been passed away, and PN Crew is going to take due note of that as well. Coming down to the other teams, we have Skylight Gaming kind of, in a standstill position because they have dropped off onto its warehouses of bootcamp, but nothing apart from that. And taking a look at INES, again dropping off at Kampong, they did manage to get that first chicken in Sanhok, but right after following that in Erangel, they were the first team to get eliminated. So not the kind of a game that you would want, because in stages like this, in league stages like this, you need to have that consistency going in for you. But here we have the boys from Carnage coming in close and going up close and personal with Z3us Esports.
Exactly, and we want to see this fight happen. I want to see Carnage in action, absolutely, shredding their enemies as well. But now, of course, the airdrop 1 will be on the board, and it's going to be the Groza, the Shredder, as I like to call it, because it absolutely shreds your enemies down.
It certainly does. And this is that machine. You need it. Once you start having this weapon, once you start using it, you get that feel. Add a suppressor to it, and it just is like an icing on the top of the cake. So right now, moving on forward, I guess True Love is in a bit of a trouble because the push is already online. Malik has been duly spotted. True Love needs to watch out. But now, my goodness, just giving away his position. He not really look at the same direction. Both at 2 different directions at the same time. My apologies there, but has to kind of deal with the aftermath of it.
I actually want to know if that was calculated. Jiggle actually gave him the footstep that he's coming on top on the stairs.
Maybe.
And then he backed off again, and then he got compromised from that window spot where his head was exposed. If that was compromised, that would probably be a 200 IQ play, as the fight is going to be progressing in forward. SniperYT going down in the process. Rig is going to be the man to take him down, of course. Now, the res might be coming through from Praveen as he has made his teammate. And, of course, the res is coming in through as SniperYT may be feeling a little bit comfortable in the spot he is. Rick trying his best to find any of the open angles to get his kill confirmed, but doesn't really seem like that's going to be happening. But take a look at Malik. He might get caught off guard, and, of course, he will. A little bit of questionable rotation coming from Malik there.
Yeah, of course. I mean, 100% right on your words, because you did hear those shots coming out. You should have been really careful with your approach. And Carnage are really losing out on one of their players. Z3us have also dealt with the same fate, so it's again a 3-on-3 situation as Fear does hold on to the TPP angle, does want to change his compound, having been spotted out, and kind of sticking together any single moment. Snipe with that beautiful grenade being lobbed out, and Fear, he's taken a lot of damage. Right now, we got to see as to how the boys from Carnage are going to engage themselves in this particular fight. How is this really going to pan out? Because when it's in an area like Painan, you certainly have those questions in your mind. Where is your enemy? Where is your opponent? How do you approach it? How do you go with those nades? How do you go with the utilities? Because you do not really have quite a lot of them, because this is still the early game fights that we're talking about. And Malik really taking an early exit over there. So that's not really the kind of a start that Carnage would have wanted for themselves.
Exactly, and a beautiful positioning coming out from Rig. Now, mind this, Rig has been a recent addition that 7C actually put up, and he was a former member of Mandala. Now, of course, as he being new inside the team, I feel like he's doing a fantastic job in overall calibrating all those calls and still working on it, and the overall position he got on the rooftop was just absolutely phenomenal as he caught off Malik off guard. But still, I really feel like it was somewhere Malik being careless as he got caught off guard, and that was an absolute questionable, decision coming from him as well. But the fight is still going on. A lot of time being wasted over here, Fixes.
Yeah, certainly. But here we have Fear already switching into the FPT mode, but the fight is already online as Snipe does get that beautiful, beautiful knock onto its Smoky V2. But the fight again continues, but it's Rig this time getting the second knock. And what a use of that DBS, just blowing out Snipe out of his mind as Jiggle just chimes in and tries to end the party. But it is the boys from 7C that do come out on top, and Carnage off to an early exit.
That DB doing work, though. What a beautiful place coming in from 7C. Of course, wiping out the entire existence of Carnage. And we did not expect that happening with a squad like Carnage, certainly, because they have been the champions of Nepal. And how are they going to be falling down that easily by 7C? Of course, that DB was the main factor that actually put them down. Now, look at over here. Blood Legions seem like they are going to be making the rotation inside the circle as well as... maybe a little bit of late rotation coming in from these lads, but they are trying to get in the middle of the zone. And take a look over here. There are so many teams accumulated in the middle of the zone, and there might be hell breaking loose anytime soon.
Anytime. I mean, it's just a matter of seconds as we see another fight. And we can already see a lot of teams have been in the nearby vicinities. Zeus already spotting out the boys from Blood Legion, just peppering down a few bullets, not really doing a lot of damage. And, getting back to its Carnage, this is one of the teams that really prioritizes on their positioning right from the very start. And towards the end game, that's where they start, getting all those kills. That's when they start obliterating the entire lobby, but getting deleted from the server right from the very start. Not a kind of a start that they would have anticipated for themselves, but it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. As we have 15 teams alive, 58 players still in the lobby, every single one of them eyeing out for that beautiful chicken.
Exactly. I mean, of course, the main factor is going to be to get that chicken dinner in your hand, but the obstacles are going to be way much more tougher as well. And certainly, if you're going to be having Blood Legions in your enemy lines, then this is going to be way much more tougher. As Zeus, of course, Godless, we need to talk about this man. We need to talk about him. What a performance this lad has been putting up.
Yes, he certainly is. And not just in the PMPL this time around, from the GC, that every single tournament that I've casted, every single tournament, every single time that I have seen him playing around. But we do see some snipe actions going on from the sidelines. We do have Sandesh, and I know this player, if you go back to the PMPL days, if you talk about them, the map of Vikendi, that's where we saw some explosive shots coming in from that lad, and he loves that bolt action. And this time with the M24, really, really wreaking havoc throughout the lobby. But Shifu sir, not late to the party, also gets a beautiful knock for himself. Can he get the confirmation though?
Now, Myunki, of course, went down in the process, but the confirmation is going to be real tough to do. But Baron is trying his best as well. But that's not going to be happening as he has already made it to the other side of the ridge, and C-Line will probably get the res in successfully. Now, PN Crew, of course, is going to be the squad that each and every single team needs to watch out from, as we do know that they have one of the best circles inside over here, and even a best positioning as a circle is going to be favoring them. But if you take a look at the nearby vicinity of Bootcamp area, there are so many teams. There is going to be Skylight Gaming as well, and Future Station, Gremlin Storm. Now, this is where the real fight might be starting, but... talking about real fights, Deadeyes seems to have their eyes locked on the players of C-Line, and Inky might be in a little bit of trouble because he is out in open. He doesn't have any cover. He just has that one little piece of rock, but how long is that rock going to be able to hold him off and provide him that little bit of breathing space that he has? He needs to retreat back inside a house or find a better cover for himself, as the nades are going to be lobbing it through from the players of Deadeyes. Seok sir going to be the man to actually throw and barrage those nades down, but don't really seem like those nades are going to be doing any damage though.
Absolutely, but right now, if you take a look at the boys from C-Line, well, Spooky has been knocked out. It's very difficult for his teammates to really join the party and get that press back onto him as the second knock again onto Myunke. And this was supposed to be there, but Inky sort of holding himself alone.
Look at Deadeyes.
At 3 players of Deadeyes are rampaging in through as the last player, Roy, has to kind of survive, has to retreat. This is not a place that he can afford to take a fight with the players of Deadeyes. I mean, after that first game, Onslaught, you know, these boys are highly boosted on their morals, and you've got them, you know, they're feeling it. They've played in the past. It's the third PMPL, so you've got to give it to these lads. You know, they're not under pressure. But if you talk about the different teams, you know, Blood Legion, I think the pressure is certainly one of those factors that's kind of has been really detrimental for them. And yes, in the third game, they did pick themselves up. They did manage to get those good positioning points along with a few kills here and there. But they still need some time to settle in. And getting those top 16 by the end of tomorrow's games, that's their target right now. But Zeus doing their job and getting a few kills here and there. And this time, the victims, in fact, will be the players of A1 Esports.
And of course, A1, we have seen these lads do real good in the past as well, because they were the one to actually take down 7C early off in the previous game of Erangel. But again, now seems like A1 Esports are in massive water trouble because they are pinned down inside a small compound. And we do know what Zeus is capable of. Certainly, taking a look at Godless, I really feel like he is going to be putting on an absolute show against A1 Esports, because I really feel like A1 Esports don't really have a lot of cover to move around as well. And maybe they're just pinned down inside that little house. If one nade will be lobbed inside the house, then I really feel like that might be just a game done for A1 Esports. But Godless, again, now, this is exactly a brilliant move from Godless. He's watching all across. He's watching all over. He's making sure he's not getting flanked from any members of A1 Esports. And this is exactly how good Godless is. Like, this just shows the initial skill and the initial game awareness this man has.
You know, I sort of have a different take on this because, you know, Godless, of course, making those bold moves gives you that extra bit of an information. But at the same time, he's too much exposed from his back. You know, you need to watch your 6. And in a map like Sanhok, you need to be careful. You need to be wary of every single direction because, yeah, you're making those shots. You're taking those shots over there. You're giving away a lot of information. And now teams passing by might just spot you out and maybe take a few kills here and there. But I love the positioning of Dante, you know, being at the very top over there and sort of can stop that push coming in from Zeus any single moment because this is one of the teams that loves to go up close and personal, loves to, you know, take those close range skirmishes against you. And that's where Dante is really instrumental for his team.
Exactly. And now seems like Belly is going to get knocked down. Zeus in a massive water trouble as they have already lost out on a player. Of course, they will try to get on res, and IC is going to be the man to be the closest to Abel, but is he going to be getting that res though? Of course, he might get caught off guard because he's in a heavy amount of pressure and a heavy amount of fire. Now, take a look at this. INES are making the entry in as well. How are things going to be panning out? But again, Godless getting knocked down in the process, and it seems like A1 Esports might have a chance. The hunters are getting hunted.
They certainly are, and this is where, you know, INES did hear those gunshots and did want to have a piece of the cake lying in front of them, and they did take down Godless, you know, being really bold, certainly, but you need to have a bit of a smartness out there because you need to understand if you are making such moves, I mean, might as well drop a smoke. But here we have Gaior making that push, and a beautiful nade just hammering down 2 players right off the bat as INES finally going in with the push. IC, is he going to deal with the aftermath? The Molotov going in the wrong direction as the stun grenade also comes out. IC with his Uzi. Can he get a knock? Yes, he does, but he certainly will be falling right after as the fight is still on. It's INES versus Zeus, and it's Joel versus Mute. Both of these players, you know, how are they going to pan out? All getting knocked out, and INES certainly has a chance to clutch this one out. They've still got 3 players against just the one guy over there. Abliamo, he needs to be safe. He needs to get those positioning points for his team.
Probably going to be the last man to survive, but of course, INES has spotted A1 Esports as well. The shots are taken, and of course, Dante taking heavy fire in the process. Now, A1 Esports are looking a little bit of, you know, on the disadvantage side because they have already 2 members getting knocked down. Dante is barely alive as well, but he will certainly going to be medkitting himself up, so that is looking quite good for himself. But now, taking a look at the circle shift, look at this. Deadeyes seems like they are having the time of their life because they are blessed by the PUBG gods there. And exactly now, the fight entire is still going on. The fight is actually taking a lot much more time fixes, if you've noticed. The fight is not ending quickly, but now these teams are getting capitalized from all the angles because because the circle is shrinking down. Teams are moving inside the circle, and this is going to be happening. Third parties will be happening anytime.
Certainly, but here we can see Clutch already spotting out Dante, who is all but alone over there, and he is committing for the push. That's the kind of confidence that you need, predicting his movement out there. And Dante taking a few shots here and there, but completely burning out, taking the damage from the zone. How is this lad gonna survive? Can he get that healing right on time? But no, not really happening. Just getting incinerated over there as A1 Esports bite the dust at the 15th position.
What an incredible play from these lads. But now take a look at Sarka as well. He's caught outside the zone, and Heaven seems like he has blocked his side onto him. And Skylight Gaming, they do seem like they have a great time. And 1952 are getting compromised as well. This is the exact disadvantage if you're going to be taking the rotation from the waterways, because you cannot really shoot back, and you are in a massive water trouble. But take a look at blah, blah, blah. Doesn't really seem like his position has been compromised, and even Jane is looking quite good in the spot that he is. But Zeus, again, a big name going down. Billy was the last man surviving, and seems like he has been taken down as well.
We need to get this to our attention of our viewers. This circle has been formed and has shifted way off from where Deadeyes are. And Future Station, they are inside it. You know, this is what I was talking about right from the start. This kind of circle tends to go really unpredictable. And now the teams that are on the better side of it are having a massive, massive advantage. But look at the boys from Skylight Gaming. They mean no harm. They just roamed around, have that cover for the rocks. No one can really spot them out until and unless they make a move for it. But P and Crew, having all 4 of their players alive, 1 kill already for themselves, they're looking good. They're looking neat. I have spotted the players of Team C who are trying to get inside the circle as Killer pepper downs a few bullets onto its Killer YT, but somehow Killer manages to kind of escape from that particular situation.
Exactly. Now, Killer did make that risky rotation inside the house, but he still is quite safe there. Now again, P and Crew, they do seem like, you know, they are in a decent position, but Future Station, Grumbling Storm are the one to actually dominate the entire play zone, because the entire play zone is actually blessing them. And now seems like the fight will be breaking down anytime soon between Seal. That nade is going to be doing a lot of damage. Beautifully nade lobbed inside, and look at this Molotov. This might be troublesome, and of course it will. Sandesh going down in the process. Wally has spotted the push. Now they are trying to get real up close and personal, as Wally is hearing a lot of footsteps going down, and of course it's going to be Ayush getting compromised by Baron.
Oh my goodness, this is preposterous. This was not supposed to be happening over there for P and Crew, as absolutely hell breaks loose as they have been eliminated from the game. But look at the circle. I mean, you have got that...
This is water. This is water circle.
And you know, you talk about the affinity of the circle, it's tending to go around those water edges. You know, you've got the first game also somewhere panning down towards those watery areas, and in this game of Sanhok, it has also resulted, and we are witnessing the boys from Future Station. You know, they've got a safe route. You know, if they kind of tend to spot out the players of F4 and manage to take them down, then this is pretty much GG's for them. They are going to be your victors.
Exactly, but now the res will be coming on through on Kopshi there. Evil Eye trying his best to spot anyone from the players of Seal, and of course he does hear a lot of shots in that direction, so his sights will be locked. He's making sure that Seal, if they make any mistakes, if they overstep their aggression, they will be caught off guard. But now Waltrix making things so much more harder for Future Station, Grumbling Storm, and finally seems like Future Station are down on their knees as they are not having the time of their life. It's just going to be that one last man standing. It's going to be bad. It's going to be that one last man standing. And now still, Future Station are down real bad. And maybe this is their end, because Khan is moving close. He's getting real up close and personal.
Yeah, he certainly is, and you have to take a look at Kapshi. How is he going to do this one out? We have seen him execute clutches in the past. He's done that. He's got that caliber. He's got that potential. But right now, you know, kind of settling himself down for that healing battle. As the circle, look at it, completely falling inside the waters. As Team Seal really have such an amazing position going in for themselves. And maybe the tides have turned. The tables might have turned for them as they are heading for their first chicken.
I feel like we might see a peaceful chicken dinner this time, because none of them will be able to shoot inside the circle. As now, of course, these teams will try to make the rotation inside the circle as well. F4 does have that little bit of ridge and that hilltop, but Kopshi is in the back line. Khan might get compromised if he makes a little bit too much sound. But Crypto, on the other hand, seems like he is having a great time as well, just lopping those nades. He does know that there are some players from Seal right below him, so he's, of course, not going to be jumping right below. So he is just going to be waiting it out. Take a look at Shifu, sir, and Kopshi. They are just doing the heal battle.
You know, look at the players of StalwartFlex, or rather Crypto himself. He's so calm, he's so composed. In situations like this, nerves start melting, but, well,
Yep,
he's
he got
down.
melted.
Yeah, he
He was the one to get melted.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, considering how the circle has really panned out, Wally is in such a promising position. He can even take shots from there. He can also engage in that healing battle. But look at Kapshi, you know, trying to do whatever he possibly can, trying
Look
to
at
maybe
this.
get
Friendly
that extra
neighborhood.
point. Yeah, you know, that banter going on and around. They've all made it to the top 3. But Wally making
Wally.
a bad choice. But maybe, if he kind of low-toss as a grenade and maybe might secure a kill or two.
Only if he does have some, though. That's going to be an interesting factor. He's going to be throwing a Molotov inside the water. And, yeah, maybe he should have went to the physics classes, but still, it's PUBG. Anything is possible over here. But now Wally, again, is going to be lobbing some nades in, and doesn't really seem like those nades are going to be doing anything. And, Wally, I really feel like you should keep your nades secure for those later circle phases as well. But now the fight is breaking down. The fight is breaking down, and, of course, both of them are taken down as it's just going to be those last 3 members alive. Of course, one of them is going to be Shifu, sir. It's going to be Baron, actually, doing the heal battle, and Khan and Wally, they are right next to each other. And of course, I really feel like over here this might be a interesting way how things might be panning out, because this is a unique circle in itself.
You know, I've seen this circle in the past, and I'm telling you, this is really ludicrous. Every single time we have
gone,
the circle.
it's gone.
Yeah, this
It's
is
gone.
completely favoring the boys from Seed.
exactly.
But yes, Team FO have finally woken from the slumber. The way they are playing, I really liked it. You know, the way they took the fight against the players of Future Station, and Wally.
No.
Khan did try to move around, but here we have, ladies and gentlemen, your win is for the second game of Sanhok. That has to be the boys coming in. That is Team Seal Esports for you guys. And what an evening. The way they approached the entire fight, you know, that was really smart from these lads. They made that early rotation out. They predicted maybe the circle might be going towards the water side, and they took those low ridges area. They capitalized on it. Got that amazing chicken.
What a play, exactly. And of course, I really want to say in the end, it was the zone to actually make or decide the winner there. Because if the zone was on the land side, I really feel like competition might have been way much more tougher.
Considering the competition that we are having, maybe the gods of PUBG Mobile did decide, you know, to give the players a bit of a breather, you know, just take a dip inside the waters. But that's about it, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, what we are going to do is head for a short little break. We will be right back. You don't go anywhere.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season number 3. This is game number 4 that came to an end, and of course alongside this it is a huge thanks to, of course, Oppo F19 for making it all happen. It is a big thanks for. It is, of course, Wook Up Your Fun coming in from F19 Pro. And with that, talking about this game, this was just an ultimate affair on Sanhok indeed. And finally, it is Seal Esports taking a perfect chicken dinner. Let's move on to our analyst and find out, when it comes to this game, what do you guys think, mates? I mean, of course, this is the kind of dominating play we were expecting from this team.
I mean, as the slogan for our sponsors is "Wook up your fun," I think this time it was Zone that wooked up all our fun.
So, a fun fact is it's national, like international water day, so you know you have to stay hydrated, and the circles are back-to-back water circles.
Every single time. I mean, you talk about the MVP when it comes to the circles, it is certainly going to be the water circles for sure. But talk about the MVP coming in from this game, it is going to be Wally coming in from Seal Esports.
Wow, 4 kills, 841 damage, 23 plus minutes of survival time, 2 assists as well, 72 healing done. I mean, in the final moments, it was more of a healing game, but yeah, it just comes down to it.
Yeah, quite an interesting performance as well, just managing to get to that spot on that what was that, a rock in the middle of the water body right
Yep.
there,
Yeah.
and Wally just managing to find those pixels where he could stand and take those shots, just managing to take down players. But a huge prop to Baron as well, who stayed behind going
Right.
for that heal battle for a long time. Wasn't required though, because the match ended even before he was taken out.
Absolutely, and it certainly did work in their favor. But to have that back-end approach
Yeah.
is always commendable. Of course, that's the team synergy that you're talking about, and that worked in this team's favor, no question about it. With that, let's move on to the players, the top players coming in from this game. And right now, of course, we have to have Seal players in there.
Wow. Seal and 7C. Rig was out here, 3 kills. So this guy has been coming up back-to-back out in this one in the top list. That's impressive. But Vortex, boy, his entry is out. I mean, the first game was incredible when he took up 4 kills. And now again, he's out here with 4 kills, 383 damage, 20 plus minutes of survival time, almost 21. That's good. But Seal, Baron, and Wally, I mean, Baron was out there healing onto the other direction when Seal's players were just inside the water lines, and F4 just trying to move inside the circle. But you know, the zone's damage always just takes up the best of you.
Absolutely, because again, I mean, that was just the final circle indeed. And when it comes to that final circle, of course, you talk about F4 Khan, he had a wonderful play for his team, and that resulted, of course, in them being the second. But with that, let's move on the conversation towards the match rankings, where, of course, you do know for a fact that Seal Esports were able to take that chicken dinner with 7 kills.
Yeah, definitely, and following them up was Team F4, 7 kills to them as well, but 19 points in total. And Deadeyes Guys, they are managing to keep themselves quite consistent. I mean, the performance is quite consistent from their side, this time getting a lot more kills to compensate for the placement points that they are lacking in, but 14 points in total, that's definitely not a bad game.
Indeed, but looking on to the other direction, you can see Seal 9, they had 2 placement points, but they did not get any kill points, so the conversion was not just there. Carnage, I mean, I want to see when, you know, the team just starts shining up back-to-back. Z3us Esports, they had a bad game in this one, but overall, I would say they are trying to do good. PN Crew, previous game, decent. This game, it was just a matter of ups and downs. A1 Esports as well, so, you know, we gotta see those teams back-to-back in action, because consistency matters.
Yeah, especially, and if you're going to talk about things, it's going to be quite interesting, because I think most of the teams this time, like the previous Sanhok, were caught off guard during their rotations.
That is so true. I mean, you talk about rotations going bad, you're talking about, of course, 1952 right there, which was, again, bringing in those late rotation for themselves, but eventually was not able to work in their favor. Again, let's have a look at the entirety of the map and find out when it comes to those rotations, when it comes to those zones, how exactly did it pan out for all of these 16 teams?
I mean, it always is incredible. When there's a river inside the zone, the teams have to play against it. They don't know if the circle will go to the left or the right or the up or the down direction where the circle is going to go, and that is something that creates chaos in the minds of the players, right? So right now, you would be believing that the circle should go to boot camp, but all of a sudden there is the curveball that just gets thrown down, and now you are thinking of, wait, is the circle going to go to the opposite side of the boot camp? So you start moving to that direction where DE is right now. Or will it go to the southern side? But right now, again, your faith is onto the boot camp side, but hey, Zone always has something else in the books.
Yeah, but one thing you're going to notice is how wonderfully Seal Esports played this one out. They were avoiding every single fight. They were playing edge to edge to edge to edge to edge up until they made it to the cliff in the middle. And that was so important for them, because we know what happened when Deadeyes Guys and PN Crew and Seal 9 came across each other. And it was complete and utter chaos right there that broke out between the teams, and we saw teams getting eliminated. Seal 9 was taken out in that fray.
Exactly. In that, you know, the thing that matters is you still have to understand the zone. The zone, I mean, you cannot make the zone your friend. I mean, you always have to play this game with the zone, but against the zone sometimes. And that is something that creates chaos in the minds of the players. You're thinking, yeah, we have a good area inside the circle. The zone just moves away from you, and you're like, oh no, we got to move in again, because you don't know where your opponents might be. And plus, it's Sanhok.
Exactly. Plus, when the circle is split on 3 of these islands at the same time, it's always going to be a gamble where you want to go.
Exactly, and when it comes to that circle itself, it certainly was a big gamble coming in for all of these teams, because nobody expected. I mean, this is just day number 1 of the league plays, and these are the kind of circles that we are, of course, looking at. With that, let's move on to the moments, the highlights of this game, the open moments.
Well, if we talk about this one, you know, initial fights, yeah, obviously those were happening. And hey, you got to find out your areas, right? You got to find out the perfect covers. If you don't, you might just go down. But more importantly is, you got to go for the rotations as well. I mean, over movements mostly has the fights, obviously, because the chaos that there was, it's chaos summarized in a nutshell. And that is where we are going to be seeing this all these fights happening. Team Zeus, again, they tried, but this time getting caught down in the open, and from the off angles, things just went out.
Yeah, one thing that you notice the most is that teams were getting third party, but this was quite an interesting fight. INES just spotting out Zeus, they get a knock, and then they completely charge into that situation. They know they're going to come out on top, and that was really impressive for them. But as I was talking about it, I mean, team getting caught off guard in that situation, and finally we come down to the situation where you have two cliffs, you have these two rocks in the middle, and well, players that managed to get to those positions on those rocks were just safe from the fact because the players on those cliffs were fighting between them. They were too worried about it and they were too distracted by each other. No one focused on the players in the middle.
Absolutely, and that again resulted in a bit of a tricky situation for any of them to be able to convert it into their favor, because again, the circle is never going to be in your favor. All you got to do is to be able to get yourself in a comfortable position within that circle itself. And you talk about that, you have to talk about, of course, F4 Khan. The way that lad played was miraculously awesome, but again, the kind of damage that was dished out, not only from him, but the entirety of the 16 teams, it is going to be phenomenal. So with that, let's see if this time around it is going to be Zeus on top. No.
Whoa. This time it was Team Seal that was on top, obviously with the damage for themselves. Talking about the kills, DE is looking brilliant. I mean, talk about this one. Previous game also they had decent kills.
Yeah.
This game also they had decent kills. So this is one of the most consistent teams in kills. If you talk about the two games that they have played, obviously more and more will give us a wrap up on another story of how they are going to be going for the placement points. But right now, Team Seal is looking really good. Team DE is looking really good, and this will for sure reflect in their overall performance.
I mean, definitely, Deadeyes Guys so far have been having a wonderful day since they started playing, and Seal Esports as well. They have been having a pretty fun time, but they need to make sure they keep this going.
Exactly, because again, it is going to be a dynamic play. At the same time, it is going to be the consistency that'll make you go through these league plays and to be able to confirm that slot in the top 16 for, of course, the Super Weekend awesomeness. But eventually, as of now, we still have one more game remaining. We still have that one final game remaining, and anything can happen in that final game. It could very well be Zeus finally taking a chicken dinner, or it could be another team coming in and chiming in along. Of course, do not forget, you get the opportunity to let us know your thoughts in the chat itself, hashtag PMPL. With that, let's move on to the overall rankings. As of now, Train to Kill looking very confident with 43 points on top of the leaderboard.
So I don't know if in overall rank there's no plus or minus as of now in top 10. So that's just one thing I would say. But right now, if you look at DE, 2 games, high voltage 2 games, they are still out there on in the top 5 area for themselves. T2K and Seal, well, these teams are looking brilliant.
Yeah, but they have played 50% of their matches for these league play days, and that is something that these guys need to worry about. So the next matches, they need to make sure that keep on performing the way they are doing right now. On the other side, I mean, talk about DE, they are in an advantageous situation, but as we move down the leaderboard, down the rankings, we have teams that could be in some trouble. Namely, it is going to be the teams starting from the 12th position, I would say, to the 15th position. A1 Esports, Skylight Gaming, 7C, and XP Blood Legion. Because the teams below them have just played 2 matches so far, and they have the opportunity to catch up.
So talk about this one, right? DRS Gaming, they did not play previous 2 matches, and now they might be coming back, right? And once they come back, they obviously have spent this time to read and study what's going wrong, what's going right, how is it planning up and panning up. XP Blood Legion, well, they might just, be out for this particular game, obviously, because I guess Group C might be just standing out. We'll be seeing that in the schedule for sure. But the most important thing is that how these teams are going to be just panning up their day tomorrow for the teams that are not playing this final match today.
Yes, especially considering when we had a look at the second half of the standing, the difference is not that big.
Exactly.
One good game and you might just make it.
True. I mean, that is so very true again, because you talk about the way Group E's players are performing, the teams that are performing. Namely, 2 teams that I do want to bring up are going to be 1952 as well as Seal 9. The way the games have been for them, as of now, have not really worked in their favor. But again, they've still got games remaining. But as of now, when you talk about Group D, of course, as the analyst just mentioned, you're talking about DRS, you're talking about high voltage. They have themselves looking pretty comfortable. But eventually, how is that going to pan out? How is that going to fizzle out at the end of these league play days? Because right now, this is just day number 1 of the league plays. We've already got 4 games done. We're going to be moving on to the final game. Of course, that's going to be on the map of Erangel, bringing it down to the final question. What teams this time around do you think are going to be in the top 3?
I mean, we do have Group D coming back into the action, so...
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think I'll go with DRS this time.
Well, before you answer that question, Ocean, hold that thought, because I know when it comes to your predictions, they're a bit too deadly weight. What we're going to do is go on to the schedule itself and have a look at, when it comes to the final game, you are looking at, of course, Group C not being a part of this game for now.
Okay, so Group C is not a part of this game. Obviously, that means F4, A1 Esports, T2K, and XP Blood Legions are not going to be playing. And T2K, if you remember, they got the first chicken dinner for themselves.
Yep.
So it's just one thing, but I'm going to go on a bold move and I'm saying Carnage. Carnage is where I think like that team might just step up, because it's kind of a high time. Plus, we would love to see that team just, going forward with everything.
Absolutely, we ought to be able to see that wonderful Carnage gameplay, because that's what we've seen throughout the PMCOs. And when it comes to the PMCO that they showcased, that wonderful synergistic plays, I mean, they were just leading the charts. But now is a different situation altogether. It is dynamic that much more, because you've got that many more regions that you're going to be playing along with. But alongside that, you need to be able to get your comfort position set up amongst these teams.
Exactly. It just comes down to where the circle will be forming up and how are you going to be rotating against the circle. Because last time also, if it was the Northern Circle, DE was getting that win for themselves. Obviously, they were the second though. But then also it comes down to the fights and a lot of factors. How fast, how slow are you rotating, moving inside the circle? When are you taking fights? When are you avoiding the fights? Because, 4 pillars of the game: landing, looting, rushing, and survival. If you survive till the end, the chicken dinner is yours, obviously, right?
Yes.
Exactly, and especially for the teams that are joining in again, that's going to be DRS and Venom Legends. I mean, mindset is going to be the most important, because right now we see the teams sitting on the 16th and 17th position. So they will be worried about getting themselves back into a safer position, and that is something that they need to be well worried about, but they need to be careful of how they tackle that.
Exactly, because right now it is about time that they get out of their comfort zone. It is time for them to actually just showcase the domination that was showcased throughout the previous games that they've, of course, given us. But with that, it is finally time to step in with the final game on Erangel. Thus implying, let's move on to our commentators, the dynamic duo. Or are they? Because they're still debating about it. Let's move on to, of course, it is Play and XP.
I'm going to call ourselves the Cape Crusaders, even though we don't have a cape. We'll get it tomorrow. It's all right. It's all good. But ladies and gentlemen, final game of the day. It just feels like game 1 just got done a few minutes back, right? So some of these matchups have been epic. I guess that's the word I'm looking for.
They have been epic, they've been electrifying, and, Sanhok in, proper Sanhok fashion, it's just been pandemonium. It's been chaos, as Vixus loves calling it. I guess pandemonium is pretty much his word now. Anyway, just coming back, that's a little inside joke, by the way. But anyway, it is going to be amazing end of the day. We are going to have Erangel once more. And I don't think a lot of the viewers are going to complain by watching Erangel over and over.
It's one of those things you can never get enough of it. It's like a comfort food, you're feeling kind of down in the middle of the night. You go for that whatever flavor of ice cream you want. Everyone has their comfort food. Erangel is the comfort map for everyone, right? We've seen that so far. Although that being said, a couple of teams, they've surprised us quite a bit. We see teams coming in. I think the guys from Group E, we saw Deadeyes Guys. They've been just shooting everyone in their path. They've only played 2 games. They're already in the top 5 alongside, if I'm not mistaken, PN Crew as well.
You're absolutely right. And talking about PN Crew, I was just going to come to this point. So PN Crew did, of course, win a chicken dinner the last time around. I've kind of seen one thing. The teams that win, I'm not going to call it targeting, but as soon as the opponents figure out, they're the winners from the last game, let's push on in. And they just get completely decimated. Not just decimated, completely overpowered, completely overwhelmed. I think that's by design. They are going for the top dogs to make sure the table kind of is a little bit, it's matched properly. There's no mismatch going on, which is actually exciting for us as viewers, because the competition is going to be razor thin. And again, just a reminder, we are going to have another day of league play before the first Super Weekend. So these games are crucial.
Which is when you start to worry for a bit, like teams like Blood Legion, for example, right? They played 4 games. They're not going to be playing the last game for today. They're from Group C. They're going to be sitting this one out. Alongside, we got T2K, A1, and Team F4. T2K especially on the top of the leaderboards. They're going to be like, you know what? We had a great day in the office. We can sit back and relax. So Blood Legion, they probably want to do a bit of homework, because coming in tomorrow, they're not going to play the first game as well. But they've played 4 maps already. They have only, let's see my math's correct. They have 4 more remaining. That's it. They're halfway through.
Well, it looks like the education system has not failed us yet, but we are going to correct, because you can math. Are you sure about that? All right, we forget how to English sometimes, but math is something you never forget. Now, just talking about Blood Legion a little bit more, I'm not saying they're hesitant, because of course I do not have a lot of experience watching them, but they are a team to watch out for, to look out for. And that little skirmish that happened in Erangel the last time around, when they were just caught in the rock when Godless was trying to get them, they did not move a muscle. which kind of tells me I get it. I get that position, you got to keep your heads down, make sure all the bullets are flying overhead, but you kind of pop up like a meerkat, shoot, and then go back down again. I mean, that little confidence is obviously going to be coming in the more games they play.
And speaking of confidence, like one team where our desk pointed out, they haven't got a chicken dinner yet. Z3us Esports, like, look, they're fun to watch, man. They don't give a damn. They're just like going for the skills, and they barely have any placement points. Now the question is, maybe they want to play a little bit more safe now? Maybe? No?
I mean, what would you like? Would you want them to play safe? I don't think so. I think that's the whole oomph factor right now in this PMPL. And let me tell you one thing. You kind of did point out to me that Z3us Gaming are one of the teams that, what they're going to do is they're going to drop down, they're going to get their loot, they're not going to stick around. They go for the hunt. They go out hunting the other teams.
It's something that Mongolians do quite a bit. The Mongolian teams have had an opportunity to cast.
Well,
we had
I mean,
Astro Academy. I mean, yeah, they have a
conquer
legacy.
half the world, I guess.
They have a
it's
legacy.
Part of your nature.
The largest contiguous land empire in human history.
Oh,
And
yeah.
these guys are looking to make a statement. Ladies and gentlemen, you're done. You don't have to look at our ugly faces anymore. We're going to be jumping in straight into the map, straight into the final game, the final map of the day. And once more, it's going to go full circle. It's going to be ending where it started on Erangel. However,
like this.
the plane path, that's interesting. Novorepnoi and ending all the way to Itzaki, basically bisecting the map straight, well, diagonally
Pretty much
in half.
It is going to be pretty much in half. And, well, again, the question is, yeah, flight paths are going wherever, but where is the circle going to form? Are we going to see something like in Game 1, where we had the circle form all the way down to the southwest with a lot of water around Primorsk and Ferry Fair? Or are we going to have something that we're used to, the central circle around Ruin School or Pochinki? But while we try and figure out what's going to happen, the teams are going to be jumping off to their favorite drop spots. And again, I want to see some action happening down, possibly at Rozhok or Pochinki. But it looks like we have a few teams that are heading towards the military base, which is kind of refreshing. In the first game, we saw no one. Second game, we saw a couple of teams kind of tango over there down below. However, this time I do see Seal is heading towards the military base. StalwartFlex are heading to the military base, and Future Station aren't going to be far behind as they are going to call Novorepnoi their home.
I want to see Seal duke it out right now with the side of Flex, right? Like, we've seen Flex
They did
drop.
win the last game, so
They
chances are they're going to be taken out early. That's the pattern.
Well,
I said it.
You said it. I did not say anything. Take a look at the circle. This one's, it is kind of similar. It's similar to the second.
Pretty much the
it's
same.
pretty much the same circle compared to the second Erangel we had so far. And now
Wait,
let's.
is this the fifth game or are we?
It's a fifth game.
Is this a replay? All right, I'm
No,
just
I mean,
joking.
yeah.
That's
I'm sorry. My sarcasm meter
mean-
is not non-existent right now. But let's take a look at Red Esports, and he's gonna spot Zake. Now, unless they go toe-to-toe,
He's chasing him.
he doesn't have anything though. But well, he can't go towards Joker either. This is interesting. Zake dropping to the grass. Are they gonna? Yes, they are. They're gonna go for it.
There you go,
It's a
ladies
left
and
hook.
gentlemen.
Oh,
No! Come on, Joker.
Come on.
It is in his name. I mean, he is going to play spoil sport, isn't he?
Listen, man, I've never had the opportunity to ever cast a boxing game, ever. And I've always
He
wanted to
throws
give
the
it a
left
shot.
jab and the right who comes in. Oh my goodness, he knocks him out. We couldn't do that. I'm sorry, guys.
God damn it, Joker.
Thank you, Joker. But anyway, with that, well, they do have the first blood in this game. That was pretty quick, and Joker is going to be a happy man nonetheless. And now, if you have a quick look at the circle, all the teams are pretty much spread out far and wide, which is, it's good and bad because we aren't going to see those early skirmishes that we love watching. Maybe something might happen up north towards the west, especially around Georgia Paul, because if you have a look, INES are currently basically capitalizing all the whole container region, making sure they get the best of the loot. However, it does look like Seal 9 could be heading down south and, just put up a little bit of a fight. And talking about the other Seal, I like the fact that they're at opposite ends right now.
They are, and Seal9 have been struggling quite a bit, so they would want to close the day out, but having, if not a chicken dinner, at least a high placing, getting a 15-point game at the very least. Because, as we pointed out, it's only 2 days of this group league stage, and if you're not in the top 16 by the end of it, you're going to sit the entire weekend out. You're just going to be sitting on your butt, just watching everyone else play, accumulate those placement points, and you're just going to be beating yourself up. You're like, we could have been there, we could have been playing. So every single game matters at the moment, but as you pointed out, XP, everyone's kind of spread kind of thin. It's a well-spread map, the way I like my toast as well, and I don't think we're going to be seeing any early skirmishes breaking out. High voltage, so far, they have looked pretty damn decent as well. And I gotta say, right? Like, at the end of today, do you feel we'll probably have an inkling as to which 4 teams are not going to make it, or do you still think there's a chance of some of the teams at the bottom of somehow clawing their way into the top 16?
Now, we are going to have a little bit of an idea as to what we can expect tomorrow, but like you just said a little earlier, so Blood Legion, of course, for all of you watching at home, Group C is not playing this particular game, which means they are going to be sitting this out, which also means they only have 2 games in hand, which are going to be played tomorrow, so they have to make the most of it. There you go.
And bear in mind, a few of these teams have already played 4 games, right? Like Blood Legion's already played 4 games of theirs, and that means with only 18 points, they're already at the bottom. That's not a good sign at all, but as you did point out right now, an entire day of games tomorrow, anything could happen, things could flip on around. And I gotta say though, I like how a few of the favorites, a few of the names who have been to tip our tongues, they have delivered. As we do have a little bit of battle breaking out. Snipe looking to win this duel here. He's dealt a bit of damage. The MAC-10 comes out and he's gonna get the knock, and that should be it for Extreme. He will fall, but that is a tell to the rest of his teammates that there is someone over there, Carnage. And the problem is for Snipe, I don't see any one of his teammates nearby in the vicinity.
I think that is one of the reasons why Extreme kind of came into this warehouse. He's like, there is no way that this warehouse is going to be occupied right now, but he was wrong. Snipe, of course, making sure he got the job done over there. And right now, let's have a look at the winners from the last game. Seal, they are going to be driving across what looks like a Soul member from 1952. He is Magnet, but he obviously does not want to attract this kind of attention right now. He wants to make sure that Seal are going to be going willy-nilly past him without much trouble. And there we have it. We were talking about Flex earlier, just flexing a little bit. Have a look at that. They are going to be in the 7th position so far. 27 points, out of which, 12 are coming for kills. Not really high in the kill department, and we've seen them in the past play. We know that they are a high-hitting, they are a high-fragging team, but apparently looks like they haven't really found their rhythm today.
Yeah, some teams, like you said, some teams are late bloomers, they're late starters, and we've seen a couple of teams have that. Zeus, for example, are a team who don't seem to have much of highs nor lows. They just frag out, right? They don't seem to really care about placement
22
points.
kills, I believe, right?
That's ridiculous. In a 5th position right there. And then, of course, we have teams like Deadeyes Guys, and, of course, Deadeyes Guy and PN. The fact they're in the 4th and the 6th position with only 2 games played is kind of nuts, in my opinion, right? They have a great opportunity to steal a top 1 spot away from T2K, because T2K is going to be sitting this one out. They're done with the 4 games of the day. So anything could happen. It could be a big shift taking place in the top half of the table here.
Just coming back to your point you kind of mentioned earlier on, I know I'm going to be talking about the same team over and over again, but I do have something that I think might actually make some sense. Now, talking about Blood Legion, yes, they were one of the favorites coming in, and of course, this is just the beginning of the tournament. We still have a month-long, games left for you guys. There's plenty of action in store for all of you. The thing is, the pressure kind of mounts up as well, because now they are performing on one of the biggest stages that they've performed on, and, well, it is going to be a bit nerve-wracking. You know that a lot of people are watching you. You do get the jitters every now and then.
True.
But, I mean, we still get the jitters every now and then.
Every now and then. But I gotta say, I feel like the online era we've been in for the past 1 year, and this transcends all esports, right? But especially in PUBG Mobile, I've seen this happen in previous PMCOs and PMPLs, where you have the teams who are just the ridiculous online. They come to LAN, they play on that stage in front of that crowd, and to be very blunt, they crap the bed. They don't know how to handle the pressure, and you see them like being atop of the leaderboard during the qualification process, and they just can't do anything on LAN. However, with everything being played online right now, it's a great opportunity for a lot of the teams who might be a little nervous. They can kind of they can kind of use it to their advantage, right? They don't have to deal with the nerves and whatnot. So it's going to be something which would be something some of these teams would be looking to maybe take advantage of as we take a bit of a migration taking place here. Future Station is still sticking around towards the South Military Base.
They are going to be going down south, and, the circle is still going to have a little bit of that island within the zone, but it looks like we are going to have some shots fired. It's Icy trying to be as silent as he can with that VSS, trying to use those subsonic bullets to get a few shots on Steel Shot, of course, without disclosing his position. But it does kind of seem like Venom Legends, they do have an idea where these shots are coming from. And again, the thing with Zeus is they are an aggressive team, and the fact that they've already lost Godless this early on. Now, normally, yes, it would have a little detrimental effect on teams losing a player early on, but I mean, we're talking about Zeus. I still see one name alive in that team, and they might just get another 6-10 kills in this game.
I don't think they give a damn. Even if it's down to 2 members, they're still going to take the fight. That's why I love these Mongolian teams, man. They They have it in them. They have the bloodthirst, the bloodlust. We will be seeing the play zone, the next play zone, very, very quickly as we lay our eyes on the Mark 14. And yeah, future station, they will have to gravitate towards the northern side of the map. Fortunately for them, there's no one towards the eastern bridge. And we already had Flex, who had gone for a very preemptive push early on. They kind of predicted the circle would be towards the northern side of the play zone, and they've gone for it. And we're going to be seeing a few bullets. There we go, like Flex moving on in, not really looking to take the fight with Skylight Gaming. But I feel like, at least for this particular circle, I don't really expect to see any full-fledged fights breaking out. I feel teams are just going to play this one a little safe. And it might be one of those games, XP, until like the 4th circle, we won't be seeing any teams getting wiped out.
You know, I think I am going to be inclined to agree with you over here. And, you know, one thought just kind of popped in my mind now. Skylight Gaming, we've seen these boys time in and time out. Of course, Chari, Leon, Joker, and Heaven X. You know these names as well as I do. This time around, however, they are, again, starting a little bit too slow. They haven't really got off to that amazing start they do, but looks like R3D are going to be in a world of trouble as Virus gets taken down by Praveen, and Jiggle comes in and takes down Edgar off his high horse. Nubis is down as well, and well, there you have it. Joker is going to be the final nail in the coffin, as we were just talking about.
Yeah.
Is it because he messed up that boxing match? Is this retaliation?
Listen, let's ignore I said anything. But Carnage Esports, they leave, well, Carnage in their way, just completely wiping out Joker and his team. And with that, we have lost a team early on. And Carnage, they're going to hold on to the spot if there's no need for them to budge. Snipe actually feeling a little eager. And interestingly enough, it is going to be VNM, and they're not going to Venom Legends. They're not going to back away. They're, you're in that combat, doesn't matter, but you're still going to get over vehicles and look to take the fight. They should be wary, however, because there is another team on the horizon. And if they join on in, it's going to be a triangle of death.
It is going to be a triangle of death indeed. And of course, it's Z3us Esports. Now, you don't really want to mess around with them, especially since they're a man down and like a, animal basically cornered. That is something you do not want. But looks like Malik has other ideas, as that smoke is going to be popped to make sure he has enough cover to make it behind safe walls.
Well, we do see Z3us just running on around. They don't seem to want to head on towards where that fight is breaking out nearby. Instead, they're going to regroup, recuperate, decide what their next plan of action is going to be. They do have just 3 players alive at the moment. And, considering their placement points have been a bit lacking, maybe they can take it a little bit slow, as we mentioned earlier. But then again, that's up to them to decide. A few shots being exchanged between SG and Flex. And Flex with a nice knock into Heaven X. That's a nice shot coming out. And Skylight Gaming, they have been kind of quiet today. I mean, these are names. Maybe the org name, the team name might be a little new to a lot of newer viewers, but those players are veterans in the scene right now. And they have, I got to say, they have been a little quiet today.
A little quiet indeed. Again, maybe they're one of those teams that, they rely on the momentum. They're going to let the momentum build up slowly, like a big ball of snow rolling down a hill, gathering more snow, and it keeps getting bigger. I mean, just picture that in your minds. That is what I've kind of seen these boys do in the past. So again, since it is the beginning, we might just expect something different in the days to come. But right now, we still have that same stalemate as Venom Legends. They're going to make sure they're on the outskirts of this little compound, but have a look at Frypan. Now, it was a blink and a mix situation over here because, all right, I'll be honest, that was pointed out to me. Frypan is going to be right up there in a perfect position to kind of flank in on the enemy, but the question is, are CNE aware of that? Because the fact that they have this vigilance all around is just beautiful, and Ralph exchanging a few shots, takes a few shots himself, but now, again, a sliver of HP, he's got to get back and patch himself up.
It's a dangerous game, and what he's trying to do right now, I feel, is trying to suss out where the members of Carnage Esports are. Let's take a look at quickly take a look at the circle, ladies and gentlemen, because it looks like it is going to be heading on towards the mountain. That's interesting. That's something you don't see that often, and that means it's going to be who's on top of the mountain. And look at INES. They're way above. They're on the peak, and they're ready to play out the end game here. And with this, okay, they're taking the fight. They're just pushing on towards Carnage. Malik's going to easily avoid that nade. But it looks like Venom Legends have had enough of this waiting game. They want to push on in. They want to take out Carnage quickly. Carnage, they've got 5 kills to the name. They got the team wipe early on. And they've been looking to end on a high note here. The question is, can they hold off this onslaught coming in from Venom Legends?
Let me tell you one thing. It was a beautiful play by Venom Legends on this part, because they realized that Z3us Esports, they moved out of the vicinity. And now most teams are going to go to the zone, prefer the zone and not fight right now. But they're like, you know what? We need those kills. We need some confidence boost over here. So they are definitely going to go into this fight. Raffat is coming in. Steel shot comes in from the left on our screen. Snipe is going to get taken out courtesy of Raffat's Ratata as Jiggle is going to try and move his way around, trying to get a little bit of assistance, but Prabeen has spotted the enemy and he is going to take him down. So it is a bit of an even trade-off. However, them losing one man completely put down is going to be problematic. Jiggle trying his best, but not quick enough for Raffat's AK.
Well, Raffat's still standing here. Things have kind of flipped around how the turntables, and now it's a 2v2. There's a player bleeding on out. That's Snipe. And the Venom Legends, they took the fight to Carnage. They want to finish him off. They don't want to just push on in and be taken on down. And Malik and Prabin just holding the line. Malik on above. Nate's going to sail on in. Takes a chunk of health out of Prabin. But Malik, what can he do? He's trying to figure out where these two members are. And Venom Legends are making a lot of noise. They are not making it a hidden fact that they want to get this duel done and dusted. The problem is right now they are still on the edge of the blue. You can see the blue moving on in real quickly. So they need to go for this fight quickly, or else it's going to be bad for both the teams, right? They need to make a move, but no one's looking to go for it yet. Nate's going to sail on in, but somehow Carnage, Malik just running on around, is trying to spot someone, and Venom Legends, they're not allowing him to escape. He's just stuck outside, and Steel Shot is just keeping him at bay as well. I mean, this is just such a weird standoff.
I mean, call it a weird standoff. I think they're kind of digging their own grave as well, because they are going to be wasting so much time out here in the blue, taking so much damage that basically their med kits and all the utilities are going to be depleted. Meanwhile, we have a similar situation breaking out. This time it's going to be between Deadeyes Guys and Seal 9. And Seal 9 are the aggressors in this little session. But looks like Hungry Box is hungry for them kills, as Spooky has been taken down and Radu is going to confirm that kill, which means now Roy and Inky are going to be the last two gentlemen standing. Although it is pretty even Stevens, because Hungry Box just manages to patch himself up. It can go either way right now, Blade. One good grenade, and Deadeyes Guys can just go boom.
Well, Wadu almost gets a drop onto Inky, but then Roy comes to his rescue, and now it's all down to the one man standing for Deadeyes Guys, and he is so very low indeed. Can he do anything is the question. Inky just running around in a circle, trying to get a res on his teammate, and it looks like the Molotov! He runs into the Molotov! Hungry Box walks straight into the Molotov as we're going to be switching over to the POV of Venom Legends, who are finally taking on Carnage Esports, who will bow out with 7 kills, though. That's nothing to scoff at. And Venom Legends, now the problem for them is they're down to 2. They need to heal on up, and they have a lot of land to traverse in the blue.
Talk about, I'm just going to say one word, anticipation. So now what happened was, of course, Seal 9, he knew that Hungry Box was down below, but he deliberately threw that molly up top, and you want to run up top to get some cover from the enemies down below, and well, he just ran right into an inferno, and with that, they are going to be wiped out from this game, which means now we're down to the final 13 teams, as they are going to be making their way to the 4th circle. Now, just as I say that, the circle is going to be moving in once again, which means, well, I like the fact that the circle moves a bit faster. No one can really get comfortable in any position. You got to be constantly on the move, and well, one team which doesn't really have to move right now and is well fortified are the boys from 7Cs.
7Cs are looking good, yes, but again, depends on where the circle's going to be shrinking towards. One thing I got to say to Zeus, they're on top of the Mount Olympus right now.
I was going to say that, but the fact that INES already has it, I mean...
No, but so does Zeus. Although Zeol has been knocked on down, the res has come on in, though, so they're fine at the moment. We can see a lot of teams moving on in. Seal 9 are making their way into the circle, but the other Seals are having a bit of a trouble here. Things have gone a bit awry for them, as Turu Love, which is one of the most fascinating names I've had the pleasure of talking about, of casting. He is going to make life a bit miserable for them, peppering them with bullets. Abel from Zeus is going to get a knock in the meantime. Now, Future Station, they are getting pushed by the side of StalwartFlex. Now, StalwartFlex have all 4 players alive. Unfortunately, for the side of Future Station, rather fortunately for Future Station, they have all 4 as well. It could be a 4v4 fight, but they need to be wary, because nearby in the vicinity, there are still a couple of teams, and they're just waiting out for the circle to shrink in further, and then they're going to decide what play they are going to be going for.
I kind of like the way Future Station, in fact, are spread out so that they can cover as much ground as they can, but we were talking about that Evil Eye is going to be the first in the line of fire, making sure that he gets enough cover for himself and does not do a little bit of an oopsie, as we've seen in game before us. Elsewhere, you were talking about Turu Love, and he is not done. Basically dishing out punishment with his weapon as another member from Seal is brought down to his knees. But right now, we are going to focus on the fight a little bit over here. Stalwart Esports, they do seem like they're in a good position, but in fact, all the teams you were talking about, like Skylight Gaming around them, they could be knocked out, and Johnny over here almost bringing Capshi, I beg your pardon, down to his knees, but one more bullet and it would have done the job.
Well, one more bullet is all was needed
And-
for CV
whoa.
Sport to be eliminated right there. They were in a rough spot, and in the end, they will be taking down Sandesh, able to get to the play zone right in the nick of time.
Did they win the
No, he
last
didn't.
game?
Fine, man. Like, at this point, just don't win and get a chicken dinner, right? Just like get the second, third place, make sure you don't get eliminated early on. PN Crew are in a very, very tricky spot because DRS, they know they have them pinned down. The smokes have been deployed. But as we all know, if you have gone to school, smokes, or even if you don't go to school, it's common sense, smokes do not block bullets. And if they get a couple of knocks here, that could be in for PN Crew. But for the time being, they're going to stay alive. We have Galton, who has been knocked down as well, so the rest should be coming in. DRS, they have AJ a little further away, but they're looking good for the time being. It's been a pretty low fragging affair for all the teams, apart from VNM, Venom Legends, and Seal9, who have 5 and 4 respectively. But so far, no team really going all out to take these team fights. They want to play for displacement points because, again, like we pointed out, you have only 10 games to be played in total, of which each team, each group gets to play only 8 games, and we're already at the end of day 1.
Well, at the end of day 1, but it looks like PN Crew are still going to be in this as they are going to go on a little bit of a domination streak as DRS Gaming get wiped out. They were just obliterated by a one-man show, and they're going to be exiting in 13th position with a decent number of kills. However, the fight is still going to be going on as Future Station's Capshi does spot the enemy through the smoke a little bit of a silhouette is what he could see. However, he could not put enough shots in, and in fact, it's a little bit of a reversal because Blade does see him, puts a few bullets in, and well, there you have it. He has been put in the ground. He's out of this game.
He's out of this game indeed, and Stalwart though, all 4 alive, and they're going to push up towards Future Station. And Future Station, they're going to fall by the wayside, swept away, flexed on by Stalwart. Is going to be switching perspective to another fight here. 7C against 952, who are playing the 3rd game of the day. They've had a very quiet day so far, but can they hold off the onslaught is the question. And right now, Magnet is doing a pretty good job with his automat Kalashnikovs. Oh, that maybe... Oh, is that a nade? Is that a nade?
I mean, Magnet... Are you sure you know what you're doing?
Oh, there's an
And there you go. You know, I think at that point he really couldn't do anything because you couldn't move out. But looks like PN Crew are going to be out in the 10th position with 4 kills to their names. And now Fair lobbing a grenade. That is going to be detrimental. Sharp needs to move his position, and that is the cue that we're waiting for. But have a look at Magnus' position. If he pops out of the smoke, he might just take down a couple of members from 7C. But I like the fact that they have kind of anticipated that and moved back further into cover. Now, it is going to be a little bit of a fight for this compound over here. But have a look at what's happening on the left of the screen. Venom Legends are going to be closing in, which could be a problem as Rafa is going to go on a little bit of a rampage as he gets 5 kills to his name. And well, a little bit of mishap, so to speak, or something that's not been the norm. Z3us Esports out in the 9th position with just 1 kill to their names, quickly followed by High Voltage.
Two big names already out of contention in this final game of the day here. And Venom Legends, if I'm them, I'm feeling pretty happy at the moment. They're down. They have 6 kills. They're down to 2 members, but they have 6 kills. But a one team who is going to be kind of like licking the chops at the moment. It's Skylight Gaming, right? 6 kills, all 4 alive. Joker, he's got 2 kills already. They're looking good. They're looking like in a very good, comfortable position. Because looking at the next circle as well, they are inside of it. Skylight Gaming a smack in the center, and everyone else has to head in their direction, and that is indeed what 7C are going to be doing. And Fear just gets off the vehicle and immediately wrecks Clutch, and Clutch couldn't live up to his name. He gets completely destroyed, and with that INES, another chicken dinner team from the day have been knocked out. We're down to the final 5 and 14 left alive in the server.
5 teams left alive in fact, and there you have it, well reduced to 4 in a split second as Venom Legends finally are going to succumb to their injuries. Rafa gets taken down. Decent exit for them, 5th position with a respectable 6 kills to their name. Now, we were talking about Skylight Gaming earlier on that they haven't really, lived up to their potential or to the hype, but have a look at this. They still have all 4 members intact and 6 kills to their name already.
You said they're going to be late bloomers. You said they wanted a little bit of momentum, but right now they look like an unstoppable object, like a juggernaut of, from Marvel. Once he starts building momentum, it's pretty much unstoppable, and another team will be knocked out. Now Joker is spotting the final standing member of Seal9, and with that, we're down to the final 3. It's 7C, It's Skylight Gaming, and it's 1952. And 1952, considering they had 2 rough games here today, this is a golden opportunity to get that chicken dinner.
Fun fact, Queen Elizabeth II was crowned the Queen in 1952. I don't know, this just came to my head for some reason.
Why do you know this?
I don't know. I'm a little bit of a nerd. I'm a little bit of a geek. But coming back to the game, that's why I'm talking about games right now. And I'm so excited every single time. But it is going to be a little bit of a Mexican standoff between 3 teams. 7C up against Skylight Gaming up against 1952. Now, 1952 just have that
cover.
smoke plume for cover. And the sad part is, Blay, it kind of dissipates after some time.
It does, right? That is something they have to be wary of. A little bit of fortification with the vehicles here from the side of 7C. They're going to be deploying a few smokes of their own. Taking a look at the circle right now. Everyone inside for the time being, but they're peppered. They're getting peppered by the bullets through the tiny little sliver available for Skylight Gaming. And Leon is going to take a shot, and the sound of that gun is quite terrifying. Let's put it that way. 952 as well. They're not going to just quietly sit by and watch what's happening. They want to partake as well. A couple of shots going to be rattled off. The moment you deploy the smoke, it's basically anyone's opportunity to rattle off a few shots. And that's going to be Magnet getting taken down and out for the count. We're down to 2 members now for 1952. But for SGX and 7C, they have all 4 players still alive and standing. And I say that, and 1 member, that Smokey V2, has been knocked down from 7C.
He has been knocked down, he has been brought down to his knees, but I do believe he could be picked up. But Riggs, on the other hand, could find a little bit problematic. Just as I say that, I'm like, all right, the angle is pretty good. He is going to be picked up. Now, they are still going to be 4-man squads, and we have seen in the past today as well that numbers definitely do matter unless, well, we have one of those clutch moments. But looks like 1952, they are going to be moving in towards the edge of the circle, which they have made it, but it looks like Stalwart, well, wait a second. Skylight Gaming are heading right towards them. They are going to be getting in their vehicles, and they are going to be going right towards 1952.
Very brave.
The question is, are they going to thwart that attack? Or are they going to go and finish them off because shots are being rattled off? They are going to be exiting their vehicles right now. Leon, in fact, is still in his buggy. He wants to go around them, Blade.
The guy doesn't give a damn. He's just pushing on in. What a madman. The nade's going to find a player. The Joker's going to be found out, but it's going to be taken on down and mowed down. 1952. They get swept aside. Oh my, SGX, they are on a rampage, and they have no fear. Skylight Gaming, they're going for the moon.
I definitely think one of them does have the stream on. Of course, there is a massive delay, but someone might have heard us say that, hey, Skylight Gaming, what's up with you guys, man? I mean, you guys really haven't done what we expect you to do. They're like, just hold on a second. Hold on a second, and we'll put up quite a show for you, which is exactly what they're doing.
This is how I want the final circle, the final game of the day to end. It's a 4v4. It's 7C facing off against Skylight Gaming. The skies versus the sea, the battle of the air and the water. And right now, it's even Stevens. Both the teams are in the circle. Both of them, well, Skylight Gaming, they have to go prone. They have this vehicle for a little bit of cover, though. While 7C, they have these trees to provide them a bit. An exchange of bullets. Leon is going to get the knock, but a reply comes on in, and Rick is just peppering them, tapping away, calm as you like it. Again, a battle of attrition. No one's died yet.
It is a battle of attrition indeed, and looks like Rick just got a little bit of a pixel over there and realized it was a person hiding behind that busted up vehicle, and he does get that lucky shot. Now, Heaven X is going to be picked up. Have a look at this. Chari and Joker are going to be creeping their way towards the enemy. Rig was spotted. He gets taken down. Fair's position has been given up as well as he gets taken down in a flurry of bullets as well. Joker with that Ratata doing all the damage that he can, and Chari now with his Groza going in for the kill. Smokey, V2 and Turu Love are going to be on guard. Smokey gets taken down, which means Turu Love is the last man standing up against a 3-man Skylight Gaming. Here we have it. Leon is going to be on the left flank, as I do believe Joker and Heaven are going to be moving in. Smokey's been spotted again. Can he pull off a major upset? Ooh, let's just hold our breath.
Not gonna happen, not gonna happen. Leon's gonna push on him, he spots him out, and
he gets one?
He's right there, buddy!
He gets... Ooh. Alright.
14 kills.
14 kills, and there you have it. I think a statement has definitely been made, and have a look at the gentlemen, the winners on our screen. It is none other than Skylight Gaming. You all were probably wondering, where has this team been? Well, there you have it. They are going to win the last game on this very first day of league play, and what a game. They did it with style.
I gotta say, you look at the faces there, it was just steely gazed, calm demeanor. They were not overexcited about it. They're like, yeah, we still have another day of games remaining. They were probably a little bit disappointed with the performance today, and maybe they're all right, boom, 29 points, casual 29 points, keeping all 4 players alive as well. A statement at the end of the day coming in from Starlight Gaming.
just before we make sure that everybody's happy not seeing our faces anymore, I'm going to ask you a question. Are they going to be eliminated early in the first game tomorrow? We're going to have to find out tomorrow because, although we are done right now, do not go anywhere. We have some juicy gossip for you with the analysts later on. We're taking a quick break. We'll be back after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season number 3. Final game just came to an end, and with that, it was Wook Up Your Fun. Perfect turnover wins for alongside. That is just the kind of gameplay that we witness right now, and in that doing so, it is just wonderful turnover wins for the team of course, Skylight Gaming. With that, let's move on to our analysts and find out what do they think about this final game.
Well, this was incredible. Talk about a single individual player getting 5, 6, 7 kill numbers. I mean, we would love to see that player on the MVP list. Yeah, Joker.
Well, we do see him on the MVP right there. 7 kills coming in, 999 damage. Healing done is going to be a 206. 3 assists as well. So contributed to 10 kills for his team.
Joker was amongst the top players in PMGC when you remember ASL was doing coming for a comeback. He was an incredible player. Now Skylights obviously is the name, and they are showcasing brilliant game. First day's last game, they made Erangel their home ground, and the sun's never setting up.
Yeah, and this time the last fight, especially from the side of Skylight Gaming, from their perspective, it was a fight that could not have been theirs. Because Rick from the side of Z3us Esports, he was constantly putting so much pressure on them, especially the 2 players that were towards his right-hand side, just taking them down again and again and again. And if it was not up to Chari and his other teammate taking down Fear and managing to get that high ground from where they could actually create that flank, this fight would have gone in the favor of 7C.
Absolutely, it was a top-notch performance coming in from the lad, but eventually again, when you move on along, let's also have a look at the top players coming in from this final game that just took place on Erangel, and in that, it is of course Joker taking the first lead in the top player.
Yeah, and Shari just, moving on forward onto the second one. I mean, it was a team effort for sure. So these other players out there. StalwartFlex's Blade is out there with 910 damage, 2 kills for that individual. Rafat is out here with 5 kills. Fun fact, Rafat was previous PMPL's first week's MVP. This time he's starting up slowly and steadily, so we'll see how forward can he move up with the team synergy.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of expectations from the side of Venom Legends, and they are taking a slow approach, but as long as they can make it to the finals and then move on from there on, it's not going to matter where exactly they finish in terms. I mean, it is going to matter in terms of the prize money, but it is about moving to the next stages. That is that is the most important thing.
That is so very true. Again, when you talk about the final stages itself, it is always going to be working towards the Super Weekends, the 3-day affair. That is, of course, going to be a saga altogether by itself every single weekend. But with that, of course, summarizing it all together, let's move on to the match summary, where you've got details. There, Joker is once again the highest fragger, and the entire team actually.
I mean, Joker's out there, but the rest of the things is Shari. I've talked about, well, Rafat as well, longest distance skill, 200 plus. That's brilliant. But most utilities used, when you needed to revive your teammates out in the open, all those areas in the final circle, obviously you needed smokes and grenades to just dish out your opponents. That was brilliant. Highest damage by Shari as well, and obviously assists, 3 assists from that individual. That showcases how good of a team player he is, and hey, the experience, the PMGC experience that he's bringing to the table. I mean, that's one thing.
It's being showcased, basically, of course. Johnny, did you have something to say?
I mean, I was just going to say, I mean, as Ocean said, it is the experience, but not just from one individual, I would say from the entire team. Because their positioning during those team fights was, it was flawless.
Top-notch.
Yeah.
It was top-notch indeed, and that is so very important, of course, because when you look at that gameplay, that is a synergistic team that knows what to be, where to be, and of course to be able to wonderfully work it all together in their favor. As Johnny of course mentioned, things were going against that team, but eventually the way Skylight just came all together was beautiful to see. But you move on along from that, let's have a look at the rankings throughout the entire saga that took place on this final game, where Skylight did take a chicken dinner, but right behind them was 7C Esports.
7C is just out. The Seal 9 did good in this particular game, given the fact that, Seal 9 was just a bit faltering ups and down in their own ups and downs. So now they are just picking up a pace. 1952 as well. So apart from first two teams, I would say the other teams are moving up forward.
Well, but hey, Ocean, you said that teams were going to feel the carnage, and well, someone in the early stages, in fact, a few of them definitely did feel the carnage of Carnage Esports this time, as the team did not have any placement points, but they had 7 kills to their name.
Which is second highest kill point in the top 8 right
Yeah,
now.
because the first one is Skylight Gaming.
15
kills.
coming out from them. Then talking about P and Crew. So I would want to talk about this one. DEP and Crew. We were talking about how consistent they are, but now being in 9 to 16, obviously they'll have to come back forward once again tomorrow. So they'll be looking forward. Now is the time when these teams will be sitting back on back to the drawing board and back to finding out their good strategies, how we should rotate. Do we need to change our drop locations? Because maybe our drop location is not contesting someone else, but our first rotation might be. So those things also will be mattering a lot.
That, and also I think tomorrow we're going to see teams in a little bit more aggressive stance, because by now you have the sample size of 5 games from all the teams, and you can adjust your play styles to tackle those teams, figure out how you want to take those team fights that come your way.
Absolutely, because again, you talk about style, you talk about zone play. It, of course, does bring us down towards the entirety of this game, the map that just took place on Erangel. And in that, let's have a look at the zone and find out, when it comes to the early rotations or the late rotations as well, where did all these teams fan out to be?
So right now you see FSGSM, they were so away from the fights. Obviously they were in the military base island, so they had a lot of area to rotate, but then things go ups and downs in the rotations, and that's where that's where the RNG comes down. A cluster from Pochinki to School was being formed, but the zone's hard shift to the hilly area, the Georgopol Hill, the Everest, it just shook every team. And you could see Venom George still outside the circle, obviously just trying to make his way inside the zone, and that was one thing. They did get inside the zone, they were away from the fights, but next consecutive circles they were nowhere to be seen. Obviously that's where the fights were happening, but this open area, this road is what was constituting each and every team just out there. And talking about the constitution, it was SG that just got the best out of everything. And there's just one thing, no fight was easy, give or take. No fight was easy out in this one. You had to earn your way. Grows are being used, the proper airdrop cover and everything, to perfection.
To perfection indeed, because again, with that you move on along and have a look at the carnage that was showcased against R33 right off the bat, the first team to get eliminated. With that, it is time to move into the open moments.
Yeah, and as you said, I mean, it was quite a realistic performance, especially quite unfortunate for the players of Seal Esports, who were caught off guard in the early stages by the players of R3D, as you mentioned, and picked off. And then we move on to the players of Carnage Esports, who straight off the bat knew exactly what they had to do. The players were coming in their direction, and they were just picking them off.
I mean, that was brilliant, the way the players were just, doing everything in the fights. Plus, I mean, the Molotov ending, we saw that, right? We were, like, really impressed by the Molotov, the way it was perfectly timed or so, and that was brilliant. But moving up forward, MK14, so many airdrops were being looted as well. I mean, you need to get those things for yourself.
I think with how these open movements started, that there's a backstory behind it. Like, we were watching the game, and that was the first question that Ocean threw while we were watching the matchup. Like, why are you landing out in the open?
Yeah, I mean, that was the first thing. Obviously, you have a proper drop location. Yeah. So many players did land out in the open for themselves. Then they're moving to the consecutive houses. I mean, you are landing, someone else is out there. Someone might be in the house already. You gotta see your areas.
Exactly. I mean, you talk about that drop location. That certainly did not pan out in their favor. Yeah. But another thing that casters did mention was the fact that they were wanting to get that perfect fist fight, working. But Joker just stepped in and took that kill away. And of course, it was just a team effort that R3D did combine it all together to be able to, walk away from that situation. But eventually, again, that was just a perfect opportunity for us to be able to see that awesome punch fighting awesomeness. But with that, it is the start. That was the start of damages. As you move on along, let's have a look at the team. Well, wow. Skylight coming online with 2,894 damage, showcasing right here.
Wow, that's a mountain. I mean, they were conquering the areas around the mountain, right? So that was a mountain. But talk about Carnage as well. 1201 damage for them onto the later stages. Talking about StalwartFlex, 1428 for themselves. 7C was also looking good with damage. But look at Team Seal. I mean, 44 damage done.
What is that? One punch?
Well, pretty much.
Well, quite an unfortunate turn of events for Seal right there, but I mean, it sort of works out in their favor since they had a wonderful performance in the last match, so things get balanced out. it's going to be not too bad for them. They can move forward from this game quite easily.
So this is the thing that has been happening, I would say. You remember T2K, they had a really good game.
And then
the next one. INES had a really good game, then the next one. We talk about Team Seal, a really good game, then the next one kind of just, fall down. So consistency is something that the teams are still looking forward to. They still want that factor to be good.
That's going to be very crucial. That's going to be very, very crucial because again, as you move away from League Play Day 1 on to the next day, which is of course going to be tomorrow, there's going to be a lot of things that will be at stake. And till now, having completed 5 games, these teams now know what to expect from all the others in the lobby.
Exactly, but I mean, we were talking about consistency before we had the overall rankings in front of us, and this is exactly where the questions start to pop up, because you do see the teams that got the chicken dinner today in the 4 games. Skylight Gaming, T2K, CLP and Crew in the top 4, but then it is INES sitting on the 10th position. That makes you wonder where this team is going to fall down, because now look at the competition in the top 8. I mean, you can take Skylight Gaming out of this, so they are on 52 points, and so same can be said for Train to Kill as well, 43 points. But then Seal Esports, 37 points on the 3rd position, and then INES on the 10th with 32 points, and then Carnage Esports on the 11th with 30 points. There's a 7-point difference between these positions.
Exactly, but let's talk about what is right now and what might be tomorrow. XB Blood Legion 18, DRS 17, Seal R3D 19, like Seal 9, R3D 9, 16, 16, 15. 16 to 20 is still a close affair. Venom Legends 22, A1 Esports 23, it's still really close to each other. I mean, tomorrow, some team from 17 to 20 will fight, and they'll fight hard to be in top 16 because that matters.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 16th and 17th position right now, there's just a 1-point difference. And between the 16th and the 20th position, there's a 3-point difference right there. So it's going to be a close call to see how teams are actually going to qualify.
Absolutely, because again, you talk about that wonderful turnover wins for all these 20 teams. It is certainly working in their favor. Yes, there have been ups and downs, but there have been kills all across the board. They have been certainly bringing in addition out the damage as well. But with that, let's move on to the kill leaders, the top-notch players, and they are going to be right here, the assaulters coming in from all these 3 teams.
Wow, talk about this one, right? Zeol from Zeus, 12 kills for him, but Shari with an impressive damage number. That is what he has, 2130 for himself, and obviously average survival time 22 minutes and 31 seconds. Assassin is also out here from High Voltage, 9. So 9 and 12, that's the bar set for the kill numbers right now.
Yeah, but definitely look at the efficiency from the side of Zeol. He is putting in the work, but just enough to get the job done. 1697 damage converted to 12 kills compared to the 2000 damage on both the other 2 players behind them, and them not having the kill numbers as same as him. So he is capitalizing on his teammates' performance as well right there. But as we move forward, we have A1 Esports Dante on the 5th, followed by Praveen from Carnage Esports. Voltrix had been in an amazing form during the PMCO, but now over here, he's going to have to get into that zone again.
Voltrix started off really good with that, 4 kill that he did out in the start of the first game. But talk about Praveen, right? Carnage. So Carnage has been in their own ups and downs, but that one individual getting kill points for himself and for the team just showcases one thing, and that is if the team gets the fight, they would want to go for the fight. They're not dishing, they're not moving away from the fights. If they get a chance, they'll love to go for it.
Exactly, and in the end, on the last position, we had Rick from the side of 7C. He has been impressive today. He has been really consistent with how he plays.
Again, I mean, these are just the kill leaders coming in from our 5 first games, right? First games of PMPL Season 3 South Asia, and in doing so, there are still so many teams that still remain to showcase that wonderful prowess and that wonderful dominance on these maps. But with that, another team that I do want to talk about is going to be INES, right? So when you combine their efforts on Sanhok, of course tomorrow we're going to be starting things off on Sanhok itself. Ocean, right off the bat, mate, what do you think? Will INES be able to get that sort of momentum working?
So I would say Johnny will back me up on this. INES is having good Sanhok games altogether as compared to the Erangel games. So they would want to start off their day really good. But hey, if you're doing something good, your opponents will sense it, because this is how fast-paced the game has to be. Your first Sanhok goes good. Your second Sanhok, you might have to just, pick something different. Otherwise, your opponents understand it. The opponents would want to use your things against you, because the most important thing right now is you have to be unpredictable. If you're predictable at one pace, at one particular moment, it goes against you.
And for that, you have to talk about Zeus. I mean, they are just a domination damage freaks when it comes to any map that they fall on.
I think Zeus' game plan is pretty simple to figure out. I mean, you see someone, you go for the kill.
Absolutely.
Just take them out, get those kill points somehow in your favor. And that's what the team intends to do. It might not always work out in their favor, as we did see in this matchup and the one before this, as the team was taken out because of their over-aggression. But so far, I mean, it has kept them in a position where they can, I mean, safely say, we keep this going, we are going to make it to the Super Weekend.
Exactly, that's true. And talking about the players, obviously, you can see, you know, we saw the players doing really good. I mean, Joel, he was the top kill leader in the kill leaders. 5 matches from all these lads and 2.4 KPM from Joel coming out in this one. And obviously, he is the one that has the highest survival time for his own self. But talk about the damage. IC with 4 kills, 1799. Godless with 2 kills, 1713.
Yeah, as I was saying, when we're talking about Zeol being on the first position of the kill leaderboard, his teammates are also putting in the work.
True.
But since they are unable to secure those kills, Zeol is doing that, and in doing so, he's securing the points that they potentially could have missed out on. And that is that is the most important thing. You need to make sure you have to secure every single point that you get.
Exactly, and with that, of course, one thing that Zeus many times just shies away from is that healing damage, or rather the healing of the, of course, as you move on along from one moment to the other of the game. And with that, let's move on and have a look at this wonderful stat that is, of course, going to be showcasing us the leaders when it comes to the heals.
Alright, so True Love is the one who, obviously, you know, if we talk about this one, Extreme was the one doing heal battle once. He has 1359 heal for himself. True Love, 1490 heals. So heal battles kind of just, you know, come into the consideration right now. Plus, if you're, you know, taking fights more and more outside the circle in consecutive games or so, that's where you'll be healing more and more. But out in this one, I would say, look at Kapshi.
Yeah, and this all comes down to, again, the concept that you like to explain, good fights and bad fights.
Yeah.
And there was one player over there as well who had done 1100 damage and done 1100 healing, so that was a completely even fight right there.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
That's exactly how you want it to be, because again, that's always going to be bringing in consistency for not only yourself, but the entirety of the team. And that's what is going to be required, because again, you move away from League Day 1 to League Day 2, that consistency better move on along with you. And if nothing else, it better get better and better as you move on along, because eventually it will always be about those wonderful 3-day affair. That's going to be the Super Weekends, and that is what the domination is going to be when it comes to PMPL Season 3 South Asia. With that, we do reach the end of our day for day number 1. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, alongside which, of course, I do want to thank, of course, Oppo F19 Pro. Book up your game. You have to, because this is so very crucial. With that, once again, of course, it is thanks to Oppo for sponsoring the PMPL event. I've been your host, Brother. Join in with this wonderful family of casters and analysts. We're going to be joining you guys back again tomorrow for League Play Day number 2. Until then, take care. Sayonara.